Hello friends. Welcome to the fictional vortex. How are you all? So in this video, we will see. What if Naruto was the Kung Fu master and had the ability to use chi? But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video with your friends. Now without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. High in the mountains far away from Konoha sat a small Buddhist monastery above the clouds. A group of ninjas stood in front of the closed doors with a sign above it that read, "Monastery of Ancient Manuscripts." "Well, looks like we've found the place," one of them said, turning his head to the apparent leader of the group, awaiting for his signal. It appears so," another subordinate commented, his hand twirling a kunai. "I don't see how monks are going to give us Uchiha elites any problems." He grasped firmly on the kunai he was toying with and said, "I think a team should do it. 2 tops. But sending 3 teams is a little overkill, no?" "I agree," a third added. "We're just stealing some manuscripts after all. There's probably just 1 or 2 posted as guards. It's not like our mission was to level the place." "True," the leader finally responded. "If we sneak in, we'll probably have to deal with only a few of them. But we don't know their skill level, and if Fugaku was told to send 3 teams, it would be foolish of us to underestimate them, even if it's just 1 or 2 that we'd have to face." "Okay, enough talking," a new voice said, "give us your signal." "Makoto," a voice called out behind the closed doors of the family dojo. "Yes, Fugaku," a woman in her mid-30s answered her husband as she opened the door, showing her cheery, serene face. The faint light from the candles flickered slightly from her movement, highlighting the hardened facial features of a man few years older than his wife. "I have to leave for a few days," began Fukagu as he rose from his sitting position. "Please you watch over Sasuke for me." Makoto smiled and said, "I will watch over Sasuke and Itachi in your absence." At the mentioning of the older son's name, Fugaku thinned his lips and said, "If you want." He's no longer interested in what's best for the clan. He's a Hokage loyalist now. Makoto formed a puzzled face and asked, "Isn't what's best for Konoha what's best for the clan?" Fugaku didn't answer as he walked past her, exiting the dojo toward his destination. In an undisclosed place outside of the walls of Konoha gathered 4 men in the shadows. "Shichu, what happened to Yuhoma and Katanu's team?" asked Fugaku. Pointing to his comrades on the left and right, a heavily bandaged leader replied, "We're all that's left." "What?" Fugaku exclaimed. "Your 3 teams were the Uchiha's best. Were they forewarned of your activities?" Shaking his head, Shichu sighed. "No, we sneaked in at night without being detected, but the monk guarding them was very powerful." "A monk?" Fugaku mouthed his disbelief to himself. "Stronger than a shinobi?" He directed his attention to the bandaged man and asked, "So, did you get them?" Shichu reached into his carry bag and pulled out 2 booklets covered in ancient writings. In the distant shadows, a young Anbu captain saw the whole exchange. "Should I report this to the Hokage?" thought the young Anbu to himself. "There isn't enough time." He saw Fugaku concealed the manuscripts in a cloth wrapping and headed back toward Konoha. The Anbu captain followed Fugaku to the Uchiha clan library where the 2 manuscripts were kept and guarded. Whatever they are, they must be important for Fugaku to station 2 elites from the police force there. The Anbu hiding in the nearby bushes thought to himself. "I wonder if they have anything to do with the coup to overthrow the Sandame." He formed a kage bunshin to lead the guards away and slipped into the building. The Uchiha clan library, perhaps the most comprehensive library anywhere in the elemental nations, contained countless priced jutsus, many too powerful and too dangerous to perform by ordinary ninjas, and most copied from enemies they'd fought against. The Anbu was surprisingly familiar with the library, so finding the 2 new additions wasn't difficult. He found them hidden behind 2 complex genjutsus, which would have fooled most ninjas except those with the Sharingan. The Anbu happened to have his activated. "Itachi, please hand them over to me," a voice called out behind the Anbu captain. He smiled sadly, behid his weasel mask and said, "Shisui, I'm sorry." Before Shisui registered what was happening, the Itachi before him poofed up in smokes and he felt the cold numbness of steel entering his skull, ending his life. Uchiha Shisui was rumored the most skilled of the Uchiha clan, and as his friend and training partner, Itachi could vow for that. Unfortunately for Shisui, Itachi chose to remain loyal to the Hokage. Itachi closed his eyes and took off his mask, revealing teardrops of blood running down his normally emotionless face. When he opened his eyes again, his irises reflected the pattern of the legendary Mangekyo. A lone dejected figure jumped onto the roof of a building overlooking the streets of Konoha. In this windy night, he could make out the familiar smells of the unique blend of pine and cedar wood permeating from the nearby forest into the hidden village he helped to found. The strong wind blew his black cloak patterned with red clouds into hugging his unnaturally young body. This village held so many memories he wanted to forget. He whispered to no one, "We are all pawns in the game of life. Some sacrifices are necessary to achieve the greater good." Through his one-holed orange mask, he observed the events played out below. "Heh. You can't run from us. Just give up and let us give you the beating you deserve, demon brat," snickered the running mob. "Faster. Gotta run faster," chanted Naruto mentally, panic clearly reflected on his face. "Why me? Am I a demon?" wondered the 8-year-old boy. "Don't hurt me. I promise to be good," pleaded the beaten boy in between breaths, running as fast as his little legs would carry him. "Perhaps I pulled one prank too many, or pulled it on the wrong person," mused Naruto. "I swear to never pull a prank again for as long as I live if someone make their chase stop right now." They ignored his pleadings and continued their chase and beatings. "Hurry, he's turning out of the alley. We don't want the Anbu to catch us, especially knowing how the third is protective of him." With each step Naruto took, the pain from the beating he had already received from them coursed through his small body. Suddenly one of his pursuers landed a stone on Naruto's already bruised right leg calf. The resulting burst of pain caused the running boy to tumble to his knees. With a slightly raised head, Kyuubi looked through the windows that were Naruto's eyes. Anger and righteous fury erupted from her already untamed constitution. Her brows burrowed and her lips parted maliciously tightened as a snarl escaped her gargantuan mouth. "Hey. This same song and dance is getting annoying. I wonder if anything new will happen tonight." The official announcement to the world was that the Yondaime Hokage had killed the Nine-Tails demon fox, but that was only a publicity ploy to boost Konoha's strength to the hidden villages in the elemental nations. As a demon, Kyuubi could not be killed. Instead, it was sealed or imprisoned in a newborn, one Uzumaki Naruto. Upon the fourth's death, his retired predecessor the Sandaime Hokage resumed the helm of village leadership and made it an offense punishable by death if any were to reveal the truth to the children. This law was legislated through the village council, whose members consisted of the leaders of the 12 prominent clans and the Sandaime's old teammates. Puny humans and their primitive brains. How can Sarutobi actually be naive enough to believe his law was enough to suppress people's stupidity and bigotry? Sandaime had his heart in the right place, but his precautionary measure did not result in a normal childhood for Naruto. Instead of a normal childhood, the village pariah was shunned by his peers and villagers alike. Those old enough to know the truth and especially those who had lost loved ones the night Kyuubi attacked treated Naruto the worst. They had formed a secret club that met annually a week before the anniversary of that night to plan for their annual Demon Hunt Fest. Alcohol-induced incidents like tonight showered in between those anniversary hunts. Kyuubi had enough when she seen one crippled ninja pulled out a kunai and heard him declared to his cohorts that his revenge was complete. She decided to make things interesting. She decided to interfere. Naruto was scared, but he put on a brave face and closed his eyes expecting to meet the Shinigami. As the memories of his short life flashed before the Biju's windows, Kyuubi felt no hatred from him. Only sadness and loneliness. The Nine-Tails could not help but be impressed by her charge's inner strength of character. He reminded her so much of strength of character of the man who sealed her off, the Yondaime. Even if she was not moved to save him, she would have to for her own survival. Sake. Through all these years imprisoned by Yondaime's seal, Kyuubi had many trials and errors to perfect a way to exert her influence over Naruto. She had learned that when her jailer lost control of his emotions or was extremely weak physically, the seal would allow her a proportional degree of influence over his body. This seemed to be a way to allow Kyuubi to protect the boy's life under extreme circumstances. Pathetic. How can you be my vessel? At this critical junction, however, she did not need to talk to the brat. She just wanted to save him, and herself. She needed to pour out her vast chakra to heal the boy and take over his body temporarily so she could revenge his assailant. So far, in their 8 years of coexistence, she had not succeeded in all her attempts to assert her influence, but tonight would have to be different. Failure would not be acceptable. Before Kyuubi had a chance to intervene, an Anbu with a weasel mask shinned in front of Naruto, grabbed the incoming kunai, and forced it back into the heart of the attacker. Upon seeing their ringleader killed, the rest of thugs ran away as fast as they could, overlooking their shoulders as they fled. Normally Naruto's personal guard would never let anyone who threatened the unsung hero escape. Tonight there was another priority since his safety was no longer a concern. Naruto-kun. The boy nervously opened his eyes and immediately calmed down upon seeing the familiar weasel mask. "Weasel-san. Am I glad to see you," shouted Naruto. As the boy moved in to hug his savior like he had always done, the 13-year-old masked Anbu stared at the cerulean blue eyes with his red tomo pears. In Naruto's mindscape, the Anbu found himself without his mask trotting through the sewer-like hallway heading toward a dim red glow. Suddenly a wave of killer intent floored him to his knees. Water slowly rising, threatened Weasel's suffocation. He poured more chakra into his eyes. "Mangekyo Sharingan," he shouted. The scenery began to change. Before him stood a tall cage with a containment seal tag. Behind those bars stood the most feared of all Biju, Kyuubi no Kitsune. "What do you want, Uchiha? What did you do to my vessel? You better choose your words wisely. If I detect any tinge of falsehood, I'll maim you," threatened the Nine Tails. Trying his best to hide his fears, he deliberately put on a face of indifference and retorted, "Don't be alarmed. Name is Itachi. I mean you and your charge no harm." "So an Uchiha prodigy, huh? This young and able to use your Sharingan to this level. I wonder how powerful you'll become," mocked the Kitsune. "What made you think that I won't just kill you now and rid me of another Uchiha?" "Because I am the Anbu that was personally assigned by the Sandaime to watch over your charge. I know you can see through Naruto-kun's eyes and have seen me saving him many times. Inadvertently, I'm also responsible for your continued existence in this world," answered Itachi with the same expressionless face. Suddenly Itachi felt a spike in killer intent from Kyuubi. Prior to this, it was already unbearable to stand, and now he found it difficult to breathe. Thinking quickly, he blinked his eyes and added, "My words meant no disrespect. I just want you to know I am on the same team as you and Naruto-kun. Please allow me to continue." Kyuubi, flashing her ferial teeth, repeated her warning, "Again human, remember to choose your words wisely. Better make sure the words you choose are ones that won't be taken as meaning something else, or there will be hell to pay." "I know you don't trust me because of what Uchiha Madara did to you," said Itachi with a little more word restraint. Tact was never his forte, or any Uchiha's for that matter. With them, as long as the statement was true, little else mattered concerning its delivery. As the third's most trusted Anbu, he charged me to be Naruto-kun's personal guard. He also told me about Naruto-kun's parents. "You're lying," referred the Kyuubi to his latter statement, her scrunched eyebrows showing her displeasure. Itachi knew that Kyuubi had an inkling as to who Naruto's father was, but she needed confirmation. To establish this trust, Itachi began to relate the secret that few knew about. The Sandaime took a precautionary measure to hide the identity of Naruto-kun's parents from everyone who didn't already know, including the council and the boy himself. This request was from the boy's father, the Yondaime, the one who sealed you in him. What you may not know is that Namikaze Minato had many enemies. One of the more motivated revenge seekers was the nation of Iwa. In the last great ninja war, the Yondaime single-handedly wiped out an entire Iwa ninja invasion force and turned the war around to Konoha's favor. As a result of his victory over Iwa, he helped to free prisoners from a decimated whirlpool village and allowed them amnesty in Konoha. Uzumaki Kushina, one of the freed captives, ended up marrying her rescuer and became Naruto-kun's mother. Because of the war and possible threats to her life, their marriage was known only to their closest associates. For the same reason, Naruto-kun took his mother's maiden name instead of using his father's, explained Itachi. Kyuubi's nose took in a whiff of the unmasked Anbu before her as if sniffing to confirm the truthfulness of his story. She said, "I see. But you've left out the selfish reasons of evading another war and causing the boy to suffer unspeakable hell at the hands of the villagers that the Yondaime sacrificed to protect." She quirked an eyebrow. "And you seem to have kept something else from me." "Believe what you will," Itachi said, not willing to divulge the Sandame's suspicion of some in the village who would kill Naruto if they found out his parentage. But know this. Until he's strong enough, Sarutobi will keep this secret from the boy to protect him from his father's enemies. There was a pause as Itachi allowed that to sink in. Sensing no deceit from him, Kyuubi eased off on the killer intent. She could still see him hiding his nervousness, however, though it was not due to being in her presence. "Don't try my patience. Speak," boomed forth Kyuubi's voice. The events that unfold next would rock the very foundations of the shinobi world. Itachi explained, "I am here to bid you and Naruto-kun goodbye. I just received a mission to erase the Uchiha clan from the face of Konoha tomorrow. In doing so, I'll become a missing nin. No longer will I be able to look after Naruto-kun. I have a better idea. Leave his mind and let me avenge against Madara and the Sharingan. I'll take control of the boy's body and wipe out the Uchihas for you. And you don't have to be a missing nin." As Kyuubi said this, she flared her chakra. After all, she did not need and was not waiting for Itachi's response. Itachi sent more chakra to his eyes and suppressed the Biju. He reasoned with her, "Please. You know as well as I that if Naruto-kun was found anywhere near the clan compound, he would have been blamed for it even if you hadn't taken over his body. Imaging what they would do to him if you actually possessed his body and massacred the Uchiha clan. Whatever you do, make sure he's nowhere near the Uchiha compound tomorrow night." A low grumble was heard from the deflated Biju. Seizing the opportunity to continue, the Anbu said, "As I was saying, I'm leaving and I have a parting gift for Naruto-kun. Even though I won't be here to protect him anymore, my gift will make him stronger and teach him how to protect himself." Reaching into his Anbu cloak, he pulled out 2 ancient-looking manuscripts and continued, "I took these manuscripts from Uchiha's clan library. I'm not quite sure what techniques they contain, but they were hidden behind heavily layered genjutsus. A note on top of them said that they were stolen recently from a Buddhist monastery high in the mountains far from here. Apparently no one had a chance to look through them since they were all too busy planning a coup." "A coup," ignoring the Kyuubi, Itachi continued, "I think one is a manuscript for sword art, and another is for cultivating one's inner powers." As he ended his explanation, he stretched forward the arm holding the 2 manuscripts. He walked forward and reached into the cage bars. Using one of her tails, she wrapped it around the manuscripts. Once he delivered his gift, Itachi stopped chakra flow to his eyes and returned to his person. In the real world, the conversation in Naruto's mindscape was over quicker than a blink in the eye and without Naruto's knowledge, or the knowledge of the masked stranger watching from the rooftop a distance away. "I'm leaving on a trip tomorrow so you won't see me for a while," responded Itachi to Naruto's greeting to him. Unaware of the flashing Sharingan and the brief pause before Itachi answered his greeting, Naruto asked, "But who's going to look after me if you're gone?" "Don't worry, Naruto-kun. Hokage will assign another person to watch over you. I'm going to take you home and rest up myself." Knowing Kyuubi could hear him, he parted with these words, "Be strong and show the world what a true shinobi is." The trip to Naruto's apartment was quick and uneventful. Once the beaten boy entered his flat unit, he fell onto his bed with his face buried into the pillow. Exhaustion quietly claimed him as Kyuubi healed his wounds. Monastery of Ancient Manuscripts. 3 junior abbots gathered outside the meditation sanctuary of their Grand Master Abbot. "Brother Feng, what do we do about the 2 stolen manuscripts?" asked a pacing middle-aged man with a worried face. "Do you think the Grand Master Abbot will be mad at us?" "Brother Lu, do not worry," reassured a slightly older man named Feng. "The Grand Master Abbot has achieved the nirvana of Buddhism. He is not a man who would blame you for losing those 2 scrolls while you were outnumbered by an enemy ambush. But those 2 manuscripts contain the world's most powerful techniques ever created," said a third junior abbot. "If they end up in the wrong hands, as I fear that those who stole them were of the power-craving types, then the world will undergo 200 years of suffering. Brother Zhu, that was the curse the Grand Master Abbot has agreed to when he vowed to protect the manuscripts until the appointed time. I'm sure he will have a solution for this," offered Lu, worried but determined to keep things on the positive. "Enough of this," commanded Feng. "We'll continue to copy the teachings of Buddha until the Grand Master Abbot finishes his secluded meditation. He will tell us what we need to do. He did after all foresee this happening. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told us to take turns guarding them." Though he tried to put on a brave front, Feng had an uneasy feeling inside. Something bad is going to happen. Konoha, with a firm grip on his katana, the Uchiha prodigy stood on the rooftop facing his orange-masked stalker. "Who are you and what do you want?" asked the calm and collected Anbu captain. Slowly removing his orange mask, the man answered him in a perfect reflection of the patterned Uchiha monotone. "I mean you no harm. In fact, I have a proposition. My name is..." High in the sky, a soaring eagle eyed its prey splashing in the river below. It glided majestically from one hot air column to the next, letting the updrafts lift it to a higher altitude. As it reached its peak, it acrobatically looped backwards and dove towards its next meal. Perhaps aware of the fact that it might have an audience, the eagle twirled in the middle of its dive, adding a little showmanship to the already impressive feat. The eagle's beak easily navigated through the cold air columns, allowing their downward pressure to speed up its descent toward its target until it splashed down in the water. And then, just as quickly and gracefully, it surfaced with its desperately wiggling prize and sped toward the horizon. On the riverbed, 5 spectators, monks in their early teens, sat in the meditative position. The oldest one addressed the youngest, 5th apprentice brother. "What did you learn from what you just saw?" Wearing a pensive expression, the youngest of them answered, "I'm not quite sure. Did it have anything to do with how to catch a fish?" His comment about food was consistent with his ferocious appetite and elicited some stifled laughter from the 4th apprentice. "Did any of you notice that the eagle did not flap its wings once during its whole flight until it re-emerged from the water? Not once during its ascension or during its dive?" asked the 1st apprentice, the acting group instructor. "Now that you mentioned it, you might be onto something," concluded the 3rd apprentice. "Of course, you idiot, quit stating the obvious," chided the 2nd apprentice as he punched the boy next to him. "First apprentice brother is teaching us how we can learn kung fu by observing the nature around us." "Does anyone know how the eagle was able to do that?" asked their makeshift instructor, completely ignoring the 2nd and 3rd apprentices' antics. Seeing their shaking heads, the 1st apprentice explained, "The eagle was able to glide without flapping its wings because it used the thermal air columns to its advantage. Its beak detected the slightest change of barometric pressure to find the rising hot air columns to elevate and the sinking cold air columns to speed up its downward dive." "Excuse me, 1st apprentice brother, but what did that have to do with teaching us kung fu?" asked the youngest. "Like this," he answered as he directed their attention to his kung fu. Beginning with his hands resting on his knees, he channeled chi around his body and began to slowly move his hands. As he made alternating circles in front of him, he weaved his arms through the crashing waves of chi, generating a continuous gentle breeze around the group of apprentices in the process. When you channel chi, you want to feel the way natural energy flows around you. That energy is a combination of nature's chi intermingled with your own. Like the eagle that let the thermal air columns work to its advantage, you too want to let nature's chi work to your advantage. You can do so by working with the way chi flows. Remember, work with the flow of chi, not against it." At that moment, the clanging of the monastery bell resonated throughout the valley. "Hurry!" ordered the 1st apprentice as he leapt to his feet. "Let's get back to the mountain. The Grand Master Abbot has finally awakened from his solitary meditation." Naruto's mindscape. Kyuubi had stayed up all night after healing Naruto. She was very frustrated with how weak her charge was, but really couldn't fault him for being in this predicament. Naruto didn't grow up in a family environment. He was an orphan from birth. Unlike other kids of his age born into a clan, he did not have anyone to watch over him or teach him how to defend himself. As an orphan, he had no one looking after his diet. After all, how strong could he get eating ramen and drinking spoiled milk? Naruto could have benefited from adding meat and vegetables into his diet, but he was turned off by their taste since the shops only sold him rotten produce and maggot-ridden meat. Damn those village bigots. If something like last night ever happens to my charge again, I'll take over his body and finish what I've started, seethed Kyuubi. Never mind that her attack on Konoha was because of Madara. Pushing aside her frustrations, Kyuubi finally let her curiosity got the better of her. With 2 of her tails whipping forward, holding Itachi's parting gift, she busied herself in deciphering those manuscripts. At first glance, they were exactly as described. The manuscripts were ancient and emitted a commanding aura around them. They projected the spiritual essence of those who mastered these powerful techniques in the past. Finding her bestial appendages quite inadequate for combing through the pages in the manuscripts, she transformed herself into a beautiful woman with a presence commanding royalty. She examined the manuscripts more carefully with her graceful hands. She could have transformed into any shape or form, but hands were needed for this task and her pride would not allow her to transform into a form any less elegant. The thicker manuscript is entitled, The Nine Yangs of Qi. The first few pages explain what qi is, said Kyubi to herself. Opening to the first page, she read, Qi is, was, and always will be. The essence of qi exists in all things breathing, plants and animals, large and small. Qi is the force of nature, the reminiscence of creation, the balancing of opposites, breathes of gods. It moves to and fro without hindrance. It can be channeled but cannot be contained. Many foolish humans think that qi and chakra are the same, but qi is more primitive and untamed. Actually, raw is a more fitting description, Kyubi mouthed to herself as she flipped through the rest of the pages. The rest of the manuscript was just as riddled. Kyubi didn't find any ninjutsu or taijutsu techniques. It was merely a plain manuscript that contained mostly theories and prayer chants. It had nothing on chakra or elemental manipulation. In fact, the ideas it contained were different to the foundations of the shinobi arts in every way. This will be completely revolutionary for that pathetic vessel of mine, Kyubi concluded with a smirk. Kyubi had known about qi. It is different from chakra and acts independently of it. Chakra is what results from combining physical energy that the body normally produces with the spiritual energy that's gained from experience and meditation. Qi, on the other hand, is the energy that exists from the beginning of creation and is found in all things natural. It moves in a balance of plurality in negative and positive, namely, yin and yang. In fact, many believe that the bond between the positive and negative qi, yin and yang, to be the strongest bond in existence. And, according to the manuscript, separating that bond would unleash unfathomable power that could be harnessed if one knew how. That was what made the nine yangs of qi remarkable, the ability to harness that power. Kyubi elatedly concluded, my vessel will become powerful once he learns this. It may even help him use more of my demonic chakra with less damage to his body. Too bad this is too advanced for an 8-year-old to understand or perform. He would need to learn about qi and how to channel it first. Tossing the larger manuscript aside for later, she moved on to the second one. The Swordsman's Four Decrees. A swordsman is his sword. A sword is its wielder. A swordsman and his sword are one. A swordsman and his sword are none, mouthed Kyubi as she glanced over the first page. Looking at the cover again, she read its title, The Sword Art of Nine Lonesome Stances. Flipping back to the first page, she learned more about the origins of the spiritual aura emanating from this manuscript. The 9 lonesome sword stances were created centuries ago by a swordsman of no equal, Dugu Chu Bai. Using the sword art he developed, he defeated every martial artist alive, sword welders or not. Once he commenced his attacks, he was never forced to defend. At first, he was quite happy to see how his genius and hard work paid off, and he relished in fighting worthy opponents and testing his sword stances against them. The better his opponents fought, the more brilliantly he manifested his sword stances. But after he defeated all schools of martial arts, he found fewer and fewer worthy opponents and loneliness soon overtook him. It was for this reason his sword art was named. For the rest of his life, he journeyed across the world looking for opponents that could last 3 seconds with him or capable of forcing him into a defensive stance and found none. Finally, depressed and nearing insanity, he became a hermit and was never heard from again. His legend lived on as the lonesome hermit of the 9 sword stances. Great, a nutcase who wrote in riddles, sighed the frustrated Kyubi to herself. These insignificant old fools must have thought they were pretty intelligent in coming up with these riddles to pass on their weak footsie plays as great martial arts. Kyubi tugged her lips to the right for a pensive smile. If Kyubi was honest with herself, she would have admitted having been impressed by the simple yet complex duality in the poses of both manuscripts. The Biju was hoping to just hand off the manuscripts to Naruto and be done with it. That was if she found a way to set up their long-awaited meeting. Yet, having seen just how these manuscripts were heavily riddled, she knew that hell would freeze over before her jailer could figure out what those sages of martial arts tried to convey. To get her charge worthy of being her vessel, Kyubi resigned to the fact that she might have to take a more hands-on approach than she would have liked to. Fortunately, the rest of the sword art manuscript proved to be helpful toward Kyubi's purposes. In addition to its riddled written explanation, The sword art manuscript contained comprehensive illustrations on sword attack patterns, the human anatomy, and a map of all existing pressure points. Yes, finally, illustrations, exclaimed Kyubi with relief washing over her face. I think I'll have him start learning the sword art first. The transformed fox found that there was more to these 9 stances than she had initially thought. The 9 stances are the composite stance, sword conquering stance, knife conquering stance, spear conquering stance, whip conquering stance, kick conquering stance, palm conquering stance, missile conquering stance, and energy conquering stance, read the faux beauty with raised eyebrows. Looking through the narrative explanation and the sword attack illustrations for the first few stances, her jaw dropped. Holy crap! Can these stances do what their names claim they can do? Each of the stances has hundreds of variations. First stance alone has 360 variations. No wonder this sword art is undefeated. She continued reading the 9 stances. Once finished, she moved back to reading the 9 yangs. Already long lost the track of time. Finally, light shined through the windows that were Naruto's eyes into the cage and welcomed the transformed beauty the arrival of another day. Having read both manuscripts and pondered over how to train Naruto, Kyubi devilishly grinned at how powerful her vessel would become once he mastered them. She resolved to make another attempt to communicate with him tonight. Konoha. True to Itachi's words, the Sandaime assigned Naruto another Anbu to personally watch over him. Naruto found that out when he visited the Hokage Tower after he woke up. He was looking for some explanation from the aged leader about where Weasel-san was going. The Sandaime's secretary ushered Naruto through 2 mahogany doors to be greeted by an aged, wrinkled man with receding hairline sitting behind a paper-pilled desk and a spiky silver-haired Anbu standing with a dog mask attached to his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen briefly introduced them to each other. So, Doggy-san, you are going to watch over me now, huh? Asked Naruto with a quirked eyebrow. He was trying to get a feel for his new protector. With all that Naruto had to endure in his short life, he found it hard to trust people. But if the old man was okay with this good-for-nothing looking slacker, then Naruto was going to give him a chance. Hi, Naruto, answered the Anbu with a huge sweat drop. Then with a mental sigh of relief, he thought to himself, I'm glad I'm not a female. Do you know where Weasel-san went and when he's coming back? Asked Naruto. Itachi was Kakashi's successor a few months ago who had recently asked the former captain to replace him, saying it was only to be temporary until he got his life in order. Thus, when Kakashi heard Naruto's question, with raised eyebrows behind his mask, the newly reassigned Anbu captain looked to his Hokage for answers. Naruto, too, turned his attention to the man behind the paper-piled desk. If Hiruzen was surprised by Naruto's inquiry, he did not let it show. With his wrinkles showing experience, the aged man dismissed both puzzled faces. He requested a mission that will take him away for a while. The third's answer did not satisfy the dog mask Anbu. He had more questions, but he would have to ask the Hokage later. If the aged leader was willing to tell him. Seeing Naruto's dejected face, Hiruzen quickly added, Naruto, would you like to be strong like your Weasel-san? Would I ever? Tell me what I have to do, old man, shouted the perked-up bundle of energy in orange jumpsuit, barely able to keep his feet on the ground. While the Anbu was frowning behind his mask at Naruto's lack of respect, the Hokage was grinning inside that he got the desired reaction from Naruto. You'll have to join the Ninja Academy. How about let me tell you more during dinner at my place? Asked the Sandaime with a satisfying grin, one not unnoticed by the Anbu. This time Naruto lost it completely. Pumping his fists and jumping into the air, he shouted, Yada! I'm one step closer to become a Hokage. Having picked up Kakashi's suspicions, the aged Kage pretended to ignore his presence. He offered an explanation for his invitation, but directed his comment toward Naruto. My son Asuma recently returned from his training mission with the Guardian monks. The family planned to have dinner to celebrate his return. Why don't you meet me here at 5 and we'll go there together? Naruto bobbed his head up and down before saying and waving his goodbyes to the old man and the masked Anbu. Hokage-sama, about Weasel-san, Kakashi began, wanting to ask about what had really happened to Itachi, but was stopped from continuing when he saw his commander-in-chief's raised hand, signaling his unwillingness to continue. That'll be all, Kakashi, said the wizened leader, dismissed. Hi. Kakashi left Hokage's office with lots of questions on his mind. First, there was Weasel-san, the former Anbu captain. Kakashi wanted to know why Naruto, an 8-year-old boy, would know more about the activities of one of the elite ninja in the village than a former Anbu captain did. Then there was Hokage's reaction to Naruto's knowledge or disclosure of this. Something about this did not sit right with the silver-haired nin. Another thing that bothered Kakashi was Naruto himself. No, Kakashi wasn't someone ignorant of the difference between a prisoner and a jailer, between a scroll and something sealed in it, and the third knew this or otherwise wouldn't have selected him as Naruto's new guardian. What Kakashi did not understand was the relationship between the boy and the aged Kage. It was too familiar, like the relationship between a grandfather and his grandson. Sure, a kind and caring Kage would protect the village well, but something was bothering Kakashi. Why would the Hokage go the extra miles to invite him to dinner? And tonight of all nights? Things just did not make sense to the Anbu. Feeling quite frustrated by his uneasiness, he reached into his side utility pouch and pulled out his little orange book. Somehow he knew something big was going to happen tonight and his easiness would turn for worse tomorrow. Our hero was seen walking with the Hokage towards the Sarutobi compound, which was on the opposite side of the village from the Uchiha compound. Later on, something unexpected would happen to Naruto that prevented him from returning to his apartment. Tonight was also the night of the Uchiha massacre. Naruto had never been invited to another's home before. Surely, the aged Kage had shown him hospitality before by treating Naruto to Ichiraku ramen when he wasn't busy tending to the village. But this invitation to the Sarutobi compound solidified their close relationship even more. The normally hyperactive loud-mouthed knucklehead wore a solemn expression as he followed behind the Sandaime and stepped through the compound doors. He knew this was an important and rare occasion for him, even though to anyone else it was just a casual family gathering. Naruto would be on his best behaviors tonight. Arriving at the dining hall, a mouth-watering aroma greeted the two late arrivals. The Sandaime quickly introduced Naruto to those present. About 12 persons were there, some seated and some brought rest of the food to the table. "Gigi. You're here. Who's that?" shouted 5-year-old boy with a brown pineapple hair as he ran open-armed to greet his grandfather, only to stop suddenly to point at the newcomer. Hugging his grandson, the aged man answered, "This is Naruto. You can view him as an older brother." "Okay," responded Konohamaru. He was eager to play with someone closer to his age and demanded with a droopy-eyed pout that would make his future girlfriend proud, "Naruto-Nisan, can we play ninja after dinner?" Naruto looked at Hiruzen, unsure if doing so would overstay his welcome. Receiving a nod from the Sandaime, Naruto gave Konohamaru his foxy smile and said, "Only if I get to be the good guy." The rest of their dinner continued smoothly with Naruto in his best behavior. The Sandaime had Asuma relayed to everyone his training with the guardian monks in their temple located in a remote part of the Fire Country. He paid attention to the conversations around him and interjected his own comments when appropriate. Unbeknown to the village pariah, those present were watching him closely. Those who had unfavorable opinions of him slowly warmed up to him. Meanwhile, Naruto was making a mental recording of the night's activity to be filed away later as what family life should be. He vowed to do what he could to have his own family one day. Kyuubi had tuned out most of the sounds echoing from the two drums that were Naruto's ears located on opposite sides of her cage. This was no easy feat and took her years to perfect. To phrase it nicely, Naruto was enthusiastic about everything. He was stamina personified. The kid was not known for keeping still. In fact, Kyuubi did not even think it would be possible due to his inherently insane stamina and large chakra reserves and the enhancement from the addition of the 9 tails. This hyperactivity affected his speech and volume as well, which was unfortunate for the sealed Biju who had a closer proximity than anyone to the high volume from the loud-mouthed knucklehead. However, tonight Naruto was quieter than usual. This suited the 9 tails just fine as she executed her plans. Prior to coming, Kyuubi had made 40 attempts to get through the Yondaime's seal. It had not mattered how much chakra she put behind her efforts, all of her attempts had failed. "I know I probably won't be able to get around this damnable seal, especially with him not being weakened or emotionally derailed," mused Kyuubi. Since this Asuma character trained with the guardian monks, he might just be the right person to train Naruto in these two powerful techniques. If I can get Naruto to ask him to be his sensei. Deciding that ramming chakra of any amount against the seal was unproductive, she analyzed her options. It seems that the boy is not even aware of my attempts, muttered the Kyuubi to herself. That means the amount of the boy's chakra feeding into strengthening the seal remains constant. The amount of chakra required to enforce the seal doesn't need to adjust proportionally to the amount of force I use against the seal. This also means that the seal can sense my presence or the presence of my chakra. Pausing for a moment to reflect on this new conclusion, the Nine Tails came up with a new approach using the chi that she read about. She pensively stated, "What if I suppress my chakra and channel chi into him instead?" As the family meal continued on to dessert, the two only shinobi present noticed a sudden energy spike coming from Naruto before his face slammed unconsciously onto the table. "Hey, Naruto," said the woman sitting next to him as she rocked him gently. "Are you okay? Wake up or you'll miss dessert." "What's wrong with Naruto-Nisan?" shouted Konohamaru from across the table with a worried face. Asuma and his father both rushed to the boy. "I think we should take him to the hospital," suggested the worried Junin. "Not yet," his father said as he walked over to check Naruto's vitals and examined his seal. Detecting nothing apparently abnormal, the Sandaime announced to the rest of the worried faces around the table, "Don't worry. He's okay. Just need a little rest and he'll be back to normal. We're going to take him into spare room. Please continue in our absence. We'll be back soon," reassured the bearded Junin as he picked up Naruto bridal style. The three left the dining hall and headed toward the sleeping quarters. Turning to this son, with a lowered face the third whispered, "Did you feel that chakra too?" Both men chose to be secretive in everything abnormal about Naruto since Asuma's nephew Konohamaru was also there at the reunion dinner. "I don't think it's that chakra. Actually, it might not even be chakra," Asuma answered it in an all too innocent vagueness, enjoying every bit of feeling he knew something that his dad, the professor, didn't. "All right, Asuma, spill it," Hiruzen urged with a playful annoyance. "It's the same as that thing I experienced during my training," Asuma added, milking the situation. "Whatever it is," the aged Kage continued with a worried tone, "I don't want him anywhere else tonight. Besides, it would be wise if we both keep an eye on him, just in case." Once they set Naruto down into the spare bed, the third did a few hand seals to activate a sound barrier. Turning to Asuma, he demanded, "In the meantime, explain how that is related to your training with the guardian monks." They never returned to the dining hall that night. Naruto found himself knee-deep in sewer water. The walls on either side of him ran up into the darkness engulfed oblivion above him and created a pathway in front of him, twisting and turning toward what seemed like the center of a labyrinth. Light emanated from that direction. Unsure of what to expect, Naruto nervously treaded forward. "What is this? And where am I? Where are the old man and his family?" he asked aloud, turning his head as his eyes gathered information on his surroundings. As Naruto continued toward the light source, he felt a pulsing aura mixture of tranquility and malice. The red glow was faint and suppressed, and the white aura provided Naruto with an inviting serenity. The closer to the center he got, the stronger the pulses and brighter his surroundings became. Gradually he was able to discern the strange markings on the walls. Those markings were glowing with a white calming aura running through their veins. Occasionally streaks of red flashes appeared within the white markings, appearing on the walls like random crackles of fireworks. Finally the boy arrived at the entrance to a big arena that was the epicenter of this mysterious energy pulse. Behind a gigantic cage a voice sounded, "Welcome to this deplorable place that is your mind, brat." The words were harsh, but the voice that sounded them was melodiously seductive. Naruto saw a woman standing behind bars of a cage that seemed many times too big for her. The woman wore a maroon lacy mesh dress that was almost see-through. Her long wavy blonde hair flowed down to cover just enough of her chest and privates. Her ivory silky skin could be seen on her exposed arms and hands. The woman furrowed her brows. Sounding seductive, cute, or inviting was not part of Kyuubi's well-thought-out plan to greet her pathetically weak jailer. The demon fox had originally wanted to greet him in her terrifying bestial body, but was unable to transform back while suppressing her chakra. "Kuso. I wanted to make him wet his pants on his first meeting with the great Kyuubi no Kitsune in her full 9-story glory, but I can't risk using my chakra and sending him back to his world yet. The bearded prodigal son would be no threat, but the wrinkled prune of a cage might do something to prevent me from communicating with the boy again." Accepting her temporary human form as something she could not change for now, she continued her musing, which caused her lips to tug into a smirk. Even though the first meeting didn't go exactly as planned, I was still able to beat the despicable fourth and his damnable seal. I'm determined not to have a weak jailer anymore. I refuse to take this lying down. As Kyuubi basked in the glow of in some way defeating the Yondaime, the seal on her cage glowed slightly, showing that it was working exactly as designed. The fourth engineered the seal to allow Kyuubi an option to initiate communication with Naruto under non-life-threatening situations if Kyuubi approached her jailer without any malicious intent. This helpful provision would allow Kyuubi to become Naruto's guardian in the truest sense. Train him or offer sound and experienced advice on a whim, even under situations sans danger. Ironically, the ingenuity of the Yondaime was the main reason that the Kitsune was successful. Of course, the Yondaime did not factor in Kyuubi's use of chi, or more specifically, the yang or the positive of chi. The tailed beasts were inherently evil because of their demonic chakra. Therefore, when the Biju suppressed her chakra, she effectively suppressed a majority of her malicious intent. Furthermore, whatever non-chakra-related malice remained in Kyuubi was neutralized when she channeled chi, or more specifically yang. Upon seeing the sight of the beauty behind bars, Naruto walked closer and called out, "Did I die? If so, are you an angel? Or are you my mother? And why are you behind bars?" Naruto was really hoping that this woman was his mother greeting him in afterlife. A huge tick mark appeared on Kyuubi's face. To say that she was pissed would be like saying Jiraiya was a little bit perverted or Orochimaru was a minor criminal. In other words, a huge understatement. She was the most feared of all tailed beasts and arguably the most powerful. She needed to put her jailer in his place. She needed him to know who she was and how she felt having been caged inside the fourth Shinigami seal to suffer 8 years of inactivity. "I'm not your mother, I'm the most powerful of all tailed demons, the fear-inspiring Kyuubi no Kitsune," shouted the humanoid of the strongest of all tailed beast, showing her gridlocked teeth and giving it her all in this failed display of intimidating factor. "But you were killed by the Yondaime. That means you're here to torture me in afterlife. But how did I get here? Oh no, don't tell me the old man. Did he poison me? Or was it one of his servants?" rambled the whiskered boy, clearly reflecting his age as he showered Kyuubi with a barrage of non-stop questions. Kyuubi became more impatient and furious upon hearing his annoying antics. As the demon was about to let Naruto feel the brunt of her fury, she saw his existence flickered in sync with her own temper flares. Realizing that she was leaking demonic chakra, she hurriedly reined in her chakra and channeled more chi than was necessary. Chi normally had a calming effect to any situation, but Kyuubi did not merely channel chi. Applying what she read, she channeled her yang, which when isolated from yin was twice as effective in neutralizing malicious intent. Almost immediately a burst of light of calming purity engulfed the boy in front of the cage and pulsed throughout the mindscape in circular ripples. The white aura made the orange-suited energizer feel and act calmly and collectedly, even if only for the duration of being in his mindscape. Naruto experienced a mental clarity he never knew was possible. He felt innocent, safe, protected, and complete. Wrapped in Yang's white aura, he felt loved for the first time in his life. Sure, he felt cared for by the third and protected by the assigned Anbu, but he had yet to feel loved. Keeping his wits about him, he pondered. Why am I feeling this way? I thought she was trying to torture me. This must be a trick. Huh? Her tricks won't work against Konoha's master of pranks. Naruto did not know that his feeling this way around the femme humanoid was unintentional on Kyuubi's part. The amount of yang Kyuubi channeled was worthy of her 9-story glory. However, that much yang confined in a significantly smaller humanoid body caused an unwanted calming side effect to herself that overpowered Kyuubi's innate temperaments. Unwilling to surrender to the situation that was ultimately, though indirectly, purposed by the Yondaime and his seal, Kyuubi reminded herself the real reason for this meeting. I'm doing this for my own selfish reasons. I'm doing this for me. The kid is an unintentional beneficiary of my efforts. Unbeknownst to Kyuubi, she had already suppressed her most evil reason for communicating with Naruto. Intoxicated in her yang, she no longer recalled wanting to find ways to take control of Naruto and be emancipated from her prison. She had resigned to her fate as a captive. Just as she felt a tinkling of feelings she had never felt toward a human crept toward her heart, she chanted the following thoughts like mantra. I'm doing this for my own selfish reasons. Her denial soon became an impossible uphill battle. "Come closer. We have much to discuss," called out the transformed beauty. Despite her best effort at shouting or at sounding harsh and distant, her voice flowed out melodiously toward the beauty-stricken boy who could not stop staring at her while parting his lips slightly. Looking at the boy, she sighed. She too was unable to fight against this overwhelming abundance of positive energy around her. Pushing her unnatural and foreign feelings aside, she began by explaining to Naruto about Biju's, Jinchuriki's, Yondaimi's sacrificial sealing, and the reason ostracized him. Doing so was no mere feat. Often she had to repeat herself and paraphrase her statements using simpler words. She took extra care in making sure Naruto understand that he was not a demon, but a hero of Konoha. "So now that you were brought up to speed on things, how about me getting you stronger so that you are worthy to be my vessel?" asked the woman in the pinnacle of her beauty. "Why are you helping me?" asked Naruto this obvious question, his face expressing distrust. Knowing the beautiful woman in front of him was actually transformed from a giant ferocious demon made Naruto suspicious of whatever help she offered him. Though Kyuubi did not want to divulge what she considered to be her weakest and most embarrassing moment in her entire unblemished existence, she realized that she had to if she wanted to gain Naruto's trust. "I'm not the predatory bloodlust evil incarnate that stories made me out to be. Don't get me wrong, I'm evil and ruthless when I need to be, and I'm easily provoked and lack self-restraint. However, I am not an aggressor. I and many of my tailed beast cronies prefer a hands-off approach to human affairs." "Then why did you attack Konoha?" asked the lonely boy. "If you hadn't, then I wouldn't have been ostracized by the village. Maybe someone would have adopted me into a loving family and I wouldn't have to grow up all alone." "Actually, your parents would have been alive and doting you with love," thought the humanoid female. Then she shook her head furiously to shake off doting and lovey thoughts from her mind. It couldn't be helped. Despite her resistance, she was slowly corrupting her evil persona. Kyuubi chose to keep secret his parentage for now. Her reasons were the same as the third's and wanted to protect the still defenseless boy against the potential enemies that such knowledge would bring. "I was summoned to the human realm from my slumber and tricked into attacking Konoha. The man who did it was an Uchiha with an advanced Sharingan, Uchiha Madara, someone with eyes more sinister than my own. I would explain more, but we don't have time for that. Just know that I'm helping you for two reasons. First, I want you to be strong and reflect well of me as the vessel to the most powerful of all tailed beasts. Second, though I want to kill the Uchiha myself, if I can't get out of this seal, I want someone I train to do it for me." "Don't worry, I've got plenty of reasons to get him myself for causing the death of so many innocent people and for all the pain and suffering in my life," fumed Naruto. Under normally circumstances, Naruto would have been an emotional wreck trying to get over the shock of learning what he learned tonight. But this strange white aura pulsing all around was quickly calming him. "Well, you have more reason to than anyone." Reeling the conversation back to training, she continued, "There are two techniques I'm going to teach you. By the time I'm done with you, you'll truly become a vessel worthy of the great and feared Kyuubi no Kitsune. The first technique we'll start with involves sword training," came Kyuubi's response. "Cool," exclaimed an exciting voice that soon became deflated, "but I don't have a sword." "You don't need one yet," explained the beauty. "This technique is called 9 Lonesome Sword Stances. For you to gain mastery over this technique, you must understand the theory of sword art behind it." "Ha, 9 stances. Don't sound like much to me. I bet Asuma knows more stances than that," mocked Naruto. "Shut it, brat. Just listen." Naruto listened intensely as the mesmerizing female elaborated on the names of those stances and enumerated the hundreds upon hundreds of variations each stance contained. She then recounted the story of the hermit of the 9 lonesome sword stances. An undefeatable hermit, a sword art without match. Naruto was awe-inspired by how powerful the 9 stances were and shouted, "Okay, I'll do it." "I don't know if you can," teased the grinning transformed Kitsune. "It'll require years if not decades of hard work to master. The training alone will be so intense that you might even die. From what I've seen in your 8 years of pathetic existence, you are too weak to survive this type of training." Hook, line, sinker. "Oh yeah, I'll prove you wrong. I won't fail because I'm going to be the Hokage one day and get the village to respect me just like they do the old man," announced Naruto with a fierce determined stare. "Fine, I'll let you try,"
said the caged beauty with a feigned nonchalance. She opened the manuscript and began to teach him the 9 lonesome sword stances. Kyuubi did not just lecture Naruto. That would have accomplished little more than seeing if Naruto could recall facts like a tape recorder. Kyuubi did not want a tape recorder for a vessel. The strongest of all tailed beasts wanted a strong ninja, formidable in both physical and mental prowess. Besides, the 9 stances could not be mastered by merely memorizing sword theories, movements, positions and stances. To exercise 9 stances to their fullest power, their user must be able to apply the theories described in the manuscript to read the subtle hints of movements in his opponent and improvise from the variations within each of the 9 stances. With an intelligence befitting of a kitsune with countless years of existence, she taught Naruto by asking questions that led Naruto to the right answers. So Kyuubi did not end up with a tape recorder as her vessel. She ended up with a free-thinking strategist. Wow. That actually makes sense, remarked Naruto after having learned the swordsman's 4 decrees, the cornerstone principles of mastering the 9 stances. Well, it has to for you to master the 9 stances. Maybe you're not such a baka after all. Remember, impromptu unpredictability and skilled ingenuity are what makes the 9 stances so formidable, added the regal beauty. Don't worry, I got unpredictability covered, proclaimed the young prank master. Good. Now I want you to reach one arm into my cell, said the Kyuubi. Once her student did so, she placed a manuscript into his hand. This manuscript contains the legacy of the lonesome hermit. Inside you'll find detailed explanations written in poetic poses, comprehensive illustrations on sword attack patterns, the human anatomy, and a map of all existing pressure points. I want you to turn to section on human anatomy and pressure points. You'll need to learn those first so you'll know where the vital points are in your opponents. I want you to turn to the first illustration and focus your mind on it. Once an enlarged image of a human body manifested on the wall, Kyuubi diligently pointed out every body part and its functions to her protege. Every limb, every digit, every organ, every bone, and every muscle. There were some awkward and embarrassing moments when certain body parts were explained and when gender differences were questioned and elaborated on. When they were finished with human anatomy and pressure points, they returned to the illustrations on sword attack patterns. Now imagine a sword, commanded his teacher. Whoa, reacted Naruto when a sword materialized in his right hand. Remember, this is your mindscape. Anything you say here goes. Well, almost anything. Training in your mindscape has its benefits. For one, time moves very slowly here. 1 hour in the real world feels like 5 days in your mindscape. Since you don't have a fleshly body in here, you do not need to eat or sleep and can make the most of your time training. Great, that means I'll master the 9 stances by the time I return to the real world, proclaimed the blonde. Hate to burst your bubbles, kid, but you'll only gain head knowledge with whatever you learned here. That is the biggest disadvantage of training in your mindscape. You can't retain muscle memory, speed, or strength because you are not training with a real body, explained the beautiful humanoid. Oh well, shrugged Naruto, that means I'll have to train hard in the real world so my body can catch up. That's the spirit, kid, commended the faux femme. Now project the illustrations in the book to the wall and imitate the sword thrusts of the stick figures. I'll correct your posture. In a spared bedroom at the sleeping quarters in the Sarutobi compound, Naruto's body remained motionless. The aged Kage and the bearded Junin sat next to the small whiskered blonde. Both donned on their favorite tobacco smoke as they engaged in a lively discussion. So you are telling me that this energy that some guardian monks used is more powerful than chakra? Exclaimed the older man with quirked eyebrows, his right hand holding his pipe. This evening kept getting more surprising for the aged professor. I'm not sure if that's the best way to differentiate chi from chakra, stated Asuma with a shrug. He went on to explain chi and chakra using the verbal imageries borrowed from the monks of the senior orders who had explained it to him. If chi exists in all of us, then why haven't you learned how to channel it? For that matter, why can't I? Inquired the Sandaime. To gain mastery over it, you must become one with yourself and your surroundings, and while you are learning it, you must rid yourself of any impure thoughts. At the time, I couldn't keep my mind out of the gutter regarding a certain teammate of mine, answered the bearded Junin while wiping a slight nosebleed. Oh yeah, how could I forget that accident you had when you were peeking at Kurenai in the bathhouse? Whispered the older man with a spaced-out stare and a drooling grin.
The bearded chain smoker's eyes twitched uncontrollably as he looked at his father. Though the steam was thick, through my crystal ball, I was able to make out the outlining of her heavenly curves, continued the older pervert whose hands traced a contour of his imagination. His face returned frozen in that same perverted expression. Dodd. Snapping out of his stupor, the Sandame's mischievous eyes widened slightly. He asked, "So son, you are really serious about this girl, huh?" "I admit that she's been on my mind, but I can't say if the feeling is mutual. Hell, I don't even know if she remembers me after my 2-year absence. Anyway, it's too early to say if anything will come out of this, but one thing I know for sure, I want to settle down and have a family of my own," confessed the bearded Junin. "You have my blessing, my son. You'll make a good husband and a good father. Just remember that life is short, especially for us ninja. We never know when we'll be called upon to sacrifice our lives for the sake of the mission or the village. Treasure every moment of happiness and don't leave missed opportunities so when your time comes, you'll have lived life with no regrets," imparted the aged sage. Trying to keep a face of innocence, Izoran jested, "You know, as the Hokage, I can set up missions for you in Kurenai so you'll get to spend some time with her." "Dad, I'm not going to give you open invitations to peek on us through your crystal ball. If I go out with her or anyone else, it will be at an undisclosed time and location." The older Sarutobi made no response as his perverted grin returned and remained plastered on his face. Dodd. Monastery of the Ancient Manuscripts. Sitting in the lotus position inside the meditation room, the Grand Master Abbot finally made a movement after so many days of leaving his body comatose while his mind traversed through realms of meditation. Opening his eyes, he saw a room with walls and doors covered with the talisman markings of the 8 guards. These markings were everywhere in the room, walls, floor, and ceiling, making it nearly impossible to enter or exit. The only way to defeat the talisman markings was from the inside, and only with a great deal of force. Gathering chi while making 2 wide circles with his rotating arms, he reined in his arms, rotated his wrists to form 2 palms perfect for striking, and thrust his palms toward the doors in front of him. The energy around him quickly entered into his body and was channeled into his palm strike. Even though he sat too far from the doors for his palms to actually make contact with them, the chi from the strike traveled the difference and slammed into the doors. The first wave of chi enveloped the doors to strengthen them from shattering under the overwhelming power of the palm strike. The last wave of chi carried the weight of 2 full-grown elephants and forced the doors open. There was a reason why the palm strike was called Elephant Palm. Outside the meditation room sat the 3 junior abbots, their shock clearly visible on their faces. They had sensed the incredible amount of chi being gathered, and they had channeled chi themselves to form a protective dome around them to shield them from the possible flying wood splinters from the sure-to-be shattered doors. Yet, they found themselves gaping at the perfectly intact doors while being pushed back several yards by the chi of the elephant palm. "Sorry, my dear apprentices," said the man existing from the meditation room. "I guess I don't know my own strength." The Grand Master Abbot was a man nearing his 70, yet, save the long white beard, he looked and acted as if he was still in the youthful vigor of his prime.
"Master Wang, we regretfully inform you that we have commenced his first apprentice."
"No need, Feng," interrupted Wang, holding up his hand to silence the younger man. "I'm already aware of the theft of the 2 ancient manuscripts. After all, it was a curse our monastery had to bear. Don't worry, Lu. I'm not going to fault you for losing the manuscript. Under the circumstances, the result would have been no different were it your 2 apprentice brothers guarding them." The youngest of the 3 junior abbots breathed a sigh of relief, while the middle apprentice looked shocked at how their master had pardoned so easily such an egregious mistake of unleashing 2 of the most powerful kung fu techniques into the hands of power-hungry thieves. "Zhu, don't be so hard on Lu," continued Wang. "Master," said Zhu. Realizing his own faults, he bowed before his teacher and continued, "I'm sorry my immaturity worried you." "Master, what are we to do?" asked Feng. "Do not worry, my apprentices. I have sensed that the manuscripts have found their rightful guardian, though he doesn't know about his destiny yet," reassured the Grand Master Abbot. He decided against informing them that it was yet unknown as to how the new guardian would fulfill the prophecy, for good or evil. "Master, did I hear correctly?" Zhu asked in surprise. "Did you just say, guardian, as in one person?" "Yes, he is the prophesied guardian of the 2 nines," answered Wang. It is written, every 10,000 moons rises one guardian over 2 nines. Behind him bowed 9 chis and 9 swords. Before him bowed fate and destiny. Master, what about the curse of the 200 years of suffering? Asked Lu. Lu, that curse refers to what could happen once the manuscripts got stolen by this monastery. If the guardian prophecy is accurate, then only the dual guardian could break that curse. Master, what does this guardian prophecy mean? Asked Feng. Only time will tell, said Wang. Meanwhile, as the current guardian of the 9 yangs of Qi, I must discuss this with the guardian of the 9 lonesome sword stances, Master Wu of Mount Wudang. Looking at his youngest apprentice, he commanded, Lu, send our fastest pigeon with a note to Master Wu, saying, Master Wang of the Monastery of Ancient Manuscripts would like your audience concerning the prophecy of the guardian of the 2 nines. Hurry. Naruto's Mindscape. Now that you've learned the postures on all the variations of all 9 stances, you are going to practice those stances until they become automatic, stated Kyuubi. She couldn't wait for Naruto to master them so she could test their claim to invincibility. Hold on, interjected the whiskered blonde. It seems like it's been forever in here. Geez, I haven't eaten or slept for how long now? Shouldn't I be allowed to rest, or at least return to the real world? It's been a little over a month in Mindscape world, but in the real world, you've been sleeping for a little over 7 hours, answered Kyuubi. You know I don't think I'm strong enough to hold a sword even. You sure you want me to practice these stances? Asked the 8-year-old. You're as dumb as they come. How many times do I have to tell you? This is your Mindscape. Anything your puny brain imagines is possible, Kyuubi explained for the umpteenth time, letting her impatience felt. Sorry, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head, so what do you want me to do, again? I'm going to go easy on you at first and gradually increase my attacks, reassured the humanoid beauty. The trick to mastering the 9 stances is to use it against a superior opponent. The better your opponent is, the more of the 9 stances power you unleash. Suddenly a life-size image of a younger version of the mesmerizing beauty appeared next to Naruto. Chibi Kyuubi was few years older and half a head taller than Naruto. The woman inside the cage explained, I can only project an image in your mindscape. To give it a solid feel, you must trick your mind into believing the hologram next to you is every bit as real as you are. As soon as Naruto nodded his head with eagerness, Chibi Kyuubi attacked. She started with slow attacks to let Naruto get acclimated in the sword stances. Naruto was barely getting by in the beginning, and that was only because Chibi Kyuubi did not press on his weaknesses and attack when he was clearly open. The purpose of the sparring was not for Kyuubi to humiliate an 8-year-old's lack of skill and experience. The purpose of the sparring was to teach, and Kyuubi knew effective training methods that teach without afflicting injury, unlike the crude humans and their terming a beating, training. At first Chibi Kyuubi only used basic sword stances, but once Naruto got used to the idea of fighting with a sword, she soon found herself using more complex sword dances. The skilled sword girl seamlessly switched her attacks to varying stances Kyuubi encountered during her vast existence. Without using any of the 9 stances, Kyuubi continued to use other advanced sword arts through her materialized projection to gauge Naruto's progress and the prowess of the legacy of the Lonesome Hermit. Naruto could not be happier. The 9 stances proved to be more awesome than he thought possible. The studies in human anatomy, pressure points, and the attack patterns proved to be most helpful. He was able to aptly read his opponent's intent of attack and provide counters before her attacks could be successfully completed, thus effectively thwarting her advancement and forcing her into defending his better-placed sword movements. Each variation of the 9 stances changed fluidly into another. The stab toward her solar plexus changed fluidly into a swing across her throat, and then it changed again into a slicing toward her advancing sword arm. Every time the girl tried to go for an offensive move, the 9 stances quicker and deadlier offensive counters would force her into a defensive stance. Guided by Naruto's ingenuity and prankster nature, the 9 stances bloomed to their full beauty. Once Naruto grasped the mechanics of the 9 stances, Chibi Kyuubi was never successful in executing any offense against Naruto. The exchanges between the 2 sword masters were graceful and thrilling to watch. Behind her cage, the humanoid beauty watched with a floored jaw. The fighters fell into a zone long ago, completely threw themselves into reading the moves of their opponent and adapting their stances accordingly. For the past 100 exchanges, their swords were moving at a neck-breaking speed and had yet to make contact. I didn't think this is possible, whispered the Kyuubi with disbelief. Finally seeing her chibi self losing, she added another hologram, this time one of her adult self, and double-teamed Naruto. Hey, not fair. Stop your whining, commanded the melodious voice behind bars. In your mindscape, you are not bound by physical limitations. You can move as fast as your prankster mind can react. Use your vivid imagination. Now show me you've got what it takes to be Hokage one day. Kyuubi continued upping her antics as she watched her charge became more apt in using the 9 stances. Gradually her holograms started to add other weapons and attacks into the challenge. She watched Naruto learn to fluidly transition between different stances. The blonde under pressure used the sword-conquering stance to defeat attacks made with long slicing weapons such as swords and katanas. The knife-conquering stance to defeat attacks made with short slicing weapons such as stabbing knives and tantos. The spear-conquering stance to defeat attacks made with long straight weapons such as yaris and spears. The whip-conquering stance to defeat slithering weapons such as whips and nunchakus. The kick-conquering stance to defeat all types of leg kung fu. The palm-conquering stance to defeat all types of bare-hand kung fu. And the missile-conquering stance to defeat attacks made by arrows and other throwing weapons. The last of the 9 stances was the energy-conquering stance and was not something Naruto could master in the mindscape. The Lonesome Hermit originally designed it to defeat opponents with highly cultivated chi. The principle behind this stance could be modified to conquer opponents with large chakra reserves. Kyuubi would later nickname this stance as the Madara Killer. Kyuubi only taught Naruto the principle and formula of how to practice it. Even so, Naruto still would not be able to train in it until he was taught how to channel chi and mold chakra. Once Naruto successfully held off and simultaneously defeated all 5 materialized fighters, Kyuubi called off all the holograms. Any more than 5 fighters teamed against Naruto would be pointless in an environment where one could not tire out. In the real world, sheer numbers could outlast one's opponent due to his being overcome by fatigue. However, in Mindscape, numbers only increase the frequency of attacks and the number of different attack angles. Any number beyond 5 fighters would only get in the way of themselves. The humanoid beauty reluctantly uttered her parting commendation, "You've mentally mastered the 9 stances. But, in reality, you are far from its complete mastery. You'll need to return to the real world to complete your training." Their training session had lasted 2 months Mindscape time, or 12 hours real-world time. Overall, the teacher and student could not have been better paired. Kyuubi was eager to teach, motivated by her budding maternal feelings toward her protege and deeply entrenched desire to strengthen her vessel to maintain her reputation and eventually to execute her revenge. Naruto was willing to learn, overjoyed to be bathing in the copious amount of attention showered by a beautiful woman. Both did not want this to end so soon. Trying to hold back his tears, Naruto mumbled, "Will we meet again?" "We will," reassured the motherly beauty. "I've got one more technique to teach you. I'll contact you again, but remember to train hard. You still need years of physical training for your body to move as fast as your mind thinks." "Don't worry, I'll be Hokage one day. I won't fail," returned a rejuvenated hyperactive shout. "Before I let you go, I need you to reach your hand back into my cage and return the manuscript for the 9 stances. Until you are strong enough, I'll remain its guardian." Once Kyuubi laid her hands on the manuscript, she unsuppressed her chakra and stopped channeling her chi. The first thing Naruto heard in the real world as he slowly regained consciousness was Asuma's question. The father and son team had stayed up all night watching Naruto and catching up on 2 years of separation. As the sun rose, the aged Kage's attention was back on Naruto and the guilt lingering in the back of his mind whether he could possibly do more for him. Seizing the opportunity on Asuma's desire to start a family, the aged ninja pounced. "You know, if you want to start a family, you could start small by practicing." "Dad, that's disgusting. I know Jiraiya and his books are perverted, but I didn't think he would stoop so low as to." "Ugh, don't you dare finish that sentence," shouted an irate Kage. Then he calmly stated with a dead certainty, "Neither I nor my student ever stooped to the level of Orochimaru and his perversions. Every woman in the Ika Ika series is of the legal age." "Then what do you mean by?" He did not need to finish asking the question for he already discovered his answer.
Seeing his father glancing from him to the boy resting on the bed, he answered his own unfinished question with another.
You want me to adopt Naruto? Someone wants to adopt me? Wait, he hasn't decided yet, thought Naruto silently to himself as he listened in to the conversation beside him. The aged professor was aware of the brief minuscule movement from the now awakened boy. Though his facial expression gave nothing away, he was grinning his widest inside. So Naruto, you are smarter than you let on. Since you've heard my plan for getting you a family, I'll let you eavesdrop on our discussion. But you got some questions to answer regarding what happened last night. Yo Pops. You there? Asked Asuma, waving his hand in front of his father's stoic face. Ignoring him, the older Sarutobi continued as if nothing happened. Well, what do you think? You know I don't see him as Kyuubi, responded the worried Junin as he took in 2 long carcinogenic puffs. I'm worried if I'm the right man for the job. Will I be able to instill qualities to make him a man of decent character? Will I be able to help him find his own Nindo? Will I be able to protect him from bigots who are blinded by hatred? I don't know if I'm ready for such a big responsibility. Asuma continued to pour out his heart as Naruto listened in and Sarutobi became preoccupied in his own thoughts. Damn it, Asuma. Why did you get that big mouth from your mother? Looks like I'll have to talk to Naruto about Kyuubi sooner than I planned. Naruto's handling this pretty well. In fact, no reactions from him. Even his breathing pattern gave nothing away. Either he's pretty good at eavesdropping or, wait a minute, does he already know? Could last night really have been caused by the 9 tails? Mulled the worried Hokage. Has the seal weakened? Despite Asuma's slip of the tongue, the fake sleeper remained unfazed, not giving away that he was already awake. While the boy was understandably upset with them for keeping Kyuubi a secret, he already got most of the shock out of his system when the transformed humanoid revealed this to him in his mindscape. At the moment his attention was captured by Asuma's emotional speech. For an orphan born not knowing his father, hearing the beard Junin talk about the anxieties and emotions shared by all new fathers opened his floodgates. A few years ago, Naruto swore to himself to never shed tears again. He accepted his fate and chose to stop giving his attackers the satisfaction of seeing him cry. Hearing Asuma talking about his feelings made Naruto wondered again what his life would have been like if he was raised in a home with loving parents. His dammed-up floodgate continued to rupture onto the pillow into which his face was buried. The blonde was still careful not to betray any of the typical bodily movements associated with crying. He wanted to hear more of this candid conversation. Perhaps his dream of having a family would soon be realized. Asuma waved his hand in his father's face again in exasperation. Dad, I'm sharing my feelings here, sounded a frustrated son. Don't tell me you're still thinking about Kurenai. As he said that last sentence, he inadvertently leaked out some killer intent through his frustration. Keep it down, Asuma, commanded the calm Kage. Of course, he had already noticed a disturbance in Naruto's emotion. We have more pressing issues on hand, right, Naruto? After quickly deepening his facial burial into the pillow, wiping away his tears, the aforementioned blonde turned to face them. Heh, responded the sheepish child while pretending to stuff a yarn. So you knew I was awake? He slowly seated himself aright and stretched as he looked at the Sandaime and his son. Tell us what happened last night, Naruto, demanded the commander-in-chief with all the seriousness of a leader overwatching the safety of his village. Two can play this game, thought Naruto with a mental smirk. Let me see how I can get you to talk about my tenant first. Naruto, that's what I want to know, old man. Where's my dessert? How did I end up here? Why is it morning already? Hurry up with your answers. I still need to play ninja with your grandson, spewed out Naruto. Not wanting to miss an opportunity to connect with Naruto, the naive Junin commenced. Well, you see, wait a minute, you didn't remember fainting during dinner? Cut the games, Naruto, commanded a stern Kage. Ignoring the Sandaime, Naruto turned to Asuma and asked, Are you really going to adopt me? I think you'll make a great father. Naruto, shouted the Sarutobi duo with Asuma finally caught on to Naruto's game, though he could not help being happy hearing Naruto saying that. Okay, fine. No games. But I'll show you mine, if you show me yours first, bargained the grinning blonde prankster. Both adults looked at each other puzzled, not quite sure what to make of that remark. On the way to Naruto's apartment, the copy Nin Kakashi came across the commotion in front of the once bustling Uchiha compound, which now reeked of blood and death. The uneasiness he stuffed away last night after his meeting with Naruto and the Hokage came back with full vengeance. The normally unfazed Anbu captain put away his favorite pastime reading when a subordinate reported to him Itachi's massacre of his own clan. Changing his course destination, he sped toward the Hokage tower. At the tower, the copy nin was greeted by Sarutobi Hiruzen's advisors and former teammates, Homura and Kaharu. Anbu-san, please remove your mask. And once he did, oh yes, Captain Hitaki, what can we do for you? Actually I was looking for the Sandame. Is he here? If you are here to inform him of Itachi's massacre of the Uchiha clan, we are already aware of it. The Hokage has scheduled a town meeting this afternoon to address the village of this unfortunate incident. As of now, Itachi has been declared an S-rank missing nin in the bingo book. He is considered ruthless and dangerous, and you are not to go after him. If you or any of your subordinates were to encounter him, you are to report back to the Hokage for further direction. Do not play hero or attempt kill or capture. Is that understood? Hi. Dismissed. Did you know my parents? Know what caused you to faint? I passed out after trying to see how long I can hold my breath. Did you know my parents? I found you in a baby basket outside my office door one night. What caused you to faint? I overheard that Orochimaru is eloping with Kurenai. Did you know my parents? I did, said an outwitted Hokage with a deep heavy sigh. Your parents passed away. Your father had sworn me to secrecy. I'm sorry, I want to tell you, but I promised to keep this secret until you become a Chunin. You wouldn't want me to break a promise, right Naruto? Is that the truth? Asked the determined blonde. The surprised expression on Asuma's face already validated the Hokage's claim to Naruto. It is, reassured the Sandame. Please believe me when I say that they loved you very much and that they didn't abandon you. A long pause hovered over the room. Strong conflicting emotions of relief and grief, happiness and sadness, stormed through Naruto. Silence was laced with these tense emotions while Naruto processed Sarutobi's words. Surprisingly, Kyuubi was not taking note of this or trying to take advantage of the seal's momentary weakness. The aged professor was worried about this too. To the aged Kage's relief, Naruto finally broke silence and returned the information exchange. I didn't faint. Kyuubi invited me to meet her and trained me in sword arts. What? Shouted both tobacco users. Huh, would you rather hear me say, Orochimaru eloped with Kurenai? Asked Naruto, oblivious to the import of his revelation. By the way, who are they and why did I hear their names in my sleep? That's not important right now, replied Hiruzen, after having quickly schooled his feature back to his commanding posture. Taking a puff from his pipe, he said, now, tell us what happened last night. For the next several hours, Naruto explained in detail and answered questions regarding the events that transpired in his mindscape. Kyuubi's appearance, how Uchiha Madara tricked her into attacking Konoha, her desire to train him to become a strong vessel, the legend of Lonesome Hermit, and a brief overview of the 9 stances. By the time Naruto finished recounting, the father and son duo had consumed the clan's entire sake supply. As Naruto recounted his mental experience, the Sandame carefully analyzed everything the blonde said. Did Kyuubi transform into a seductive beauty to corrupt the mind of an impressionable boy or to seduce him into liberate her? Regardless of the reason, I wish I was there to see how shapely her curves are. Wasn't Madara supposed to have been killed by the Shoden? If the demon fox was going to fabricate an excuse to merely gain Naruto's trust, she would have used a more plausible person as the perpetrator. Her claim to have been tricked by Madara was too far-fetching to be ignored. I've never heard of the Lonesome Hermit. Maybe my student Jiraiya, a hermit himself, has heard of him during his travels. Naruto's choice of words describing the 9 lonesome sword stances made him sound like an experienced sword welder. His use of advanced medical terminology describing certain human anatomy further proved that Kyuubi did train Naruto, though her reasons for doing so sound too innocent to me. Asuma too was having a similar mental mulling. A foxy beauty. I wonder how she compares to the angelic body of Kurenai. Damn it, I'm not a pervert. Gotta keep focused. Madara, isn't he the founder of the Uchiha clan? I'll ask Dad later. An invincible hermit? Sounds like a tall tale to me. 9 stances only? Huh, I bet my nephew can make up more stances in his sleep. Now back to the foxy beauty. I bet Lady Kyuubi is a feisty one. The 23-year-old Sarutobi was very easy for his friends to characterize. A chain smoker, yes. A procrastinating slacker, yes. But a pervert? Well, yes, but very few knew him as such. In fact, even fewer knew the real reason he left in a training mission was related to the accident with his female teammate Kurenai. Flashback: that accident happened one night as Asuma was returning home from a bachelor's party with Kakashi. As they passed Konoha's premier hot spring, they overheard Konoha's three most desirable kunoichis, Kurenai, Anko, and Yugo, discussing which men they would like to bed. Curiosity and inebriation got the better of them as they dared each other into hanging as civilian women and entering the bathhouse. Their plan was to put in few good words for themselves and better their chances in scoring a date with one of the Ice Queen trio of Konoha. As their hanged selves joined the kunoichis in the water, the silver-haired nervous drunk slipped on a wet rock and bumped Asuma in the back. At the time, Asuma was struggling to maintain eye contact while talking to Kurenai and Anko. Talking to the curvy genjutsu specialist and the exotic snake mistress without getting caught eye-feasting on their heavenly naked bodies was quite a struggle. His quickened heartbeats and his inebriation added to the difficulties of maintaining his henge. The bump from Kakashi pushed Asuma into a full frontal embrace with Kurenai. Since Kakashi and Asuma used mere henges, the anatomical differences between the two hugging nudes became immediately detectable upon contact. In effort to separate himself from the awkward but pleasant position and escape with Kakashi before the three notorious pervert bashers caught on to their act or dispelled their henges, the bearded drunk accidentally grabbed one of Kurenai's soft ample frontal mounds and batted an extended part of his lower body against the silky slender leg of the sadistic snake mistress. That was a dead giveaway that one of the new arrivals was a male under henge. Actually, Kurenai detected that both were under henge. Before Kurenai dispelled their henges, Kakashi quickly performed a kawarimi no jutsu, switching their bodies with logs, for their escape. "Get out of here, you sick freaks!" shouted Kurenai behind their shrinking silhouettes, though she secretly enjoyed their accidental hug. The drunken perverts were both very fortunate that to this day, none of the Konoha's top three pervert bashers knew it was them that day. What the escaping duo missed, and the Hokage caught in his crystal ball surveillance, was Anko's words to the other two kunoichis after they escaped. "Damn. Is that what I think it is that banged against my leg? We definitely have to add whoever he is to our to-bed list." End flashback. Since that event, Asuma was unable to look at his female teammate the same way again. Perverted images of her and Anko invaded his dreams. Soon, his uneasiness drove rifts in team dynamics and jeopardized the team's mission completions. When Asuma saw an opportunity to take on a long solo mission away from the village, he jumped, only to return 2 years later. His perverted dreams of the two kunoichis had lessened in frequency, but then again, he had not seen either of them in a long time. While Asuma was reminiscing, Naruto concluded recapping the events in his mindscape by saying, "And I have been taught the old hermit's 9 stances." "What do you mean?" asked Asuma. "I bet it was just a good dream you had. And the Kyuubi is a beautiful woman? Didn't you know that she killed off half of the village's ninja, including the 4th Hokage? And besides, aren't you a little too young to be looking at a woman like that? Hey, she may have killed a lot of people, but it's not her fault. Didn't you hear me? She was tricked," defended the blonde. "I don't believe you," Asuma taunted. "Fine, I'll show you," the blonde shouted back as he kicked off his coverings and jumped out of bed. Without the calmness and mental clarity that Yang afforded him in his mindscape, the whiskered blonde was left with a mind and all the unrestrained emotions of an 8-year-old deprived of affection or acknowledgement. He easily let his emotions get the best of him. Granted, his mind had undergone dramatic upgrades from spending time learning and answering questions from the 9-tailed fox. He had spent an equivalent of 2 months' time with a Biju many times smarter than he, discussing the kung fu of sword art and pressure points, going through analogies explaining complex ideas into everyday language. Still, deep down, he was an orphaned boy desperately wanting to show off and seek attention, thus, he was eager to show off. "Confident now, aren't we?" continued Asuma with a taunting smirk. "Can't wait to get your first beating from your adoptive father before my dad finalizes the papers?" "So you're really going to adopt me?" asked the hopeful blonde with glistering reflective cerulean blue eyes. Naruto was quite frustrated with himself right now. He and Asuma had just begun sparring using wooden sticks as swords. They were doing touch-only sparring.
No jutsus or chakra-enhancing blows were allowed. The spiky-haired blonde had started this sparring fully confident of his victory. However, he soon discovered himself issuing commands his arms and legs couldn't execute.
My arms and legs are not strong or fast enough to execute all the right counter moves. I bet they think I made the whole thing up.
At this moment Naruto stepped into Asuma's offense few inches from his chest. He wanted to thrust the wooden stick upward toward Asuma's heart, but Asuma landed a faster palm strike on Naruto's chest, knocking him backwards.
If this was in my mindscape, my sword would have been waiting for his incoming palm and injuring his hand. He wouldn't have a counter for it as he wouldn't be able to retreat in time. Instead of an easy victory, I'm sitting on my rear and holding my chest in pain. I wonder what Kyuubi would think seeing how I can't even land a strike against Asuma. Inside the sealed cage, in the center of Naruto's mindscape labyrinth, lay the snoring nine-tailed demon fox in her full bestial glory. Kyuubi at the moment was in deep slumber. Suppressing her demonic chakra within herself and compressing her gargantuan size into a small-framed humanoid for an equivalence of 2 months tired even the most powerful of the tailed beasts. In addition to the energy used to constrict herself, she had to use triple that amount to channel chi for that long duration. She would need 2 months, or 12 real-world hours, to recover from her exhaustion. Asuma was beside himself. A part of him wanted to be proud of his soon-to-be adopted son in showing a few brilliant moves while sparring, but another part wanted to beat the disrespect out of this boisterous child. He knew Naruto's disrespect was his way of crying out for attention, seeking acknowledgement. The bearded Junin could not and would not fault the lonely orphan for that. If he was to be honest with himself, the energetically loud and rambunctious voice of the blonde grew on him. Though, it still rubbed him the wrong way. Focusing his thoughts back to the one-sided spar, Asuma concluded to himself, this kid's sword movements are too good to be random lucky swings. Each stab and thrust is the perfect counter of my move, though I'm faster. But if he has my speed and strength, I won't have lasted 3 seconds with him. Give him 10 years to grow and train, and there won't be many who can put up a challenge against him. Pausing a moment, the bearded combatant asked himself, how is this possible? It must be true that Kyuubi trained him in his mindscape. But why would a bloodlusting demon do so? Could it simply be so that Naruto could carry out her revenge against Madara? Sarutobi watched on with all the decorum of a cage. His experienced body trained in self-discipline betrayed nothing of the pot of emotions inside him. Of course he was amused and even fascinated by this unknown sword art. True, Naruto was losing quite miserably, but the lethal efficiency of the 9 stances was still evident, even in his dismal application of them. More pressingly, however, Sarutobi was shaking with fright at the dire implications of Kyuubi communicating with her vessel. As the Hokage, he would use the self-sacrificing Shinigami seal if necessary, but could his conscience bear the weighty guilt of sealing the demon in another child who would no doubt experience the same village treatment Naruto received? How could he claim the unfortunate newborn from its parents and make it into a Jinchuriki? Surely no one who knew how Naruto was treated would willingly offer their child for this, not even Minato, should he be given a second chance. Despite knowing the overwhelming odds against him winning this sparring match, Naruto's fighting spirit did not waver. He remembered the beautiful humanoid's words. The trick to mastering the 9 stances is to use it against a superior opponent. The better your opponent is, the more of the 9 stances power you unleash. Naruto dug deep within the strength of his character and the essence of his yet unknown heritage. After his training with Kyuubi and his vow to avenge for his tenant, he resolved to not give up any more. No longer would he run away from mobs. No longer would he plead for mercy in the hands of his opponents. No longer would he be weak. Suddenly, the real-time equivalent of 2 months of memory he acquired in his mindscape flashed before his eyes. Flashback, oh yeah. I'll prove you wrong. I won't fail because I'm going to be the Hokage one day and get the village to respect me just like they do the old man, announced Naruto with a fierce, determined stare. Fine. I'll let you try, said the caged beauty with a feigned nonchalance. She opened the manuscript and read, the swordsman's 4 decrees. A swordsman is his sword. A sword is its wielder. A swordsman and his sword are one. A swordsman and his sword are none. You've got to learn about the theories of sword art first. No matter how you practice sword stances in your mindscape, you still can't condition your physical body. What I can teach you in here is the theory of sword art. To finish your training, You'll need to practice like hell once you return to the real world. Well, hurry up with your theories. I want to go back and train hard so no one will look down on me again," declared the boy with a renewed determination beaming through his cerulean blue eyes. The beautiful caged humanoid continued, "There are two types of sword masters. Those who carry a sword and those who don't. Sword carriers wield their swords like weapons, or tools in combat. The non-carriers move their swords like they move their arms or legs. Sword masters of the highest caliber do not carry their swords. They wear them like they wear their shoes. Their swords are part of their persons, an extension of their beings. So that's what being one with the sword means. What about the first two of the 4 decrees? How I can be the sword and how the sword can be me?" asked Naruto. "You'll learn to feel that way when you physically train with your sword in the real world," answered the faux beauty. "Oneness with the sword will get you far, but to be truly as great as the lonesome hermit, the last of his decrees says you and your sword must become none or invisible," continued her lecture. After answering several rounds of Kyuubi's probing questions, Naruto concluded, "So the highest form of sword art is to become none. In other words, to do it without using any stances." "That's correct." Kyuubi lectured, "Any layman can pick up a sword and swing wildly to give most of the experienced swordmasters a hard time because the layman doesn't use any stances that a swordmaster would recognize to counter. A layman's sword swings are irrational and unpredictable and thus has the initial upper hand against a trained opponent. But swings of a layman are soon defeated because they lack variations and done without strategic purpose. However, imagine if those wild swings have countless variations and are well placed against the opponent, aimed at any part of his body when injured could end his life. Not only would the opponent be forced to only defend once the wild swings start, he would eventually be defeated. Just so you know, the 4 decrees work equally effective in all areas of martial arts and jutsus," continued Kyuubi. "In a battle, any ninja can be defeated if you know ahead of time what jutsus they use and how to counter them. You'll become difficult to defeat, almost impossible, if you constantly remain unpredictable and use jutsus that are lethal and powerful enough to force your opponent to always be on the defense." End flashback. With a renewed determination, the 8-year-old boy tightened his sword grip and swung his sword, arching down and around in full circle, back to be joined in full grip with his other hand. With both hands, Naruto held the sword in front in anticipation. He called out, "Asuma, I know you can beat me because my body is not strong or fast enough to effectively use the moves of the 9 stances. So instead of continuing this pointless spar, why didn't you use this opportunity to train me instead, like Kyuubi-sensei did when she sparred with me?" Asuma was taken aback by Naruto's assertive request. However, he was not given an opportunity to respond. "Naruto, hold that thought. The 3 of us need to sit down and talk some more," interrupted the aged Kage. "But right now we have an important village meeting to attend to. You might want to come along." "What's this about, Dad?" asked his not even winded son. "We have a village-wide town hall meeting scheduled," answered the Hokage with an emotionless expression. "There's an important announcement I have to make." Elsewhere, sitting in the lotus position with his trusty sword resting by his right side, the skilled sword master slowly sipped his tea. Surrounding him were the calligraphy of the kanji for 4 cornerstones of the wuxia community written onto each of the walls: justice, loyalty, truth, and honor. On each of the walls hung 40 lit candles, separated equally into 4 rows. A total of 160 candles lit the room and acted as its only light source. He finished his tea and set his cup down. With both hands, he grabbed the cloth before him on the table and tied it around his head, across his eyes, blindfolded himself in the process. His right hand grabbed his sword as he leapt into action from his sitting lotus. As his body twisted in midair in the direction of his legs uncrossing from their lotus, he unsheathed his sword and swung it around the room at the candles lined up against the 4 walls, enhancing the execution and extending the reach of his movement with chi. The sword traveled through air, pointed to every candle in the room, and extinguished every one of them just as quickly. 4 complete revolutions later, he landed back into a sitting lotus on the spot where he had been before his performance. The room went dark, save the single flame on the tip of his sword. With another leap into the air, twisting in the direction opposite of his last, he used the same sword technique and relit each candle, all 160 of them, resheathed his sword, and landed back into a sitting lotus. 160 candles this time. That was 40 more than what he was able to do a year ago. Eventually he hoped to be able to handle 200 candles with this move, all while extinguishing and reigniting them all during one leap. Sensing one of his disciples' footsteps approaching, he removed his blindfold and leapt into the air and landed in a crouching position, upside down on the ceiling, using chakra to hold his place. When his disciple entered into his room with the goal of handing him an important message from Master Wang and met disappointment, Wu snickered silently at the boy's plight. Frustrated, the boy left his master's room, hastily going to the next. Master Wu landed on the ground silently and followed him. This will be so much fun to steal that message from him and then threaten to discipline him for losing such an important document. Stealing the message from his disciple was not hard. In his prankster mind, it was as easy as stealing candy from a baby. Wu, with the message scroll now in hand, let the unfortunate disciple continue his search. He read, Master Wang of the Monastery of Ancient Manuscripts would like your audience concerning the prophecy of the Guardian of the Two Nines. Guardian of the Two Nines. Wu, the guardian for one of the two nines, the 9 lonesome sword stances, was the headmaster of Wudang. Surprisingly, Wudang was a school of martial arts with no background history with the 9 stances. Instead, the school focused on kung fu derived from 9 yangs of qi, which its founder Zhang Sanfeng was highly influenced by. Zhang Sanfeng was the legendary kung fu master who invented the world-renowned Tai Chi methods of cultivating qi, overcoming tough opponents with gentle techniques, and wielding the sword with nearly no defensive weaknesses. Though Wu had become the guardian for the famed sword technique, the 9 stances, he was more of a fist fighter than a sword fighter. Wu became a direct disciple of the late and then aged Zhang, and his fighting style was greatly influenced by him. How Wu came to be the guardian of the 9 stances was a tall tale in itself. For the longest time everyone in the wuxia community expected Master Wang of the monastery, who was already the guardian of the 9 yangs by then, to become a dual guardian to the 9 stances, ergo, the long-awaited guardian of the two nines. Partly due to Wang's noble and benevolent character, partly due to how many schools of martial arts owed Wang favors or were recipients of his kindness, and partly due to Wang's own unmatched kung fu skills, very few dared to challenge him for the guardianship of either 9. One notable challenger was a ninja known as the Masked Shadow. Their battle was one for the history. Kung Fu versus Ninjutsu. Qi versus Chakra. Skills versus Bloodline Limit. 9 Yangs versus the Sharingan. Wang and the Masked Shadow battled evenly non-stop for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, Wang's self-replenishing qi outlasted his opponent's supply of chakra. Masked Shadow fled before Wang dealt him the finishing blow. They had not met again since then. Despite everyone's urging for Wang to fulfill the prophecy, Wang himself never wanted the dual guardianship. It was not in his character to be greedy or power-hungry. However, to fulfill his honorable duty, he would have accepted the position should the manuscript for the 9 stances chose him for the position, but alas, that was not meant to be. Wang was very happy when he detected the manuscript's aura gravitated toward Wu, and in essence choosing him to be its guardian. Wu's chanced meeting with the manuscript was all due to a prank, the first and only, so far, in the history of the monastery, he was trying to pull on the monks during his one-time visit with his master Zhang Sanfeng. He later found out from reading the manuscript that the previous guardians of the 9 stances, including their creator the Lonesome Hermit, were all pranksters at heart. To learn the 9 stances, one must be a prankster at heart. 9 stances played off the creativity of their user and the user's ability to read and react to the opponent's anticipated movement. Thus, Wu was the ideal candidate as the guardian of the 9 stances, whereas Wang was not. It had been a while since the last time the two masters met. He, that means I get to see Wang again. His monks and he need to loosen up a bit. Another prank is in order, and I have plenty of time to think of a good one, too. But first things first. The urgency of Wang's message told him that it was time to get serious. Wu's fun-seeking spirit was slightly dampened by the fact that his prank would have to be somewhat abridged from what he had originally planned. He called out to his disciple, Shen, I'm right here. Startled, but very relieved to have found his master, he snapped his head towards the direction of Wu's voice. I see that you have a message scroll from Master Wang of the Monastery of Ancient Manuscripts. Wu said with a straight face while pointing to the small fake scroll that he had used to switch with the real one. Let's head back to the Great Hall where all disciples must be gathering. You'll get the honor of reading its content aloud. Seeing a genuine smile on Chen's face along with a sincere thankful nod, Wu almost felt bad continuing his prank. Almost. In the Great Hall, the disciples of the Wudang school gathered in anticipation of an announcement of great importance. They had all been made aware by the receiver of the pigeon that the bird carrier was the faster one of the monastery, and that meant an urgent message from Master Wang to Master Wu. Quite a few of the Wudang disciples were friends with a few of the monastery monks. By the look on their faces, one could tell that they were worried for the safety and well-being of their comrades. Those who had no acquaintances in the monastery were worried for another reason. If a powerful enough threat existed that could cause alarm for their allies in the monastery, then the threat must be a formidable one that they too would need to be on guard against. All the disciples were relieved to see their master enter the great hall with their fellow apprentice brother, Chen, in tow. Since many of you are aware that we've received an urgent message from Master Wang, let's have the message read by our very own and the newest addition to our school, Apprentice Chen. Some of the senior apprentices silently snickered when they heard the playful tone in their master's introduction. They put on their best straight face while eagerly anticipating the prank their master had in store for Chen. Throat clearing, I, Master Wang, have sensed through my overabundant qi that a chronic bed-wetter recently enrolled in your school. A brief pause and an audible gulp. Please be advised that you'll need to have extra fresh sheeting on hand. Some snickers in the background. You'll probably want to keep this message a secret so your enemies won't use this weakness of his in combat. Those who snickered were struggling to hold in their laughter. Master Wu, Chen, the new addition into the Wudang school, said with a naive, worrisome face, I'm sorry my weak bladder worried you and Master Wang. Soon all the students completely lost control and burst into laughter. Even Wu himself gave in to laughter as well. Soon, his laughter would fade, though, when he would have to explain to his students what the real message said and why he would be visiting the monastery for a month. However, right now he treasured these moments of innocence when his disciples could still be kids, not having to worry about the bad guys in the horizon. As the Sarutobis exited the doors of the clan compound, Naruto spotted his guardian Enbu leaning against a tree, reading a book with an orange cover.
Wow, someone who has the same passion for orange as I do. I wonder if it has any good bedtime stories. Maybe I can get Asuma to read it to me as my first bedtime story, thought the naive blonde, showing one of his rare genuine smiles. He called out, Doggy-san. What are you reading? Any good stories in that little orange book?
A huge sweat drop appeared next to the copy Nin's face mask. Yeah, but you're too young.
As the female members of the Sarutobi clan began advancing on the reinstalled Anbu captain, cracking their knuckles, promising the dog-masked Nin pain for publicly displaying adult literature, the Sandaime saved Kakashi from further embarrassment by telling the women, hurry and follow me. We don't have time. Then, with an amused grin, eyes glancing at Kakashi, the Sandaime added, you too, Doggy-san.
Seeing how his old friend's embarrassment deepened, Asuma let out the laughter he could no longer restrain.
Good to see you too, Chimney-san, greeted Kakashi, using a nickname he coined for a smoker of an old friend. Chimney-san sounds too formal. Dad, would it be alright if I call you Chimchim-san instead? Suggested Naruto a little too innocently. Konohamaru, who was walking next to the orange-clad boy, snickered.
Naruto, don't you dare. The copy Nin turned to Asuma, arching his eyebrows behind his Anbu mask, and asked, Dad?
In an undisclosed location, an orange-masked traveler and his short follower entered an underground cave lit by torches protruding from rocky wall orifices. A stoic man with spiky hair and large randomly scattered piercings in his beautiful but otherwise emotionless female companion greeted them.
So, Madara, I gather the mission was a success, said the waiting male as the two approached him. Yes, Pain, and I've brought along a new member, Uchiha Itachi, replied Madara. Did you find those two manuscripts? Asked the female stranger. No, Konan, was the older Uchiha's only reply. Their exchange caught the attention of the younger Uchiha. Meanwhile, Itachi examined the two strangers with his activated Sharingan.
From Konan's attire, postures, and choice of weapon, or the lack thereof, the jet black-haired teen concluded that the kunoichi was not there to contribute to the secret organization's combat prowess. Her specialties were either in tracking or surveillance. While it was difficult to detect her true skills based solely on first impression, the former captain of the Leaf Anbu was confident of his assessment of her.
Itachi's opinion of the spiky-haired blonde, however, was very different. He could sense Pain's strong chakra signature and concluded that he was definitely a combatant powerhouse. His body piercings could be related to his jutsu specialties or his combat skills. As the teen prodigy continued his silent assessment of the male's seemingly random piercings, his spinning tomode eyes eventually locked gazes with the commanding blonde's swirl-blazing eyes. Preparations for the meeting took longer than Sarutobi had anticipated. Rampant rumors speculating what happened to the Uchihas the previous night only complicated matters. It took a lot of convincing from the Hokage and his two personal advisors to reassure several prominent clans that proper security measures would be taken and that their safety was guaranteed. Their demands to increase village security were reasonable, as many were afraid that the Uchihas had been wiped out by enemies from the last great ninja war. The Naras made logical arguments that the ones responsible for the Uchiha massacre could take advantage of a town gathering and attack when Konoha was at her most vulnerable. Even if Sarutobi was doing in what he thought was for appearance sake, he understood the importance of allaying fears and reviving village morale. As the Sandaime issued orders from behind his desk, Asuma and Naruto sat in his office while the rest of the clan members waited for the announcement in the village courtyard, along with rest of the village. The aged Kage wanted Asuma there to get him re-acclimated to ninja business after his 2-year departure. Naruto was there to get a preview of what it would be like to be Hokage, should he still want the job when he reached the required age and skill level. The tag-along duo sat silently in the Hokage's office, each occupied in his own thoughts. Naruto's view of the commander-in-chief, whom he affectionately dubbed Old Man, went up a couple of notches that evening. The impressionable child watched how the Sandaime interacted with his subordinates, issued commands to the ninjas filling the room what their assignments were and how they were to respond to suspicious activities, and reassured clan heads and other villagers that no harm would befall them when they attended this village-wide meeting. Each and every one of the villagers respected their Kage and entrusted their present safety and future outlook to him. Naruto, for the first time since he started announcing he wanted to be Hokage, truly could think of doing nothing better than becoming the Kage of Konoha. Reflecting on his own shortcomings, his mixed feelings for the village that was both his home and hell, and how the villagers viewed him, he realized what an arduous journey he had ahead of him. Asuma's feelings toward his father were more complex. He recalled his mixed reaction as a child when he found out his father was appointed as the Hokage. A part of him was proud of his father for achieving what few could. For a while, Asuma basked in glory of his father's name on the streets and among his friends. Even his senseis gave him preferential treatment as the son of the Hokage. Soon, however, these courtesies became stale and alienated his friends from him. The then lonely teenager wanted and needed his father, but had to share him with frequent and important meetings and the daily demands of running a hidden village. Just when relief came in the form of the Yondaime, it was quickly stolen away by the Kyuubi attack. As he reflected on how immature he had been, the 23-year-old now looked sadly at his aged father and carefully examined him and remembered his every detail. Every facial line, every strand of gray hair, every expression, and every gesture. Who was to say how much longer his father would live on? Who knew when he too would have to sacrifice his life to protect the village? A life of a ninja, especially a Kage, could be a sacrificially tragic one. The courtyard before the Hokage Tower was the most crowded as it had ever been. Every citizen of the hidden village of the Leaf was told to gather here for an important announcement from the Hokage. Normally, most families, civilian and ninja alike, would send representatives to attend the typical village-wide meetings on their behalf. However, this afternoon was different. By now everyone had heard the rumors about the Uchiha clan. Mystery, fear, and uncertainty saturated the atmosphere as they pondered what was to happen to Konoha now that one of the most powerful clans was wiped out, save one survivor. Sarutobi stood on the balcony of the Hokage Tower, overlooking Konoha and her people gathered together in the great courtyard below. Borrowing a line from a great orator, the wizened Hokage stretched out his arms and began his speech. Friends, Konohans, and countrymen, lend me your ears. Asuma, Naruto, and several close associates of the Hokage remained there while the rest of Konoha listened attentively as their leader and protector explained to them the tragedy that was the Uchiha massacre. Sometime last night, Uchiha Itachi killed every single ninja and civilian of the Uchiha clan, save one, his younger brother, an 8-year-old boy named Uchiha Sasuke. As unfortunate as it is to learn of the death of your parents and relatives, Sasuke also found the slain bodies of family and relatives. He is currently recovering from psychiatric trauma at the hospital. After a brief pausing for some sympathetic mutters from the crowd, the Sandaime continued. As of now, Uchiha Itachi is listed as an S-rank missing nin. However, with the Uchihas killed, our ninja force was greatly reduced, and we cannot send any hunter nins after him. Even though we do not know conclusively why he did what he did, we found several disturbing mental degradations starting last year when he entered Anbu service at a tender age of 12. We believe that those mental volatilities resulted from too much exposure to the harsh reality of ninja and Anbu at too young an age. To prevent this from happening again, we'll be revising the Ninja Academy and institute minimum age requirements for each rank advancement. Effective immediately, the Konoha police force, formerly manned by the Uchiha clan, will be permanently dissolved. The daily safety of the village will now be part of the combined efforts of Anbu and Junins. We will also be expending Anbu reserves to meet these new demands, while relocating normally Anbu missions to Junin and Chunin teams. I can assure you that under my leadership as the Hokage of our hidden village of the Leaf, the safety of our village will not be compromised, our prosperity. Sarutobi Izoran was sitting in a council meeting with the heads of the major clans in Konoha. The town hall meeting had gone better than anticipated. The Sandaime's public announcement went a long way toward restoring the villagers' confidence and morale. Konoha would live on. Izoran had dismissed Naruto and Asuma shortly afterward in anticipation of the clan heads exercising their right to call a council meeting. He would have to talk to the newly adopted father and son tomorrow. The guilty feeling of neglecting Asuma in lieu of fulfilling cage duties returned from its 2-year absence to weigh heavily on his heart. Hokage-sama and the Honorable Council advisors, thank you for taking time from your busy day to meet with us. The clan heads of Konoha, repeated Hyuga Hiyashi, the standard meeting opener by rote. Yes, Hiyashi-san. It is our pleasure and duty to meet with you and work together to ensure the continued safety and prosperity of the sovereignty of our hidden village, returned Sarutobi the mandatory formalities. 2 items were on the docket that night: Uchiha Sasuke and the reallocation of duties from the extinct Konoha police to the ANBUs and Junins. What to do with the Uchiha survivor was difficult to decide. The difficulty laid not in a lack of viable solutions, but rather in how to choose the best solution that everyone could agree with from a plethora of suggestions. Hiyashi argued that the Uchiha clan came from a branch of the Hyugas to begin with, and as the only remaining clan with a dojutsu, his clan was the ideal choice to adopt the surviving Uchiha. How can anyone verify your claim of Uchiha's origin? Argued Danzo. According to the now deceased Uchiha clan head, their historical scrolls made no statement to such origin. Smiling at how other clan heads agreed with his reasoning, he moved in for what he thought would be best for Konoha. Hiyashi-san, why don't you make public the Hyuga's historical scrolls? If you are so bold as to claim the Uchihas as an offshoot of Hyuga branch members, surely the rest of the village would want to see proof. HMPH, was Hiyashi's grunted response. Then the War Hawk proposed his own sound suggestion. Why don't we place the Uchiha in my root program? His Sharingan is too valuable a tool for Konoha not to develop it to its full potential. My training program will make him Konoha's ultimate weapon without the downfall of the emotional volatility. The Hokage quickly answered, no, doing so would only produce another Itachi. But Hokage-sama, that's not even true, was what Danzo wanted to finish the statement with. No, and that's final, shouted Sarutobi before Danzo could let that slip out of his mouth. The Nara clan head quirked his right eyebrow at the Hokage's uncharacteristic outburst, but made no comment. Then the Sandaime calmly volunteered his reason. His mind is too fragile right now. I'm afraid he'll grow up bent on being an Avenger. Giving him power at such a young age when he hasn't come to terms with his hatred would only lead to his downfall. Hokage-sama, if you are worried about Sasuke's fragile psyche and his dark mental outlook, my clan would be the best choice for him, offered the Inuzuka clan head. Our clan's affiliation with dogs as lifelong companions and teammates fosters the perfect environment to ensure a healthy mental outlook for the already mentally fragmented 8-year-old. Also, my son Kiba, who's Sasuke's age, would be perfect as a friend and playmate. Hijiran nodded. Sum-san, I think we can all agree that it would be the best interest of the boy to be adopted into a stable and structured family life. Historical lineage aside, I don't think that putting him as a branch member to the Hyuga clan would be in his best interest. I think the council's acceptance of your generous offer would prove to be in the best interest of mending the surviving Uchiha's mental volatility while providing him a structured family life and the core value of friendship and teamwork. That sounds all noble and good, grumbled Hiyashi, but who's to say that Sume or any of the potential foster family wasn't doing this so they can breed the Sharingan or use it to enhance their own bloodline limit? How dare you to imply wrong motives in my kind gesture, shouted Sume. Concealing his eyes behind shades, Aburame Shibi concurred. Hiyashi's fears are grounded on the logical analysis of how greed can taint even the purest of intentions. I move that whichever clan ends up adopting the Uchiha child cannot arrange a marriage between the child and anyone in the adoptive clan. After agreeing to Aburame's stipulations, the voting went around the room. Danzo and Sume were the only two willing to take Sasuke into their care. Sighing, Nara Shikaku declared, "This discussion is pointless. It doesn't matter how we all think would be in the best interest of the boy. Shouldn't he have a say? I mean, we're not talking about an infant without preconceived notions of likes and dislikes. This is an 8-year-old, and one already with a shattered psyche. Forcing him into a decision he ends up not liking could do more harm than good." Danzo pounced on another opportunity to recruit the last Uchiha into his route and said, "I think Nara-san makes a valid point. We should give Sasuke choices." Sighing at not being able to do much more than that for Itachi's little brother, Izorin finally approved the council's decision and facilitated the meeting to the next item on the docket. To Danzu's chagrin, the Sandaime had proven once again that he was worth his weight in gold. A charismatic leader, a motivating orator, a seasoned politician, and a capable meeting facilitator. Despite how the crippled war hawk frequently disagreed with Sarutobi's policies of peace over war, the root leader knew his old rival was the better choice as the Hokage, for now. After the council meeting ended, Danzo remained in the meeting room with Sarutobi and his other two personal advisors. Utatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura were former genin teammates of the Sandaime under their Junin sensei, the late Nidaime Hokage. Their years of working closely with Izorin made them the Hokage's most trusted advisors. Often, like earlier today when they received Kakashi in the Hokage's office, they had the Sandaime's authorization as acting Kage in his absence or in the event of his becoming unavailable to serve. Many times during meetings, the Sandaime would sit back and observe while his two former teammates acted as his mouthpieces. Kaharu often made no secret of her emotions, while Homura's legal mind was pensive and collected. As Izorin waved goodbye to the last departing clan heads, he reflected on the overall success of the meeting. True, the Uchiha adoption issue did not go exactly how he would have wanted, but it was as good a conclusion as he was going to get from the council. Because of fearing a repeat of creating another Itachi, the council gave the Sandaime unanimous support for implementing the needed changes to the Ninja Academy. The last item Izorin sprung on the council was his announcing Asuma's adoption of Naruto. Danzu's was the sole objection, citing Naruto as another viable candidate for his root training. By then, everyone was tired from a long day of dealing with issues first within their own clans and then with the already long into the night meeting. Wanting to conclude the meeting, clan heads overrode Danzu's protest and acknowledged Asuma's adoption without incident. As the Hokage finished his musing on the previous meeting, he returned his attention to his three advisors. After the Hokage opened the advisor meeting with his perfunctory remarks, he directed his attention toward Danzo. "Tell us about Itachi's mission last night." Itachi killed those responsible for the treasonous crimes of planning and attempting to execute a coup against Konoha, summarized Danzo. The Uchiha's plan to kill the clan heads and take over the council was thwarted. The village safety was maintained, and chaos avoided. Overall, Itachi's mission was a success.
"But why did Itachi have to kill the civilians too?" complained Homura. "We thought you said that the innocent would be spared."
"The only ones that we could definitively classify as innocent were those children not yet old enough to graduate from the Ninja Academy," explained Danzo. Unfortunately, Uchiha Sasuke was the only person to fit that category. All others, ninja or civilians alike, were likely to have heard of the coup or were guilty of these treasonous acts. We just couldn't take any chances of leaving someone alive to plant the same treasonous thoughts into the impressionable mind of our sole surviving and innocent Uchiha.
"But again, that wasn't what we four had agreed upon," retorted Kaharu, letting her emotion erupt into her remark.
Finally breaking his silence, Sarutobi quietly said, "But it didn't have to be this way. Inoichi, though unaware of our reasons, was willing to perform mind-erasing jutsus. Tell us, who gave you the idea that it would have been better to kill the civilians? Maintaining his composure without compromising his inward nervousness to the three, Danzo uttered, "About a month ago when we assigned Itachi this mission, I sent out 6 of my best root agents to look for a missing nin known as the Masked Shadow. Are you telling us that you went behind our backs and hired a missing nin to assist Itachi?" asked Homura. At the time I had my doubts about whether Itachi was the best choice for this mission, whether he, though a very accomplished 13-year-old prodigy, was willing to choose village over family and kill his parents and relatives, explained Danzo. This was too important to the welfare of our village to leave things to chance. So you ended up hiring him, exclaimed Kaharu. How were you able to find him? I've heard he can't be found if he doesn't want to be. That rumor proved true, explained Danzo. I didn't, or rather, my root agents didn't find him, he found them. How did they verify this was the Masked Shadow? Inquired Homura. That was the question posed by the squad leader, replied the War Hawk. The Masked Shadow's answer was a demonstration where he swiftly killed the other 5 root nins and then told the squad leader to give me a message to meet with him here on the Red Bridge overlooking the river, where genin teams meet for the morning. What? That S-rank missing nin was in Konoha, shouted Kaharu. Unlike her male counterparts, she had long since lost her composure in this meeting. Tell us about meeting with the Masked Shadow, commanded the Sandame. Danzo recounted. Flashback: the day before their appointed meeting time, the crippled veteran stationed several of his root agents in strategic positions around the Red Bridge and up and down the river bed. No, Danzo was not afraid of his own safety. Having received his crippling wound at a very young age when he fought in the Second Great Ninja War, the experienced warrior was willing to put his life on the line for his village. His precautions were to prevent this S-rank missing nin from endangering any Konoha citizen while he was temporarily allowed in the village. At the appointed hour, Danzo arrived at the Red Bridge to find the S-rank Masked Shadow already waiting for him. Without turning to face the crippled War Hawk, the mercenary for hire spoke through his orange mask. You must be Danzo. It was not as much a question as it was a statement. Since I don't sense my subordinates nearby, you must have already taken care of them, reasoned the old veteran. No doubt you've already found out what mission we are willing to hire you for and its compensation. I'll do the mission, but you'll not need to pay me, volunteered the masked nin. I'll find my compensation in the Uchiha compound. But I have 2 stipulations. I get to kill all the Uchihas and take Itachi with me when we're done. He'll be labeled as a missing nin anyway. At least with me, we can watch each other's backs. Why must you kill the children and the civilians? Asked Danzo. Itachi agreed to this mission because the young and civilians would be spared. Besides, I don't have the authority to sanction an Uchiha genocide. And as for your second request, Itachi will have to decide that himself. Ha 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 ha, was the orange-masked assassin's sinister reply. You are a clever one, aren't you? Let's stop the games. We both know that a total genocide is the only sure way of eradicating these treasonous thoughts. But to appease your superior and peers, tell them that only those innocent of treason should be spared. Unfortunately, in this accursed clan, only one merits such classification due to him being the youngest and not yet a ninja. I believe this one is also Itachi's little brother, so it is he I'll spare. Very well, please leave the village upon mission completion. I hope you'll never set foot into this village again, replied Danzo. I hope so too, replied the slightly depressed Masked Shadow. His departing visage soon blurred into the shadows. End flashback: the Hokage and his former teammates were shocked to learn that Danzo had compromised village security by allowing an S-ranked assassin to enter the village. Danzo, for going behind our backs, your actions are treasonous. Furthermore, you've endangered the safety of our village by contacting and allowing entrance of a very dangerous missing nin, spoke Homura, sounding aloud the thoughts of his former teammates. But I'm not the traitor here, defended Danzo. The Uchihas were. Remember, they planned a coup d'etat. Not only would they have killed the Hyugas but every council member, including all of us in this room. I did what I felt was necessary to increase the success of Itachi's mission. Don't you see? My actions support my loyalty to our village. Even if your motives were in the best interest of our village, you still acted presumptuously, circumventing our authorities, reasoned Izorin calmly. We are not saying your motive was treasonous, but your surreptitious actions were. And as for your defense in upholding the safety of our village, that too is fallacious. What guarantee were you given that this missing nin wasn't going to do exactly what the Uchihas had conspired to do, killing every council member and several major clans? Interjected Kaharu with blatant displeasure. At this Danzo was silent. He hung his head in defeat. The Sandaime looked at his advisor and sighed resignedly. Then in a quiet voice he said, "Danzo-san, please wait outside while we deliberate your punishment." Hi. After a brief deliberation, Danzo was called back in. As the meeting chairman, Sarutobi declared, "Ultimately, the end does not justify the means.
Our decisions are final. For your many years of loyal dedicated service to Konoha and under the circumstances behind the reasons for your actions, we have decided not to pass the usual judgment befitting treason. However, we hereby remove you from your position as a council advisor and further demand that you disband your root Anbu. You may still remain in the council, serving as a member, but no longer as an advisor. Do you accept our decisions? We strongly advise that you do."
With a stoic face showing no outward emotions, he said, "I accept." The first words Kyubi heard as she awakened from her slumber were the Sandaime's greetings to the citizens of Konoha. Realizing this was important, she listened to how the events played out for her surprise visitor, Uchiha Itachi, and learned of the Uchiha massacre. Why did he leave his brother alive? She mumbled. Then, she heard Sarutobi's excuse of why they would not be going after Itachi. She remarked, "Humans actually believe this nonsense of an excuse? They've become more gullible than they were when I roamed freely." Thinking about her freedom, or the lack thereof, quickly dampened her spirits. She looked up again when she heard Sarutobi's fabricated theory of how Itachi supposedly became psychologically unstable. "So that's how you choose to handle this mess, huh, you old prune? Nice save, Sarutobi." Looking around her cage caused her depression to deepen. "It's lonely here all by myself," she admitted to herself with a sigh. "I wondered what happened to Naruto after my exhaustion claimed me." Silently she searched through his memory and watched the past 12 hours of her jailer's life. After spending a mindscape equivalence of 2 months with Naruto, she realized how lonely her past 8 years had been. Those years had her consumed with rage as she replayed over and over her own imprudent mistake that resulted in her imprisonment. She had let her emotions get the best of her when she met Madara, and he easily manipulated her into a vulnerable position and cast a genjutsu on her. Though she had harbored no ill will toward Konoha when she attacked, she felt no remorse in her heart for the death of the many that night. She might, had they not attacked her first. From her point of view, the damages she inflicted on Konoha were a little excessive, but justified. Had there been bystanders in her cage, they would most likely have been quite confused by the strange expressions that played across her face as she pondered these things.
From Naruto's memories, the Gargantuan Biju found the one-sided sparring match amusing. Even though Kyubi knew all that mental training would have done little to none in strengthening Naruto physically, she was still disappointed how much was there remained to be done to prepare him to be her avenger. The Nine Tails cared not whether Naruto became Hokage as a byproduct of her own purposes for him.
Then she heard in Naruto's memory, "Why don't you train me Asuma, like Kyubi-sensei did?" The Kitsune remarked, "Good, so he did realize he needed Asuma to train him. Wait, did he call me Kyubi-sensei?" As she continued to go shuffle through her jailer's memory, she came across the words her vessel said in her defense. It's not her fault, she was tricked. At that moment, she felt something she had never experienced personally before. This feeling was not completely alien to her because she observed it in how other animals took care of their young. "Has my motherly instinct finally awakened, or is this something different?" asked Kyubi to no one in particular. While she pondered over what an awakened motherly instinct meant for her as a Biju, her thoughts drifted toward how unnatural her experience was with Chi when she suppressed her demonic chakra. She was puzzled as to why she was relatively kind in her speech and action toward her vessel, even though Kyubi no Kitsune had meant her jailer no harm. As a fierce-tailed demon, she did have an image to maintain after all. Concluding that there was more to Chi than she had first thought, she transformed her body back to the regal beauty, picked up the Nine Yang's manuscript, and began reading with a renewed purpose. Kyubi remained demon herself in this humanoid form, rather than reverting to the kind sensei Naruto had met. She could only assume this was because she wasn't suppressing her chakra or channeling chi. The sole Uchiha heir had chosen not to be near the village courtyard during the town hall meeting. Right now, Sasuke could be seen crouching with his arms around his knees and leaning against a wooden post in the private training ground of the Uchiha compound. Unlike what the Hokage had announced during the town hall meeting, Sasuke was not resting in the hospital, from where he had soon discharged himself. Last night, in a world created by an advanced form of the Sharingan, Sasuke saw his brother murdered his parents, his older cousins, his relatives, and civilians. When Sasuke asked his brother why, Itachi said that he did it to measure his power. Then, Itachi told Sasuke to live in hatred and for revenge. The final parting words to Sasuke had been to kill his best friend so he too could obtain the ultimate Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Fortunately for Massacre Survivor, the Mangekyo user did not want to put the boy into coma. Otherwise, he would have been unconscious in the hospital for at least 1 month. Reflecting back on that vision, the confused boy still could not fathom the actions of his once doting brother, who had been not only someone who watched over him, but someone whom he worshipped. As tears rolled down his face, Sasuke whispered, "Brother, why?" Emerging from the wood area, a masked person clothed in a black cloak with red clouds walked towards him. The sudden appearance and the gradual advancement of this stranger startled Sasuke. As the figure closed the distance, the massacre survivor noticed that the man reminded him of someone he had possibly seen disappearing with his brother last night. So that wasn't merely my imagination after all. Once Sasuke rose to his feet, the mysterious person darted into a nearby ally. The 8-year-old gave way to chase, but found the ally empty. Once outside the Uchiha compound, the mysterious figure dropped his henge. This is the best I can do to warn him not to believe in the manipulated truth he was fed last night. Now I need to find the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Asuma had dropped Naruto off at his old apartment to pack for his move to the Sarutobi compound. The bearded Sarutobi told his recently adopted son that he was going to pick up some ramen from Ichiraku's and meet him back at the compound. The new father's kind gesture elicited the expected excited jumps and shouts of jubilation from the blonde. This exchange did much to brighten the mood for twosome after a grueling day. Coincidentally, Ichiraku's ramen bar was not just the right choice, it was the only choice since every eatery in the village closed that night. They had to set up many extra tables to accommodate the huge turnout. The waiting time was long, as many had also decided to order out. Having already placed his orders, Asuma seated himself and went into deep thoughts about Naruto and the private conversation he had with his father when the adoption papers were finalized. Flashback, "Dad, who were Naruto's parents?" asked Asuma. "You know better than to ask a question you can't have the answer to," responded one irritated Hokage. "As I told Naruto, his heritage will be made known when he becomes Chunin. You and the rest of the world will find out then." "You know that he seems to resemble the late Yondaime-sama," Asuma pondered aloud. "Take away Naruto's whisker marks and give him 15 years of growing. He would probably end up looking like the Yondaime's twin." "Asuma, Dad, why did you nudge me to adopt Naruto?" asked the puzzled Junin, quite irate himself. "I may act laid back or slow, but I'm smarter than I look. If Naruto has such a great heritage, why should I adopt him, love him as my own, and later to lose him to his better and rightful heritage? I'm not confirming or denying your speculations, but I do understand where you are coming from," reassured the father his son. "I can't make any guarantees on the future and neither can you. However, I can tell you that even if what you fear comes true, it's better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all. Besides, how do you know the boy won't recognize your part in his life after learning his true parentage? He already knows to expect its revelation, yet he was still very happy to learn you want to adopt him. I don't think you are giving the boy enough credit. Naruto won't grow up to be that kind of a person, not if you or I have anything to do with it." End flashback. Those thoughts were broken by the laughter of two angels about whom he frequently dreamt, the curvy genjutsu specialist Kurenai and the exotic snake mistress Anko. Images of their heavenly bodies flooded his mind. Slightly parting his lips, Asuma's lit cigarette dropped to wherever gravity pulled it. The angelic duo sat a couple of tables to his right and were already finished eating their meal. As Kurenai got up to leave, she turned her head toward her left. Her wavy luscious hair whipped playfully to the other side. Upon recognizing his signature beard, she walked towards her old teammate and called out, "Asuma, you're back?" Her melodious voice awakened Asuma from his stupor as the burning sensation near his privates registered in his brain. Quickly he stood and brushed off the offending object nervously like an awkward teenager picking up his crush for their first date. While the recently homebound Junin continued to embarrass himself in front of his former teammate, the skimpily clad Anko slithered sultrily to Kurenai's left and announced her presence with her own seductive laughter. While looking down and trying to cover up a cigarette-burnt hole with his left hand, Asuma absent-mindedly extended his right hand to greet Kurenai with a handshake. His former teammate, however, was already moving in for a hug. Her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when Asuma's right hand squeezed her left breast. Instantly memories of what happened that night in the hot spring 2 years ago washed over her. Her suspicions were confirmed when she heard his faint whispers of how her breast was as soft as he remembered. Angry and embarrassed, Kurenai slapped her former teammate's face and yelled, "It was you in the hot spring?" Sensing no denial from Asuma, she continued, "So that's why you left?" Without waiting for a response, she stormed away from him. Once her best friend had gone far away enough, Anko made her move. Even though she knew there was a possibility that the two former teammates had developed feelings for each other, Anko wanted to stake her claim on a person who ranked high on her to-bed list. She closed in on the distance between them and reached her hand out, using her skilled fingers to tease Asuma's beard up and down his jawline. "So," she began, "you were one of the perverts that dared to pull that on us that day. Judging by how excited you were, you must have liked what you saw." Just when Asuma's head started to tilt backward, readying to be blown back by a massive nosebleed, Anko snaked her left arm around his neck and pulled his head to her eye level. With a satisfied look in her eyes, she said, "I don't like men not keeping eye contact when I'm talking to them. I'm going to make sure Kurenai is okay first." Taking in a whiff of his minty tobacco scent, she winked playfully and continued, "When I get back, I'll give you a punishment you'll never forget." Asuma mumbled incoherently while sweating profusely and trying to stay conscious. "This rugged look is fitting on you," complimented Anko as she looked him up and down one last time before leaving. Then her gaze remained on his crotch. She asked, "Are you making a fashion statement with that cigarette-burnt hole? You know I don't like people dressing more provocatively than I do." As she walked away, she swayed her hips subtly and continued to laugh sensuously at his expense. Since the adoption papers for Naruto had been finalized, Kakashi was no longer assigned to watch over the little boy. At this moment, however, Kakashi's thoughts were far from Naruto. "Why did you do it, Itachi? Could it really have been too much stress, especially after Shisui's death, or is there something else? Why didn't you seek my help?" During the copy nin's internal musing, he walked aimlessly with his face buried in his little orange book. As he came to the corner of the block, he collided with a fuming Kurenai heading away from the direction of the Konoha's popular ramen stand. Another pervert," exclaimed Kurenai pointing to Kakashi and his book. The notorious pervert basher was already frustrated after discovering her former teammate's involvement in the hot spring incident. Unleashing her newly intensified fury against the smut reader, she cast a genjutsu on him and continued her journey to a tavern. A few steps later, Kurenai dawned on a satisfying smirk as she heard Kakashi's screams. "What is this? Is that you, guy? Why are there so many of you? Why are you all in speedos? No, stay back. Don't come any closer, Kai." As the Sandame headed toward his family compound, he reflected on all the activities of this most unusual day, beginning with Naruto and his tenant. Izorin was not surprised that Kyuubi would try to contact her jailer. He was surprised that she succeeded. When Minato designed that seal, he intended it to prevent the Nine Tails from harming his son. So it must be true that the demon wasn't trying to harm the boy last night. I think it'll be best to keep Naruto's training with Kyuubi a secret. I'll talk to Asuma about that." With a calculated look, Izorin continued his musings. Maybe the Nine Tails really was tricked into attacking Konoha and was equally a victim in that tragedy, fated to be sealed inside the Yondaime's legacy. He felt very uneasy at the thought of Madara being alive. I need to dig into his background and his issues with the Shoden and Konoha. When the exhausted village leader entered the compound, he thought back to Danzo and the Pandora's box he'd opened. Even though we've been lenient with Danzo's punishment, I have a feeling he will hold a grudge against me. And that masked shadow, there are just too many questions. Why? What did he want from the Uchiha compound? Was it merely the money he took from there, or was there something else? And does he have other hidden agendas? With a deep sigh, he muttered to himself, "I'm getting too old for this. I better go check on my grandsons. Continuing his footsteps with renewed energy toward the sleeping quarters, Sarutobi mused with a smile, "Grandsons, I like the sound of that." His first stop was his newly adopted grandson's room, only to be disappointed by an empty bed. "Naruto? Where are you?" 3 hours earlier, after the town hall meeting, Asuma dropped Naruto off at his old apartment to pack his personal belongings. The bearded Sarutobi wanted to stay and help, but the boy insisted on doing this himself. The adoptive father figured that Naruto just wanted some alone time to reflect on the day's activities, as he found himself needing to do the same. Naruto's apartment was not comfortable or decent by any living standard, but it had been home to him for the past 3 years of his life. The apartment did not always look run down, but some overzealous villagers put the decorating touches on it for him. Despite living in what many his age would consider a dump, Naruto still appreciated the kindness the third had shown him in procuring him the living quarters and paying the monthly rent. It was now time to say goodbye to his old lonely home and move in with his adoptive family. The former orphan looked around the sparse room with mixed emotions. As Naruto robotically packed away his belongings, his mind wandered back to the events of this most unexpected day. His thoughts landed first on the Uchiha massacre. Why were all those people killed? Could this have anything to do with Weasel-san's departure? And why were the killers so cruel as to have an innocent boy witness the carnage only to be traumatized, possibly, for life? Uchiha Sasuke. I bet he's a lot like me. Next, the Jinchuriki reflected on his tenant. Looks like the fox was right. The amount of time I spent in the mindscape did little to improve the outcome in an actual fight. I need to get stronger so my arms and legs can keep up with my mind. I wonder what other technique the fox lady had in mind to teach me. It's probably from another manuscript with a cool story behind it. Will I get to see her chibi self again? Don't worry, Kyuubi, I'll right the wrong done to you and me and this entire village. I'll become the new guardian of those manuscripts and kill Madara. Finally, packing his last items, the former orphan's thoughts went back to his new family. I almost lost it back there when Gigi admitted he knew my parents. I guess it's best to wait until I'm emotionally mature enough to handle knowing my heritage. It looks like I don't have to be alone anymore. I now have a dad, a grandpa, and a kid brother. There will probably be people hating the Sarutobis for doing this, but then the old man is the Hokage. People have to respect him. I'm going to work doubly hard and take that job from Gigi. People will have to respect me then. On the way to the Sarutobi compound, Naruto walked with his eyes on the road, his mind still buried in his thoughts. Absent-mindedly, the boy bumped into a standing body mass. Lifting his head to apologize, Naruto made eye contact with the person and suddenly found himself back in his mindscape. "Naruto? Where are you? Who are you looking for?" asked a figure as he emerged from behind the entrance door. He was wearing a standard Konoha Anbu mask with a weasel design printed on it. Sarutobi Izoran spun around and did a double take. "What are you doing here? You can't be seen here. Wait. You're too short to be, Itachi." Catching his tongue before it slipped, the aged Kage quickly took a deep breath to compose himself. "I'm too old for this," he muttered. "Remove that mask, Naruto." Slowly, the infamous spiky blonde hair, whiskered birthmarks, and foxy grin emerged from behind the weasel mask. Once his face was completely revealed, the 8-year-old's grin vanished as he said, "We need to talk." "That we will," sighed Sarutobi, beginning to show signs of wearing down, "but it's already way past your bedtime. How about you, Asuma, and I meet first thing in the morning? I have important things I need to discuss with you both anyway." "Okay, but you'll have to hear this tonight. You won't believe whom I bumped into on my way here from my old apartment." "Naruto, please, I really am tired. Tomorrow?" Izoran said with a small yawn. Now that he was sure his adoptive grandson was okay, the events of the long day were beginning to catch up with him. He was so eager for bed, in fact, that it was easy to assume that the weasel mask was just another of Naruto's pranks. "A certain acquaintance of ours who gave me this mask as a parting gift," continued Naruto, ignoring the old man's pleading. Hijiran's exhaustion left him instantly. Without another word he closed the door, locked it, and then cast a small jutsu to ensure their privacy. Then he sat next to his adoptive grandson on the bed and said, "Tell me exactly what happened." Flashback. Once he made eye contact with the stranger, Naruto found himself in his mindscape standing before the nine-tailed demon. This was Naruto's first time seeing Kyuubi in her full fear-inspiring gargantuan body. However, he did not have time to register his fear as he sensed the presence of another. The Jinchuriki did not understand how a stranger he bumped into could invade his mind, but he immediately readied himself for combat. Formulating a sword with his mind, Naruto grabbed firmly onto the newly materialized object and charged towards the stranger, only to come to a screeching halt as the stranger brought up his hand and signaled for him to stop. Lesson number 1. It's very foolish to charge at someone blindly without knowing their skill level or whether they are friend or foe, admonished the intruder with an obviously faked voice. Naruto nodded like a student would when he was agreeing with an instructor. Heeding the older male's advice, Naruto calmed down and assessed the mysterious person standing before him. The intruder stood almost 2 heads taller than Naruto. He wore the standard Konoha Anbu attire, with a katana strapped behind him, though he was missing the mask that Anbu always wore. His relatively young-looking face could not hide the maturing effects of having seen and performed many killings. With practiced ease, the intruder unsheathed his katana to match Naruto's sword. "It appears someone has taught you how to hold a sword," teased the intruder. But from the look of things, that person wasn't a very good sensei. Kyuubi roared from within her cage in response to the insult. Her anger shook the entire mindscape. "You leave her alone," demanded the self-appointed guardian of Kyuubi. Unconsciously positioning himself between the intruder and the cage, Naruto said, "Leave my mind now, or you'll be sorry." Rather protective, aren't we?" Pausing to observe reactions his offhanded comment garnered, the intruder continued on with his goading. "I guess you'll just have to make me." Unlike the previous mindscape experience, Kyuubi had not channeled chi. Without the positive effects of chi, Naruto easily allowed his emotions to get the best of him. The Biju vessel charged forward while performing a sloppy sword thrust. Capitalizing on Naruto's haste, the Anbu-clothed stranger grabbed and twisted Naruto's right wrist to loosen his sword grip. Once the sword left contact with Naruto's grip, it vanished into non-existence. With ease, the stranger tossed Naruto against the bars of Kyuubi's cage. The young man's eyes betrayed his disappointment and annoyance at Naruto's childish attempt. Lesson number 2. Never lose control of your emotions, ever. As if on cue, Kyuubi chimed in from behind bars. "Remember what I've taught you. Let your sword art do the talking. This is your mindscape. You cannot lose, though you never know against a Sharingan user. An Uchiha." "Sharingan?" questioned Naruto. "I don't know what that is, but it won't matter much. My 9 stances are undefeatable. I even beat 5 of you." A surprised look appeared on the Uchiha's face. "Don't be too cocky, brat," retorted Kyuubi with a small snarl. She might want her vessel to become the strongest shinobi ever, but she was not willing to admit being bested by a human, a child no less. "I was training you, not giving you a beating. My doppelgangers took it easy on you. They didn't exploit any of your numerous openings. You're facing a real opponent now, and you have to take it seriously." What the Fox Demon did not disclose to Naruto was that she and her doppelgangers had held back only in the beginning of their spar. Once Naruto took to the 9 stances, he was able to overcome his opponents on his own, using his mastery of the sword art. Naruto looked down at his empty hand and watched as a sword materialized in it once more. Staring down at his reflection as it looked back at him from within the shiny blade, he tried to recall his months of mindscape training with Kyuubi that he'd gone through the previous night. Suddenly, the words of the swordsman's 4 decrees echoed within his mindscape. A swordsman is his sword. A sword is its wielder. A swordsman and his sword are one. A swordsman and his sword are none. With a burst of speed, Naruto appeared suddenly in front of the Uchiha. After his humiliating defeat in the spar with Asuma, Naruto was eager to fight again in his mindscape, where his rules reigned supreme. Here, his smaller stature and weaker physique did not matter, as long as his imagination could compensate for those handicaps. The Kyuubi vessel utilized the first 2 of the 9 stances, the composite stance and the sword-conquering stance, aiming one of their variations at the intruder's right eye. When the Uchiha raised his katana to parry away Naruto's sword, the blonde twisted his wrist, avoiding a clashing of weapons, and aimed his sword at the intruder's heart. Using another hand holding the sheath to his katana, the Uchiha swung it over to deflect Naruto's second aim, only for Naruto to change aim again, causing his sheath to strike air. Shock registered on his face as he saw Naruto's sword inching toward his right eye again. This time, because of his current awkward position caused by overbalancing himself from both misses, he had no way of defending himself. Having no choice but to leap backwards to avoid the blonde's deadly aim, the Uchiha activated his Sharingan in midair, and upon landing, he leapt forward into the fight again while making continuous offensive slices with his katana at a blinding speed. The mantra of the four decrees commenced chanting its second cycle, the echoes resonating off the walls in Naruto's mindscape. Naruto launched a forward stab at his opponent's left kidney before he landed and disrupted the Uchiha's barrage of offensive slices. Unable to sidestep the younger fighter's attack midair, the older fighter brought his katana down to deflect the incoming attack and hit air. The more experienced fighter tried 5 more times to complete his offensive strikes. In each attempt, the Sharingan wielder had to recall his katana from completing the offensive attack so it could defend against the faster and more lethal stabs of the blue-eyed boy. Finally the Uchiha landed from his leap. Swordsman. Once his feet found ground, the Uchiha rolled to his right to avoid another of Naruto's lethal attacks. After 3 more failed attempts in executing an offense against the younger fighter, the Uchiha was forced to totally abandon all pretense of offense and focus solely on defending himself against the unpredictable and deadly strikes of the Kyuubi vessel. While it was true that a Sharingan user was able to see things in slow motion and allow its wielder longer reaction time, it could only predict movement when chakra was involved and when the opponent mentally projected his attacks. Most fighters mentally pictured their attacks before executing them, but the mental projections could only be read by the Sharingan through eye contact. Furthermore, they gathered chakra to the muscles needed to perform the attacks. For example, an increase in chakra concentration in the thigh and calf muscles indicated the fighter's intent to jump. Thus came to light one of the weaknesses of the Sharingan, its dependency on reading the opponent's chakra. If the opponent was able to mask his chakra, or to purposely gather chakra elsewhere in his body, he could mislead the Sharingan into anticipating a non-existing attack. Lesson number 1. Said Naruto with a smirk, while imitating the intruder's faked voice. It's very foolish to charge at someone blindly without knowing their skill level. His pride slightly wounded at having his snide comment thrown back at his face by an 8-year-old, the intruder charged again and said in the same phony monotone, "Playtime's over, you little runt." Sword. A sword is its wielder. 6 quick exchanges were made. The lonesome hermit of the 9 stances, however, did not have the Sharingan nor did he care about chakra. He focused on kung fu and the basics of the human anatomy, the one thing that no fighter could mask, body language. And body language gave away a fighter's intent. For example, the slight tightening of the calf and thigh muscles gave away the fighter's intent to jump or kick. It did not matter if or where the fighter gathered chakra, his muscles must prepare in a certain way before performing the jump. The students of the 9 stances learned the intricacies of the human anatomy so they could, among other things, anticipate and counter their opponent's every move. Swordsman. 5 more attempts at wounding his opponent were dodged, and Naruto found the elusive Uchiha annoyingly fast and nimble. Even though he had an inkling that this intruder was not there to harm him or his prisoner, Naruto was not going to let up his attacks until he found more to his theory than just gut feelings. To the Uchiha's dismay, Naruto's 9 stances were quite formidable. The younger boy easily had the upper hand against the older, more experienced, and nearly twice as tall fighter. The older fighter was at his wits' end about what to do. With only a limited supply of chakra, he could only last a few more minutes in Naruto's mindscape. And he needed all the time he could get, considering that he still had a message to deliver. And lesson number 2, Naruto said in a mocking mimicry of the intruder's annoying voice as he sent another stab towards his opponent's face, "Never lose control of your emotions, ever." Throughout this whole exchange, Kyuubi had a bystander's objective view of the sparring. It was abundantly clear to her that the 9 stances were superior in every way to whatever ninja skills Itachi could throw against Naruto. Kyuubi knew full well that Itachi was severely handicapped by his inability to use ninjutsus and genjutsus in Naruto's mindscape. So the eventual outcome of this sparring match would not prove Naruto stronger than Itachi. Rather, it would prove again the supremacy of the 9 stances over any form of weaponry techniques. As she continued to watch Naruto's creative utilization of the 9 stances, she recalled what she read from the manuscript about the lonesome hermit, the originator of the 9 stances. When the student of the 9 stances gained complete mastery over his sword art, he became just like the lonesome hermit, unbeatable in any weapon-to-weapon and hand-to-hand battles. So far, the only obstacles preventing Naruto from complete mastery in the physical world were his inadequacies in speed and strength, both of which he would grow out of. However, in his mindscape, those obstacles mattered not. In his mindscape, Naruto had complete mastery over the sword art known as the 9 lonesome stances. Sword or 1. A swordsman and his opponent twisted away from the thrust and barely was able to parry the follow-up. He clearly needed to get some space from the blonde, but Naruto wouldn't give him the breathing room to do it. After dodging 3 other near misses, with the last one being too close to his groin for comfort, the Uchiha jumped back twice, collected himself, held up his right hand, and used his real voice to shout, "Stop Naruto-kun. Kyuubi, tell him who I am. Sword or none. Why? After all those earlier comments you made about me and my charge, why should I not let you get a beating?" Upon hearing the playful tone in the fox's voice and recognizing the familiar voice of the boy before him, the echoing chant of the swordsman's 4 decrees stopped. "Kyuubi-sensei," Naruto called out, turning his head slightly so he could look over his shoulder at the cage behind him while his opponent remained in his peripheral vision. He did not lower his sword just yet. "Who is this guy? Is he who I think he is, or is he the guy you want me to kill?" The whiskered blonde finally realized the difference between a student-sensei sparring match and a full-fledged fight. Before him stood possibly the most dangerous man alive, if he was the Uchiha Madara, who was powerful enough to manipulate the 9-tailed demon. All the suffering he had gone through, all of the villagers' hatred that came from the loss of their loved ones during Kyuubi's attack, the loss of Naruto's chance to know his own parents as other kids knew theirs, and the loss of what would have been his normal childhood innocence, all of it came together to fill Naruto with overflowing righteous fury. He was ready to execute justice. All he needed was the go-ahead from Kyuubi. "Relax, Naruto. He's not Madara." Those simple words set off 2 sighs of relief. Naruto, for not having to kill yet, and the other, for not having to dodge the boy's deadly and unpredictable attacks again. "But he is an Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi," Kyuubi explained gently. Naruto's eyes widened. "Weasel-san is Itachi, the traitor." Flashback interrupted. "Itachi," exclaimed Sarutobi as he interrupted the narrative. "Don't worry," reassured Naruto. "Weasel-san told me about his secret mission, and I don't hate you for doing what needed to be done." "You don't think it was cruel and uncalled for?" inquired the worried Cage. "A lot of people would have gotten killed if you didn't do it, right?" Naruto replied. "And it's not like you wanted anyone who wasn't a ninja to get killed. That was Danzo and Madara's fault." Sarutobi frowned. "Madara? I thought Itachi was working with a missing nin called the Masked Shadow." Naruto shrugged and nodded. "Same guy. Kami," Sarutobi whispered under his breath, his wrinkled face openly displaying his shock. Naruto shook his head vigorously, his little blonde locks whipping back and forth. "You haven't heard anything yet," he said as he continued his story. Flashback resumed. "So do you understand why I had to do what I did last night?" asked Itachi after he had explained his Anbu identity, his real purpose of visiting Naruto the night before the massacre, the mission he was ordered to do, and the complications of adding the Masked Shadow, Madara, into the mix. Naruto nodded and said, "Yeah, Weasel-san, I can understand why you had to kill the bad guys, but why did you team up with the worst bad guy of them all?" He bit his lip and swallowed hard as he waited for the information, and his stomach, to settle. Unsure of the reason behind his nervousness, Naruto unknowingly tightened his sword grip. He tried to will himself to do what was necessary should Itachi admit to being the traitor everyone thought he was. "Simple," answered Itachi. "Someone needs to spy on him, and I'm no longer welcome in Konoha anyway." Of course the former Anbu captain noticed the sudden tightening of the blonde's sword grip. This only brought a smile to his face as he saw in him a glimpse of his former privately hired sensei, Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto wanted to ask him more about the mission, but decided against it. A brief awkward silence followed. Finally, Kyuubi broke silence and asked the obvious question. "If you were here, wouldn't Madara know you're missing and get suspicious?" "I'm not really here," answered Itachi. Seeing the puzzled look on their faces, he continued, "I'm really a cage bunshin that was made in secret last night before the real me left with Madara. My time is limited by what little chakra I have left. I came to deliver a message to the Sandaime, but neither he nor I can afford for us to be seen together. Instead, you are going to be my messenger." Itachi already used more chakra than he had expected to in his spar with Naruto. Flashback interrupted. "A message for me," exclaimed Izoran, interrupting Naruto once more. "Gigi," shouted one exasperated 8-year-old, "if you interrupt again, I won't continue anymore." "Sheesh, you're beginning to sound like Konohamaru," teased the adoptive grandfather. "Gji, I'm not doing it anymore," said Naruto with a childish pout, inwardly enjoying the brief light moment that interrupted the serious narrative. "Yeah, just like Konohamaru. Okay, sorry, if you continue, I'll buy you lunch at Ichiraku's tomorrow." Flashback resumed. "Remember this, Naruto-kun," continued Itachi. "Deliver this message only to the Sandaime. You are not to mention to anyone else this message or that you've seen me in this village. If you did, the village will brand you a traitor without giving you a chance to defend yourself, and because of your special condition, people will demand your blood for what happened to the Uchiha clan." "Okay, I'm ready." Itachi began. "Good, now look into my eyes. I'm going to seal this message into your memory with my Sharingan. My time is very limited now." Focusing his cerulean blue eyes into Itachi's red Tomoed eyes, Naruto heard Itachi's voice burned into his memory. "Hokage-sama, Danzo has made some questionable decisions since his contact with the masked shadow last month. For one, he had some of his root agent infiltrate Anbu as his spies. Secondly, he made no plan of complying with your order to disband Root. He is not to be trusted anymore. Please keep an eye on him."
Uchiha Madara is not dead. He is the famed missing nin, the masked shadow. He is powerful and very dangerous, especially to Konoha, whom he carries a grudge against. Also, he seemed to want my brother Sasuke for his own. I can't completely confirm this, but the evidence favors my suspicions. He tricked my little brother into believing that I was the only one there last night by using a powerful Sharingan genjutsu called Tsukuyomi. The genjutsu spell took place in Sasuke's mind, where Madara had total control over what Sasuke experienced in the technique's make-believe world. There he also told Sasuke to kill his best friend to get the most powerful Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan.
I'm not quite sure why he sowed the seeds of hatred into Sasuke. I'm beginning to see how manipulative and conniving he is. No wonder he was able to trick the Kyuubi and used Tsukuyomi on her to force her to attack Konoha.
A low rumble echoed in Kyuubi's chest as she did her best to suppress the growl that begged for release. She would have scolded the Uchiha for bringing up that unpleasant memory, but decided against doing so since the cage Bunshin had nearly depleted its chakra. Of course, Kyuubi's slight reaction was not recorded into Naruto's memory, as the only voice heard by him while under the influence of the Sharingan was Itachi's.
The recording continued in Naruto's mind. Madara is gathering missing nins to form a secret organization called Akatsuki. He needs 10 members, and so far he has 5, including myself. Your wayward student, Orochimaru, is among the 5. I'm not exactly sure what Madara plans to do with the Akatsuki. Whatever it is, it can't be good. The night of the massacre, Madara was at the Uchiha compound, searching for 2 manuscripts. I believe they are the ones I gave Naruto-kun 2 nights ago. Currently they are in the safekeeping of the Kyuubi. I think Madara fears the powerful techniques they contain. Somehow he can sense their presence if Naruto-kun was to unseal them from his mindscape. Please help him develop his mastery of the techniques described in them to his full potential. Whatever you do, don't have Naruto-kun take them out of his mindscape yet, at least not until he has mastered them and becomes strong enough to defeat Madara. At this point, the Bunshin started to flicker in and out of existence. Sensing his low chakra reserves, the clone ceased chakra flow to his Sharingan. Reaching into his attire, he pulled out his Anbu mask that his real self left behind before leaving with Madara and tossed it to Naruto. Naruto-kun, here, a parting present to prove to Hokage-sama that you've talked to me. Train hard and grow stronger to protect everyone. Watch out for my little brother. Don't worry, Weasel-san, promised Naruto as he caught the mask. I won't let you down. Then he was forced out of his mindscape to see the stranger in front of him vanish in a cloud of smoke. End flashback. Naruto, that's a lot to take in, even for me. How do you feel about all this? Asked Izoran once he was sure Naruto had finished relaying Itachi's message. I don't know, Gigi, answered the exhausted blonde with evident anxiety and frustration in his voice. Life keeps getting weirder and weirder. First, I'm the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi no Kitsune. Then, I'm Kyuubi's Avenger. And now Itachi expects me to keep Madara from getting his hands on those manuscripts. I'm never going to be a normal little boy, am I? Grandson, I believe you were destined for greatness the day you were born. You inherited the potential for greatness from your parents. It is in your blood. When he said this, the grandfather lifted his grandson and placed him on his lap. Embracing Naruto in a hug, Sarutobi rocked him as he said soothingly, "Don't worry. Even if the sky falls down, Asuma and I will be there to hold it up for you. No matter what lies in your future, we will be right there with you." Slowly the anxiety-filled boy melted into his grandfather's embrace. A moment later, he was asleep. Seeing his adoptive grandson had fallen asleep in his arms, Izoran placed Naruto in his bed and tucked him in. Before leaving the sleeping boy, the Hokage made a mental note to ask him about the manuscripts after they had their meeting with Asuma. The next morning found Asuma and his father in Naruto's room behind a privacy jutsu, barring their confidential meeting from prying eyes and ears. After a brief conversation about how Naruto had slept his first night in his new home and how he felt about his room, the newly reinstalled Junin turned the conversation towards a topic he thought his son would be more excited to talk about. "So, Naruto," Asuma said as he leaned casually against the wall of the room, "tell me why you want me to train you." "I want to grow stronger," replied Naruto with a frown, thinking the answer was obvious. "Why do you want to grow stronger?" inquired the Sandaime. "If I'm stronger, I can become the Hokage, and the villagers will respect me," answered the whiskered blonde. The two men were silent for a moment, giving Naruto a breather. Then, Asuma asked, "What if the villagers never accept you? What if you never become the Hokage?" "Nani? Dad, why couldn't I become the Hokage?" asked the depressed boy. Looking down, he asked, "Is it because of what's inside of me?" "Naruto, because of what's inside of you, you are a hero to Konoha. So, of course you can be Hokage." "I'll make sure of it," reassured the Sandaime. Then, he explained, "Asuma asked those questions to let you know that those are not good enough reasons to get stronger and train harder." "They aren't?" the spiky-haired blonde asked with a frown. "Then what would be a good reason?" "The will of fire," answered the professor. "The will of fire?" repeated Naruto this unusual phrase. "It is the spirit of Konoha's past, present, and future. The will of fire shines brightly in the examples of the previous Hokages and in the spirit of the ninjas who sacrificed their lives for the good of the village and the protection of their precious people. Every day in this village the will of fire is passed on from the older generation to the younger, from the Junins to the Genins, and from the instructors to the students. Like Konohamaru, you too will inherit one, our will of fire," explained the professor with a gentle smile. "Really?" Naruto asked. He suddenly felt a little more proud of his place in this new family. Not only was he now a son and a grandson, but he was also the person to whom they would pass something exceedingly precious, if he understood the Sandaime correctly. "Naruto, when I train you, I want you to remember that you are getting stronger, not for the selfish greed for power," Asuma said in a solemn voice, "but for your desire to better protect the village and your precious people. As I warned those of this clan who chose the way of ninja before you, I now state the same warning to you. If at any time I sense that you have become bent on greed for power, I will personally end your career as a ninja," declared Sarutobi in all seriousness. "Being a part of this household affords you free access to our voluminous clan library of ninja techniques, and I can't allow such power to be abused." "I understand, Gigi," answered Naruto. "I will find my precious people in this village, and I will grow stronger to protect them in the village. I'll be stronger than all the previous Hokages. I'll protect everyone with my life." In an apartment a few blocks away from the Sarutobi compound sat two kunoichis eating breakfast. Today was Anko's turn to cook and Kurenai's to do the dishes. Anko made scrambled eggs and dango. As they ate, Kurenai vented her frustration to her friend about discovering Asuma to be the pervert at the hot springs 2 years ago. "I don't think I can ever forgive Asuma for that," said the crimson-eyed genjutsu mistress who still could not get over having her trust betrayed by her former teammate. Being somewhat of a sadist, Anko had a simple and, to her anyway, natural suggestion to help her friend feel better. "Let's treat him to our pervert humiliation special," she said with a wicked smile. "We could let Yugo in on it as well, since she was equally a victim in that incident." Still hung up on feeling betrayed, Kurenai picked up her dining knife and shouted, "Ugh! That bastard! Let's castrate him." "Whoa, sister, hold on," said Anko, looking a little uncharacteristically nervous. "You may never forgive him, but that doesn't mean I won't. Who knows? Those family jewels might come in handy in the future." The last few words were said a little quieter, almost under Anko's breath. They were so out of character with the normally sadistic Kunoichi that they caused Kurenai to look up sharply. Her red eyes stared at her friend until Anko blushed and looked away. Kurenai smirked and rolled her eyes. "So I was right. You have the hots for him. Hey, let's not jump to conclusions," the snake mistress snorted. Then, she added with a note of loneliness, "You know me and the men I dated, they all turned out to be one-night stands. They all wanted the same things, but just not the most important thing. Me. Well, those scumbags weren't good enough for you anyway," comforted the wavy brunette. "You're better off without them." Lowering her head to break eye contact, Anko said the next words with faint resentment, one not unnoticed by her roommate. "If you still have feelings for that smoke monkey, I'll try to flirt less around him. I do still have a reputation to keep, you know." "We aren't like that anymore," Kurenai replied softly. "He and I can never be." It pained her to have to bury the feelings that she'd long had for Asuma, but she knew it was necessary. The hot spring incident affected her more than it did Anko or Yugo because Asuma was her teammate at the time. She had trusted him with her life and more. Him being a drunk and a pervert notwithstanding, she would have forgiven him if he had remained and confessed to her, instead of running away and hiding. She might even have let him off if he'd simply come to her after he'd sobered up and explained what happened. She used to think that he had left for such a long mission without saying goodbye because he did not want to deal with her feelings for him, that somehow she was not good enough for him. Knowing the real reason behind his 2-year hiatus only made her feel worse. It would have been easy for their long-standing friendship to grow into something more, but his cowardice cost them any chance of happiness together. "I think eventually I'll forgive him, but I'll probably never trust him again. If you want him, he's yours." Both Kunoichis knew that without trust, no relationship could ever work. This was especially true for ninja couples who might be separated for weeks, if not months, at a time, depending on the length of their missions. Plus, Kurenai was not one to stand in the way of her friend's potential happiness. This was doubly true for Anko, who hid her loneliness behind her sadistic flirts and promiscuous lifestyle. If Anko fell for Asuma and he was able to get her to drop her mask, Kurenai would do everything that a good friend could for the two of them to have a chance at love and happiness. "Are you sure, Rumi?" asked Anko, barely able to contain her eagerness. "Yeah," answered Kurenai with a sigh. "By the way, what do you see in him anyway?" "I'm not sure yet," replied Anko, taking a thoughtful bite of her dango. "All I know is that he's not like anyone I've ever met before." In Naruto's room sat the 3 regulars engaging in a lively conversation about his training regiment. Sarutobi ordered Naruto and Asuma to keep Kyuubi's involvement a secret, including Naruto publicly addressing Kyuubi as a sensei. He would provide Naruto training on seals and chakra manipulations. Due to his village duties severely limiting his time, however, Sarutobi's training would mostly involve him directing Naruto in his self-study. He would pick out the right sequence of scrolls for Naruto to study on his own and answer any questions the boy might have as he went through them. On the other hand, Asuma would be doing more of the hands-on training in taijutsu, genjutsu, and ninjutsu. Asuma was no expert in genjutsu, but he had picked up a few tricks from Kurenai over the years. During the discussion, Asuma recommended weights to Naruto for strength training and morning jogs to increase endurance. The next day, Naruto would be attending the academy with children his age. Many of them had already started their attendance 2 years before him, at the age of 6. Naruto would have a lot of catching up to do. As soon as their discussion was over, Asuma planned to show the spiky-haired blonde how to mold chakra. "I'm sorry Asuma, but can your training with Naruto wait until the afternoon?" asked Sarutobi. "I have a few things I need to discuss with Naruto alone." "Sure Dad." Once Asuma left the room, Sarutobi reapplied the privacy jutsu and asked his adoptive grandson, "Tell me everything you know about those 2 manuscripts." "Actually I don't know a whole lot, but I'm sure Kyuubi-sensei does," replied Naruto. "I think she probably had to at least read through them to pick which one to teach me first. I wish you have those cool red eyes like Itachi. Then, you can join me and Kyuubi in my mindscape." Sarutobi was quiet for a moment with a thoughtful expression on his face. Then his eyes lit up, and a small smile spread across his face. I believe I have an idea that might work, even without the Sharingan. Leaving the Sarutobi compound, Asuma walked with a lit cigarette in his mouth. He looked to catch up with his longtime friend Kakashi. Though he was a year younger than Asuma, Kakashi had outranked him almost from the very beginning of their friendship, having swiftly advanced through the ninja ranks under the tutelage of two legends of Konoha, the Yellow Flash and the White Fang. It wasn't just the quality of training, however, that sped the silver-haired ninja through the ranks. Kakashi had something to prove. He wanted to earn back the honor lost by his father's decision to save his teammates in lieu of completing the mission, the honor of being a Hitaki. Asuma, on the other hand, had suffered the dwarfing pressure of being under the towering shadow of his father, who was known by the nicknames God of the Shinobi and the Professor. While he had access to the village's most coveted and comprehensive library of ninja techniques that his clan had collected over the years, Asuma had led a sheltered life and had no real motivation to train hard or advance quickly in rank. That was not to say he had not become strong in his own right under the guidance of his father. He was simply not as motivated as Kakashi was to announce his worth as a ninja to the world. It seemed unlikely that two such different men would form such a close friendship, but differences didn't matter much when they were working together to complete difficult and dangerous missions. In fact, their differences had led to them developing skills which actually complemented each other, leading to many successful missions that might otherwise have ended in disaster. After years of such missions, they were closer than brothers in every way that mattered. Each would willingly give of his life to save the other. As he continued on his journey to the Anbu headquarters, he noticed a familiar pervert basher sitting in a dango shop with her back toward him. He quickened his pace slightly in hopes of passing the kunoichi before getting caught. Tish, Suma-kun, I'm offended that you think I wouldn't be able to detect you walking behind me, chided Anko without bothering to turn around to face her crush, especially since you were the only ninja in Konoha that smokes that brand of minty cigarette. Suma-kun? Asked the bearded Junin. Though completely clueless about Anko's feelings for him, he could not help but blush slightly on hearing her nickname for him. Why don't you come and join me? Offered Anko as she turned to wink at him while suggestively patting the stool next to her. Asuma took a deep drag on his cigarette and then flicked it away as he walked toward the dango shop. He was unsure why everything Anko did quickened his heartbeat. Her smile, her wink, the way she patted the stool with her slender fingers, the way her back moved when she turned to him. Not even his former teammate Kurenai had such an effect on him. Perhaps it was because he had been deprived of any female contact for 2 years in the Guardian Monastery. Perhaps Anko was putting on her seductive charms as a way of payback for the hot springs incident. Perhaps Asuma was developing a feeling for the exotic beauty. Perhaps the possibilities were too many. It would be too bothersome for Asuma to figure out why. He would rather just go with the flow, the way he had been doing all his life. Asuma ended up passing time with Anko until he had to meet up with his adoptive son. Though both revealed little of themselves to each other, both had thoroughly enjoyed chatting casually and being in the other's company. The bearded Junin had forgotten about wanting to catch up with his old friend. The feline-masked ninja remained hidden in the tree as he watched the raven-haired boy clean up the desecrated grounds of what used to be one of the strongest clans in Konoha. It had been 2 days since the Uchiha massacre. Even though the Anbu had gone through it to properly dispose of the dead bodies and D-ranked missions had assisted in cleaning the place, the sole Uchiha survivor still found himself with a lot of work to do. Throughout the morning, the top student of the Ninja Academy had yet to notice the spying nin, who remained hidden until he chose to make his presence known. Sume and her 2 children, Hana and Kiba, made their way toward the Uchiha compound. During the previous night's council meeting, Sume and Danzo were each given permission to present their offer to Sasuke. After explaining what they were offering him and why, they were to give Sasuke the rest of the day to think before announcing his decision before the council. The Inuzuka clan head decided that she would approach Sasuke first. Finally reaching the once heavily guarded entrance of the Uchiha compound, Sume announced their presence and entered with her children in tow. Glad to be interrupted from the monotony of cleaning and the morbid thoughts of why the chores needed to be done, Sasuke rushed to greet his first visitors since that fateful night and was pleasantly surprised to find his fellow classmate Kiba, a tiny puppy in his hands, standing beside his mother and sister. After bowing to Sume, Sasuke addressed her in honorifics befitting of a clan head. You do not need to be so formal, Sasuke-kun, reassured Kiba's mother. A mere Sume will do. By the way, I've heard that you've discharged yourself from the hospital. Yes, Sume-san, replied Sasuke, choosing not to explain that he had left because he found hospital rooms overwhelmingly morbid and sterile. Would you like to follow me to the dojo room?
Sume-san is still too formal for my taste. We'll just have to work on that, commented Sume.
Nani? Remarked Sasuke, confused as to the meaning behind the dog tamer's words. Don't worry. I'll explain everything in due time, Sume said with a kind smile. Just lead the way. Once they were inside the dojo room, they all sat on the mats, Sasuke on one side, the Inuzukas on the other. After a few exchanged pleasantries, Sume explained the council's decision to the 8-year-old. Nani? You still want to adopt me even though you'll give up the right to have the Sharingan added to your clan's bloodline? Asked a puzzled raven-haired boy. What's in it for you then?
HMPH, remarked Hana with a smirk. Don't think too highly of your Sharingan, or too lowly of human nature. We Inuzukas are loyal to AT, and it's in our blood to care for those strayed.
Listen, shouted Sasuke. I don't need your pity. Besides, I heard that there's another stray in the village you can adopt. No adults seem to want their kids near him. Why don't you go practice your charity there? That's enough, Sasuke, rebuked Sume with a motherly authority. Don't take offense in the term strayed. We use it quite often in our dealing with our companions, our dogs. I assure you that the term is not meant to be demeaning when we use it. She paused as to think of an answer for his question concerning the infamous orphan. Fortunately, her daughter replied for her. We would have adopted Naruto if it wasn't for a few of my dogs. For some reason, they couldn't get along with him, and we didn't want to bring him into our family if we couldn't make him feel completely comfortable.
Fine, but that still doesn't explain why you want to adopt me, Sasuke replied with a shake of his head. Your dogs might like me better, or whatever, but you're still just getting stuck with someone like. His voice trailed off as he tried to think of the right words to describe himself, but the only thing his thoughts managed to produce was a lump in his throat that he couldn't quite swallow.
I'm not doing this because I pity you, said Sume soothingly. I want you to be a part of my family because I don't believe that anyone should be alone. We will always treat you with love, respect, and kindness. You will never have to be alone again, Sasuke-kun. I want to believe it, whispered Sasuke while tears that welled up in his eyes. He started to cry uncontrollably, hissing in between breath, as he said the next words. I want to believe you, but I don't know how to forget. I don't want to move on and be part of a new family. I miss my old family. Sume stood, crossed the space between them, and then sat directly in front of Sasuke, gently putting a hand on his shoulder and looking him in the eyes.
Sasuke-kun, I know that we can never replace your family. I'm not here to be a replacement for your mother. I just want the opportunity to help you heal and eventually learn to move on with your life. I don't want you to force yourself to forget the painful tragedy, nor do I want that pain to dominate you for the rest of your life. I want to help you treasure the good memory you had with your old family while making new ones together.
She waited to see if he would respond or ask another question and then added, just think about it, okay? Meanwhile, I'll leave your present here with you, said Kiba as he too stood and approached Sasuke. He gave the puppy that had been resting peacefully in his arms an affectionate scratch behind the ears and then held it out to Sasuke. The puppy and Sasuke bonded like long-lost friends. The former wagged its tail playfully while licking the dark-haired boy's cheek. The latter found himself unable to hold in a small, almost reluctant, giggle at the puppy's antics. It seemed like Hana still knew how to pick them after all. You'll need this, Hana said as she handed him a basket full of puppy food and other puppy care items. To the lonely boy who just lost his family, what he wanted and needed the most was what the Inuzukas were offering him. Just when Sasuke was about to agree on being adopted by Sume, the woman raised her hand to interrupt. Fair's fair. You must hear Danzu's proposal first before making a decision. Though she knew that was the right thing to do, she got the feeling that she would regret later for not accepting his answer right away. The feline masked ninja spied on their conversation from his concealed location. He was raised from birth not to have any emotions. However, Listening to the Inuzuka matriarch's moving conversation made him wonder how he would turn out if he was extended such an offer, instead of the Root Regiment. Still, if his master's theory on the Uchiha was true, his offer for the boy to attain power would be hard for him to resist. Though the Root branch was officially disbanded by the Hokage, Danzo was not going to cast off the blood and sweat he poured into his pet project without a fight. The old war hawk had deliberately withheld his punishment from his subordinates. None of them knew of his demotion from the advisor position or of the order to disband Root. Hokage or not, Danzo would be damned if he was to comply with the senile old fool's demands. As the Inuzukas bid their goodbyes, Sume turned her head toward the concealed Root Nin and said, "You can come out now. Remember to play fair like we did." Sasuke followed Sume's gaze and saw a masked ninja jump down from the tree branch on which he'd been standing. Slowly and as non-threatening as possible, the masked nin walked towards the raven-haired boy. "He was here all this time, and I didn't even notice. Could this Danzo guy be my ticket to gain the power I need to kill my brother?" As he was thinking this, Sasuke clutched the puppy in his arms a little tighter, seeking comfort in its company. The masked ninja stopped when he was a few feet in front of the massacre survivor. No words were exchanged as none were needed. Sasuke led him back to the same dojo room. "Could you please remove your mask?" asked Sasuke once they were behind the privacy of the doors of the dojo room. "I'm afraid that would not be possible," replied the Root agent. "My identity needs to remain a secret at the moment. Should you accept my master's offer, however, I will become your private instructor. Only then will I remove my mask if you still remain curious." "Who is your master, and what is his offer?" asked Sasuke, whose interest was clearly piqued by the mystery surrounding the ninja and whoever that sent him. "My master is Danzo-sama," explained the masked ninja. "He serves as one of the personal advisors to the Hokage and is the leader of a special division in Enbu called Root." After pausing slightly for that information to sink in, he continued, "Danzo-sama would like you to enroll in the Root training program." Technically, on paper and as far as how Danzo had been presenting the idea to the Hokage, the advisors and the council, Danzo was another option for Sasuke to be adopted. The council as a whole never approved enrolling Sasuke into Root, and the Hokage had dismissed that idea outright, in no uncertain terms. The only way for Danzo to enroll Sasuke was to adopt him as a son, at least on paper. Danzo planned to turn Sasuke into a weapon of Root under the guise of the adoption. Sasuke was silent for a moment, thinking over the differences between the two meetings. With Sume, he had received warmth, compassion, and a range of other human emotions, but most importantly, he'd been given comfort. With Danzo's agent, however, everything was cold, lifeless, and all business. There was something else more important that Sasuke noticed about this Root agent. He carried himself like someone who was powerful and had been so for so long that he was as used to it as he was to breathing. It reminded him a little of the way Itachi had carried himself. "Tell me more about the Root training." When Naruto arrived at the Sarutobi training ground, he found his adoptive father already there sitting in the lotus position meditating with his eyes closed. Sneaking up to him, Naruto waved his left hand in front of Asuma's face and got no reaction. Putting on his prankster cap, the 8-year-old carefully slipped his adoptive father's cigarette pack out of his Junin vest and proceeded to walk away to find a hiding place for it. "Naruto, stop right there," said Asuma without opening his eyes or changing the expression on his face. "Okay, Chim-Chim-san, you've caught me," admitted Naruto as he stopped briefly from advancing away. "I've told you not to call me that," said Asuma with a tick mark on his face. "But that's what Doggy-san called you," said Naruto, slowly inching away. It had been too long since Naruto pulled his last prank, well, too long for Naruto anyway. Asuma didn't miss the movement. "Naruto, give me back my cigarettes," he shouted as he rose to his feet to chase after him. "You'll have to catch me first," said the laughing blonde as he sped off across the Sarutobi compound, bring a smile to faces of those who saw their chase. "Besides, you'll live longer without them and have more money to buy me ramen." Naruto. At the appointed meeting time, Sasuke appeared before the Hokage, his two advisors, Danzo and Sume. In his arms was the little puppy, which he named Shame, for its playful disposition. "Sasuke, I've heard that you've been approached by Sume and Danzo and have been made aware of their offer to you. Is that correct?" asked the Sandame as he smiled inwardly at seeing how Sasuke bonded with his new companion. Izoran hoped the raven-haired boy would make the right choice. Yes, Hokage-sama. The 5 members before him leaned in and awaited his answer. So, what is your decision? Asked Sume, anxious for his response. I choose, both. Time skip, 4 years later Sarutobi Naruto. That was the name he wanted to be called. However, both his father and grandfather denied him of his wish. They insisted on him keeping his given name, saying that it would pave way for claiming his true heritage in the near future. Nevertheless, Naruto was insistent on adding the name Sarutobi in one form or another. As the villagers certified, prankmaster from hell, Naruto was a force to be reckoned with when he wanted to be. When he really wanted something, his persistence coupled with his unpredictable pranks made him quite persuasive. Uzumaki Naruto Sarutobi, that became his new name. As he continued towards the classroom, he was forced to pass through a slew of spit wads. Though the disgusting projectiles were numerous, traveling at speeds only possible when aided by chakra, and randomly crisscrossing trajectories, Naruto navigated through them as if they were frozen in mid-fight. Rounding the corner into the next hallway, Naruto nimbly spun to his left, sidestepped someone who was not paying attention to where he was running to, and coincidentally caught a fellow classmate who was falling toward his spin after she had tripped over her own books. He had caught her and held her in his arms and would not have wanted it any other way. Her serene, pale lavender eyes stared into his cerulean blue ones, completely mesmerized by them. For that brief moment, her universe was at peace, and so was his.
Hinata Haim. Alas, her peace was interrupted. Her beautiful porcelain face suddenly turned crimson red. Her calm, regal Hyuga composition melted under the intense heat that erupted within her body.
Hinata Haim, are you all right? Asked Naruto, clueless as ever. Why do you suddenly feel like you're burning up? If you're too hot, I could help you take off your jacket. Do you want that? Naruto-kun, she managed to will herself into saying before she fainted. Her satisfied smile continued to enhance her already beautiful face. Unsure of what exactly happened or what else to do about it, the blonde made a cage bunshin to carry their books while his original self picked up the blue-haired girl bridal style and carried her with him to class. Boss, you shouldn't strain yourself, the clone offered a little too innocently. Here, let me carry her, and you can carry the much lighter books. Shut up before I use you as a practice target for kunai throwing training with Anko. Naruto hissed. Sometimes it was frustrating to have to ward off his clones who also shared the same desires as his original self. Ha, kid, spoke a voice in his mind, admitted, you enjoy being near her, inhaling her intoxicating aroma. She's almost ready. In a few years. Shut up. Naruto, who are you talking to? The blonde boy raised his head towards the new voice. Iruka-sensei, I. The boss was talking to me, Iruka-sensei, said the clone behind him, rescuing the original from answering the awkward question. All right, Naruto, you know how I don't like you showing off in front of your peers. Sorry, sensei, but I thought for the genin exam, we'll all be making bunshins, so it's not like I'm doing something we shouldn't already know. Well, bunshin no jutsu is one of the techniques you'll be tested on, but nobody else's clones can carry books. Okay, sensei. Since my arms are a little occupied, would you mind carrying those books once I dispel my clone? In his 4 years in the Ninja Academy, Iruka-sensei was the only teacher who took a personal interest in Naruto. That was perhaps because the Chunin instructor had a similar background as the blonde boy when he was younger. As an orphan himself, a young Iruka had desperately sought attention and acknowledgement from people around him. Or perhaps taking a personal interest in his students was just Iruka's constitution. In Naruto's eyes, it was a trait that put him in a league above the other academy teachers. The scene Iruka saw before him could only be described as adorable. All right, Naruto, let's get to class so you can put Hinata down, Iruka teased with a wink. Should we take the direct route or the scenic route? Iruka-sensei. Naruto shouted while trying to hide his grin and blush. When they entered the class, Iruka noticed that it was quieter than usual. Perhaps the students were nervous about their exam. Ino Pig, it's my turn to sit next to Naruto-kun. You've had him all week. No, that was just wishful thinking on Iruka's part. It turned out to be another normal day at the Ninja Academy. Forehead, this is the last day of class. It would be more of a hassle to change seats than to stay put. Besides, you get to sit next to Sasuke-kun. So why are you complaining? Ino pig, that's beside the point. Rules are rules. You get Sasuke-kun today, and Naruto-kun is mine. Troublesome, said the scrawny pineapple-haired boy who was just awoken from his nap by the two fangirl banshees. Shut up, Shikamaru, shouted the boy-crazed rivals in unison. Actually, girls, interrupted Naruto, coming from behind them toward his regular seat, if it's okay with you. I want Hinata-chan to sit next to me today. She fainted again, and I think it's probably my fault, so I want to make sure she's okay. Naruto was the kind of person that would go out of his way to make people happy. When he had first met Ino and Sakura, he found them fighting over who should sit next to Sasuke. The blonde boy told the girls that they did not have to ruin their friendship over something as insignificant as where they got to sit. Naruto assumed that they must have been fighting because they did not want to sit alone. He told them that they should each take a turn sitting next to Sasuke, and the one that did not get to sit with the Uchiha could sit with him. For reasons incomprehensible to Naruto, both girls' faces turned red, just like Hinata's did whenever he so much as glanced at her. Apparently, when others were not greeted by his pre-adoption messy and smelly self, they saw and were attracted to the real him, a kind and gentle soul. During the last 4 years since his adoption, Naruto was not sure why girls acted that way around him or how to react to all this unfamiliar but pleasant attention. Maybe Dad had been right about the importance of hygiene. Since that fateful day when Asuma burned his orange jumpsuits, taught him proper hygiene, and bought him a whole new ninja wardrobe 4 years ago, he had been receiving these same weird looks from girls close to his age. Well, actually, the reason Hinata, that's fine, Naruto-kun, interrupted Sakura while her hand covered Ino's mouth. We'll find our own seats somewhere else. Turning her attention to her platinum blonde friend when they distanced themselves somewhat from Naruto, she removed her hand and said, "Where would that leave us once he finds out about Hinata's crush on him?" Ooh. Her former best friend had always been a little slower than she was. You know Ino, you were right, stated Sakura with a sly grin. I should just stay with Sasuke-kun today since it's the last day. Like you said, it would be more of a hassle to change seats now, especially since Iruka-sensei's already here. I'm glad you are seeing things my way. Hey, wait a minute, Sakura. Sasuke, who was sitting in a chair next to the two standing girls, tuned out the rest of their conversation. His eyes glanced over to his blonde classmate seated before while his hands busied themselves petting his dog, Shame. Petting Shame had long since become his habit when he observed people or became lost in thought. Naruto was an enigma to him. There seemed to be more to his blonde classmate than what met the eyes. Why do the adults hate him? How much of his skills is he really hiding? What's with that sword he has strapped on his back? If he knows how to use a sword, how come he never uses it when we spar? His thoughts were interrupted by his adoptive brother, Inuzuka Kiba. Sasuke, you shouldn't be looking at another boy like that, teased Kiba, trying to withhold his snickers. Shut up, mudboy, or I'll turn you into a pincushion in our next kunai throwing practice. Hey, I'm not the only mudboy here, Kiba shouted back in defense. Shino turned his head toward Kiba when he heard his remark. Because of his raised collar, dark shades and stoic demeanor, no one could see Shino's face to read exactly what he was thinking. However, Iruka believed that he was sighing at Kiba's stupidity in substantiating the mud boy insult. The door opened, and in walked Mizuki-sensei. With the arrival of the second instructor, the class could finally begin. Unlike most mornings, Iruka did not have to use the head expansion no jutsu to settle the class down. The classroom had suddenly become eerily silent, each student waiting to take his or her genin exam. We'll be calling the names out alphabetically. When I call your name, please follow me to another room to take your exam. The rest of you remain quiet in this room while you wait for your turn. Any rowdiness could be grounds for your immediate failure. Both the Uchiha and the Uzumaki boys sighed at the same time and buried their faces into their palms. Their names were among the last ones on the list. This day was going to be such a waste of time for them. They both wished that they could be using this time more wisely in training or studying instead of staring at the clock until their names got called. First up, Aburame Shino. The Sandaime donned on his Hokage robe and stood proudly overlooking the balcony of the Hokage tower. His wrinkled right hand steadied the pipe in his mouth as his left lit it with a weak fire jutsu. A gently breeze washed over him, wrapped his smoke briefly around him, and dispersed it into nothingness. His thoughts wandered to the day Sasuke walked into his office 4 years ago. The Uchiha boy's words, words that in some ways still shook the council today, remained vivid in his memory. "I choose, both." Both? The Sandaime had questioned at the time. Why would Sasuke choose to be adopted by 2 different families? Unless, Danzo. He must have wanted to use the guise of adoption to enroll Sasuke into Root and had never presented to Sasuke the adoption aspect of things in effort to appeal to the boy's desire for power. How could he have not foreseen this in the council meeting? Perhaps he was overly concerned with the matter of presenting before the council Asuma's adoption of Naruto. Since the council had approved both Danzo and Sume and had further stipulated that they were to honor Sasuke's choice, Sarutobi had no choice but to allow a shared custody between Sume and Danzo. It was times like those that Sarutobi wished he still had Itachi serving him. Sarutobi had not forgotten Itachi's warnings about Danzo, his message vividly etched in his mind. He had some of his Root agent infiltrate Anbu as his spies. He made no plan of complying with your order to disband Root. He is not to be trusted anymore. Please keep an eye on him. And kept his eyes on him he had. Sarutobi was able to weed out most of the Root spies in Anbu. Those whose loyalty he was unsure of were assigned missions and duties that would not lead to a compromise in the safety of the village or undermine his authority or credibility as the Hokage. The Hokage was not so naive as to think that he had covered all bases and had unearthed Danzu's entire spy network. As a precautionary, he also assigned a few of his most trusted Anbu to spy on Danzo. There were some suspicious and questionable activities, such as private meetings with former Root agents and frequent purchases of expensive jewelry, but nothing definitively incriminating, though Sarutobi did note how some clan heads easily sided with Danzo on issues he had strong opinions on. The Cold War between Sarutobi and Danzo, all of their moves and countermoves, occurred behind scenes without the knowledge of the clan heads or the villagers. In many ways, both got what they had wanted. The war hawk got his war, and the pacifist got his peace. Stuck in the middle of all the politics and maneuvering was Sasuke, who had certainly turned out to be an interesting kid. 12 years old and already a low Chunin level, or at least that was what he was leading people to believe. Sarutobi suspected his skills to be at least mid or high Chunin. After all, his older brother Itachi made Anbu captain at the tender age of 13. Under the strict training Danzu's Root offered, who was to say how strong Sasuke could become? However, his skills were not what Sarutobi found interesting about the Uchiha survivor. It was his appearance of being a jovial, carefree 12-year-old who enjoyed training with Kiba, with his dog Chain, and on occasions with Naruto. Sarutobi hoped that what he saw in Sasuke on those rare sparring matches with Naruto, the occasional darkening of his countenance when Naruto had let slip a hint of his true skills, was just a figment of his imagination, but inwardly he knew otherwise. Damn you, Danzo! Sasuke was someone dear to Itachi. Watching over Sasuke, Itachi's beloved little brother, was the only thing he ever asked for in return for his loyal service to Konoha, performed at a great cost to himself. 4 years ago, Itachi had performed the greatest act of loyalty to Konoha, that of eliminating traitors who also happened to be his clan members. Not only that, but he also delivered valuable information about a new threat to Konoha, Madara and his organization, Akatsuki. Additionally, he had done something more for his now adopted grandson. He had stolen 2 powerful kung fu manuscripts and given them to the boy, though that may have had more to do with paying back the debt he felt he owed Uzumaki Kushina. Ah, Naruto. Sarutobi's thoughts brightened slightly when they wandered onto his adoptive grandson. Naruto had been a breath of fresh air to the Sarutobi clan. His harmless, but quite embarrassing, and usually hilarious, pranks brought an unmistakable energy and life back to the clan that had grown too serious to enjoy the finer things in life, especially since the Sandaime's inauguration. Naruto's cousin, Konohamaru, certainly enjoyed having Naruto as a Nisan. Sarutobi could not imagine what his and Asuma's lives would be like now without the sun-kissed blonde. He supposed the same fondness for Naruto could be said of Asuma's romantic interest, Anko, who had been seen together with Asuma whenever they did not have missions outside of the village. Naruto and Anko, the 2 village pariahs, had hit it off instantly when they first met. They easily detected the figurative mask they each donned on in front of others and the desire to be acknowledged for who they were instead of being labeled due to things they had no control over. Anko often had a hand in Naruto's sword training, provided him with a sparring partner whose movement could be almost as unpredictable as Naruto could be using the 9 stances. Their other deviant, training sessions, consisted of Anko using Naruto as target practice. Naruto was to dodge Anko's barrage of kunais, senbons, and shurikens as nimbly as he could, while remaining in the circle drawn around him. Once Naruto was able to dodge all of Anko's weapons, some of his mid-air twists were simply so incredible that one would need to see him perform them to believe she had him catch her weapons instead of dodging them. Sarutobi remembered one of those rare occasions that he had an afternoon off from his village duties. He had with him another set of scrolls on seals and chakra manipulation. At that time, Naruto was doing a lot of reading, delving into the theories of the hows and whys of seal and chakra techniques. Sarutobi firmly believed that his adoptive grandson would one day surpass the Yondaime, his biological father, a once-in-a-million genius. Naruto's studies in seals and chakra theories, starting at such a young age, would pave way for him to continue Minato's legacy, become a seal master and a jutsu inventor sans parallel. When Sarutobi had arrived to the training ground, he had been shocked by the sight that greeted him. Naruto was catching Anko's kunai while struggling to remain in the circle. His movements were swift and graceful, though only a shadow of what he was capable of doing in his mindscape. The movements were, however, definite derivatives of the 9 stances. It seemed to Sarutobi that Naruto was subconsciously incorporating his understanding of the 9 stances into everything he was learning. A year ago, Sarutobi had asked Anko about her opinion of Naruto's progress, of which she was more than just impressed. Anko was one of the few people with whom Naruto dropped his mask. The others were Sarutobi and Asuma. Therefore, Sarutobi knew that Anko's assessment of his grandson would be as close to Naruto's then true abilities as anyone was able to give. A low to mid shunin was where she assessed him at. Naruto was barely 11 at the time. Every time he thought of Anko, Sarutobi could not help but feel guilty for somehow having failed her. Of course, he had never failed her as the Hokage by purposely sending her to suicide missions, despite much urging from the council who wanted nothing but to rid the village of all remnant of the traitor Orochimaru. In this case, ridding the village of his apprentice and a fellow snake summoner. His guilt lay in his failure as Orochimaru's sensei. If he had done a better job with Orochimaru, or killed his wayward student when he discovered him performing dangerous human experiments on fellow Leaf Shinobis, there was no telling how many lives would have been spared, not to mention how differently Anko would have been perceived by the village. Taking another puff on his pipe, Sarutobi turned his thoughts onto Kyuubi. He would never forget the first time he met her in Naruto's mindscape. Flashback. I wish you have those cool red eyes like Itachi. Then, you can join me and Kyuubi in my mindscape. I believe I have an idea that might work, even without the Sharingan. Sarutobi was not called the god of the shinobis for nothing. With knowledge of nearly every jutsu in Konoha, his aged hands made the necessary hand seals for a mind invasion jutsu and found himself standing with Naruto in front of the cage that housed the 9 tails. Sarutobi, to what do I owe this displeasure? Kyuubi growled from within her cage, her gargantuan eyes glaring down at him. Hello, Kyuubi. It's Kyuubi no Kitsune, to you, you old prune. And if it wasn't for you correcting some of your mistakes recently, I would have crushed you with my paws by now. A look of concern and confusion appeared on Naruto's face as he glanced back and forth between Sarutobi and Kyuubi. Finally he had enough of Kyuubi yelling at his grandfather and broke silence. Don't yell at Gigi anymore, he pleaded. What mistakes are you talking about? Kyuubi softened her tone slightly in response to Naruto's bidding and replied, those mistakes are about you, you ingrate. Despite her facade, Sarutobi could clearly see Kyuubi's concern for Naruto. Looks like Naruto was correct about her. Thank you for watching over Naruto until I was able to rectify certain inadequacies. However, today, I'm here too. I know why you are here, interrupted the 9-tailed fox. Transforming into her elegant human form, clothed in a white gown with red swirling patterns, she held in her hands those 2 manuscripts and continued, you want to find out what's in these manuscripts and why Madara wants them so much, correct? Stunned by her beauty, Sarutobi could only nod dumbly. He tried not to ogle at her humanoid form, but failed miserably. Naruto's description doesn't do her beauty justice. Gigi. Why are you looking at my sensei that way? Kyuubi smirked, satisfied that she still had such an effect on men, but her mind soon registered that the old pervert was undressing her with his eyes, and her righteous fury became evident in her voice. Naruto, reach in here and hand these over to that old fart and tell him to stop eye-stripping me. Gigi, what is eye-stripping? Is that a special dujutsu? Asked the curious blonde when he handed the manuscripts to his grandfather. Replied Sarutobi nervously, you'll understand when you're older. What Sarutobi read in those two manuscripts was nothing short of amazing. Even if Naruto could only do half of what they claimed those trained in them could do, he could easily end up among the top 20 shinobis in the world. It was too incredible since there had never been any ninja techniques capable of a tenth of what was described in each of these two manuscripts. And Sarutobi, nicknamed the Professor, would be a good judge of that. The only way to confirm what these techniques could do was to see them both in action, but since Naruto had not mastered the 9 yangs yet, the Professor settled for a sparring match. His monkey-style Yari versus Naruto's 9 stances sword. Naruto, let's spar. Show me the power of the 9 stances. He had wanted badly to see the 9 stances in its mastery in action, having had doubts about whether or not his grandson was actually able to defeat Itachi. Even harder to believe was that he had Itachi so outclassed in Kenjutsu that their weapons did not even clash. Alright, Gigi, but don't cry to dad when you had your hinny handed to you by your grandson. The first match with Sarutobi was the most challenging match Naruto had ever had in his mindscape. Sarutobi's fluid mastery and his experience put him in a whole different class above Itachi. His choice of a longer weapon also presented a challenge for Naruto, limited Naruto's sword reach. However, in the end, the 9 stances spear-conquering stance overcame Sarutobi's Yari and monkey-style attacks. The second match, however, Naruto elected to match his grandfather's weapon with his own Yari and easily applied the 9 stances to his longer weapon choice. The 9 stances could easily be used with any choice of weapon and still be just as formidable as if they were performed with a sword. The creator of these stances, the Lonesome Hermit, at the acme of his skills, used nothing but tree branches, leaves, grass blades, or rocks to defeat his enemies. The application of the 9 stances could only be limited by the user's degree of mastery and the vividness of his imagination. The second match did not go as well for Naruto. In fact, it came as Naruto's first defeat in his mindscape. Sarutobi had it figured out. The 9 stances technique was a reactionary attack technique, or at least that was as far as Naruto was able to apply it. The more advanced the opponent's attack patterns were, the more advanced the 9 stances became. Sarutobi figured that if he was to limit his monkey style to just the very basics, then the 9 stances would also revert to their basics as well. Using this tactic, Sarutobi was able to catch Naruto off guard by switching between basic and advanced attack forms. Of course, this would never have worked if Sarutobi had not had the time to think of a way to defeat the 9 stances. Also, this would never have worked had Naruto been a student of at least one other sword technique, one not dependent on feeding off the attacks of its opponent. However, since Naruto had only learned how to react to attacks by attacking the weakness in the opponent's offense and had never been taught how to initiate attacks, he was quickly overcome by his grandfather. End flashback. Sarutobi took another puff as he concluded his inner musing on his first visit to Naruto's mindscape. During these past 4 years, Naruto took to his training like a fish took to water. While Sarutobi focused on giving him scrolls detailing chakra and seal theories along with a variety of ninjutsus, Asuma provided him with physical training, such as jogging around Konoha and wearing chakra-enhanced weights. The adopted blonde was no longer the scrawny orange-wearing, loudmouth knucklehead. He had grown to a respectable height for boys his age, no longer wearing orange, and could remain cool and collected under pressure. He only acted like a knucklehead in front of others. Finding a sensei to teach Naruto sword art had been challenging. The foremost quality Sarutobi had looked at when selecting a trainer for his adoptive grandson was whether or not the person could maintain secrets and keep his nose out of where it was not welcomed. A curious trainer would ask too many questions, possible arousing others' suspicion or prompting them to do their own investigation. The Hokage definitely did not want any of Danzu's route to get suspicious of Naruto's training with the 9 tails or to investigate into his true abilities. Next to the importance of the trainer's ability to maintain absolute secrecy was his or her skill level in Kenjutsu and genuine desire to help Naruto get stronger. Ideally, Itachi would be the best candidate, since he was the one best trained in the Uzumaki Kenjutsu, trained by none other than Naruto's own mother. The next ones whom Kushina also had a hand in training were Azuki Yugo and Gekko Hayate, among whom the Sandame selected Yugo, since she was already sworn in under the Anbu Oath of Secrecy. Yugo proved to be a good choice. Not only were her Kenjutsu skills highly developed, she was also a person who sympathized with the Jinchuriki's childhood and cared for him as a person. With another puff, Sarutobi's thoughts drifted to his son, the council, and the Chunin exam ahead in the horizon. Naruto will become a genin today. With Konoha hosting the Chunin exam in 6 months, Naruto will become a Chunin in no time. Minato, soon, your long-awaited heir will be making his own marks among the shinobi nations. Kami help them. Yugo was mindlessly making her way to the Anbu headquarters. Her thoughts were on Naruto, the past 4 years of her training him, and his genin exam. In her mind, there was no doubt that Naruto would pass with flying colors. She was deep in thought because Naruto had specifically requested his grandfather to place him and Sasuke together in the same genin team. Sarutobi, Asuma, and Yugo all had asked Naruto why, with Yugo looking for ways to talk Naruto out of electing to be teamed with Danzu's newest protege. Naruto's response was so that he could fulfill his promise to a friend, to watch over the Uchiha survivor. It appeared to Yugo then that Sarutobi seemed aware of the promise Naruto was referring to and reluctantly agreed to his request. It's been a week, and I still can't get Naruto to tell me whom he made the promise to. At first, Yugo was also reluctant to support Naruto's decision, but in the end she was left with no choice. These 4 years with Naruto had taught her that his promises would prove truer than gold. With Naruto, a promise is a promise is a promise. There was no talking him out of it. Such an honorable trait was commendable. Though, Asuma did end the discussion with a stern caution against making promises on impulse, without thinking things through. He feared that this noble trait would become his son's Achilles' heel. Yugo's thoughts traveled down the memory lane to 4 years ago when Asuma surprised her with an invitation to family dinner at the Sarutobi compound. She was not sure what to make of his invitation. By then, Kurenai had already informed her that he was one of the perpetrators of the hot spring perversion. If it had not been for Kurenai there to calm down her fury and Enko there to inform her of their budding romance, Yugo would have torn Asuma a new hole. Lucky bastard. Another thought came to her mind at the time. Such an invitation should have been extended to Enko, but if Asuma was going to cheat on her friend, then Yugo would make a big stink about it at the family dinner. However, all of Yugo's suspicions were invalidated. The dinner invitation had been a guise to offer her a personal, secret mission from the Sandame. One concerning a newly adopted blonde, one Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. That child had been on Yugo's mind since the assumed death of Kushina, the person who taught her the Uzumaki family jutsus. Back when Kushina had offered them to her, she had not understood why anyone would be so willing to teach another person her family jutsus. But, back then, with war and the possibility of more wars looming in the air, she was so eager to get stronger that she accepted Kushina's offer without the mind to ask for the details that would later plague her curiosity for years to come. Sarutobi's words that night brought Yugo her first attainable goal toward fulfillment regarding her sense of loss when it came to Kushina-sensei. I want you to train Naruto and pass on to him his family jutsus like his mother would have liked had she been here to do so herself. Training him in his mother's fighting skills. Words could not describe how happy she was that night when Sarutobi told her that she would be secretly training Naruto in the Uzumaki techniques. Finally those techniques would be passed to their rightful heir. Unfortunately, the offer brought with it another question to plague Yugo. Was that the reason that Kushina had trained her in the Uzumaki family jutsus, because she had known all alone that something would prevent her from teaching them to her children? One area I want you to focus on is the Uzumaki sword art. For reasons unknown to Yugo, the Uzumaki sword art came easier for Naruto than the other family jutsus. She reasoned that perhaps it was because of the type of training he had with Enko. That was not to say that Naruto had a hard time learning the rest of the family jutsus. Surprisingly, Yugo found that the boy was a good student material, as long as she showed him how to do it, instead of trying to explain it to him. In addition to being an exceptional learner, there were times that Yugo suspected that there was more to the blonde Jinchuriki than what met the eyes. It did not happen often, and when it did,
There was always enough circumstantial evidence to argue that it was a coincidence or a beginner's luck rather than Naruto having slipped his mask and fed into her suspicion that the blonde was hiding the true depth of his abilities. A good example of this happened while she was teaching him the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. While technically not an Uzumaki family jutsu, it was a favorite technique of Kushina's. It was while she was explaining the hand seals needed to perform the jutsu and its many applications that she saw it, the spark of understanding, in Naruto's eyes. But then it was gone just as quickly as it was detected, and Naruto reverted back to his show-it-to-me first way of learning jutsus.
Furthermore, when her not yet a genin blonde student practiced the jutsu, he made 3 perfect Junin-level Kage Bunshins on his first try, all without breaking a sweat.
Yugo was convinced that that was not just because he was Kushina's son. Maybe it was because the 9 tails sealed in him, but still, he was not overpumping the jutsu with chakra. In fact, on that very first try when he created those 3 Kage Bunshins, he apportioned his chakra with the precision control of a medic nin. Not a gram of chakra, not even a single milligram, was wasted.
Could it be the genes, or are you hiding something, Naruto? She began to believe that what she saw was not a fluke but rather a rare occasion that Naruto had let slip a hint of his true abilities.
After all, how dumb could the boy be if he kept getting new jutsu scrolls from the Hokage every few weeks? Of them, she figured, even if he was only able to master half, he would already have a repertoire of techniques that would make most shunins jealous. Then again, she could very well be underestimating his ability to learn by merely reading from the scrolls.
Though she had no way to assess Naruto's true strength, she was even more clueless when it came to Sasuke, which was what got her worried.
Finally, she arrived at her destination. As it had been her custom upon entering the Anbu complex, she headed to the lounge, hoping to find the person she was looking for, and she did.
Anko. The skimpily dressed interrogator saw Yugo eyeing her as she walked in. A smirk appeared on her face. Like what you see? Sorry, Anko-chan, I don't swing that way, replied Yugo, a little embarrassed by the implication of that remark. Besides, aren't you already taken? True, but it doesn't feel that way this week, said the new arrival with a sigh. Her playful smirk turned into a dejected frown. Yugo asked. Trouble in paradise? I wish. At least there's the makeup sex to go along, said Anko, making obvious the reason of her frustration. He's been really busy training Naruto the past week. Saying something about needing to take things more seriously. He's been obsessing about training Sun since he returned from his mission to a civilian village near the water country. Oh, remarked Yugo. Normally Shir Kurenai would be quick to tease Anko about her relationship with Asuma, especially having an opportunity as good as this landing before her. However, at the moment, her mind was still thinking about Naruto's promise to watch over Sasuke. Since Naruto's unusual request last week, Yugo had narrowed down the possible candidates that Naruto could have made the promise to, namely, Kakashi, Itachi, and Danzo. Kakashi, because his feelings of indebtedness for his deceased teammate Uchiha Obito might be transferred to the sole Uchiha survivor. Itachi, because he did not kill his brother during the massacre and could have wanted someone to watch over Sasuke. Danzo, because he had invested 4 years of training on his Sharingan protege. Of them, Itachi remained prime suspect number 1. After finding the right question to ask so she could verify her conjecture, she directed it at Anko. Do you think it's possible for someone as highly targeted as Itachi to enter and leave Konoha without being detected? I suppose. Why? What's on your mind? Asked Anko. She knew that there was something wrong with her friend when the anticipated opportunistic insults about her personal life never came. Nothing. I have couple of things I'm trying to piece together. That's all, said Yugo. She wanted to run something by Anko, but she had yet to gather enough facts to support her idea, much less even to present it. After all, her theory about there being more to Itachi than merely a traitor was purely based on assumptions. If she was to present it to anyone, she would want to be able to support it with more than mere assumptions. By the way, heard anything about Itachi? Have they ever sent any hunter nins after him? No, replied Anko. Of course, Anko as an interrogation specialist knew that Yugo was keeping something big from her. Her loyalty to Konoha demanded that she ask the one question she hoped that her friends would always answer no to. You're not thinking about betraying Konoha, are you? What? Exclaimed Yugo in disbelief. She realized that she had to divulge what the situation was. Otherwise, Anko might bring her to Ibiki. Oh, you got it all wrong. The reason behind my question actually concerns Naruto. See, Naruto said he wanted to be placed on the same team as Sasuke because of a promise he made with someone. I'm just trying to figure out who what someone was. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to go all patriotic on you. By the way, did you say that the little dweeb requested to be placed on the same team with Sasuke? Did he request that I be his Junin sensei, or was he only focused on that mud boy? He probably forgot, didn't he?
By the end of her rant, Anko was self-perpetuating her own anger and became too angry at Naruto to wait for Yugo to respond. She stood up abruptly and continued to mumble as she took her leave to find Naruto. Yugo could still hear the words, "I'll strip him naked and hang him upside down in the girl's bathroom," ringing in her ears after Anko had been long gone.
She wanted to go after her and tell her that Naruto did ask, but she was afraid that a calmed-down Anko might ask her more questions she was not yet ready to answer. Besides, Naruto the prankmaster getting humiliated in front of his peers might make him think twice about pulling another prank again. In an undisclosed area, the man with a single eye-hole orange mask sat alone in a cave, pondered over his plans with his group of missing nins, especially on a certain traitor who left the organization 4 years ago, Orochimaru. Flashback. Kabuto, I have a new mission for you, said Madara. His tone hinted him nursing a wounded pride. Pain had initially opposed having Orochimaru added to the roster, citing Orochimaru's traitorous ways, but Madara pressed onward with adding him. Now, Pain took every opportunity to remind him that he alone bore this responsibility of his betrayal. His wounded pride easily turned into a need to exact revenge. I'm at your service, Madara-sama. It involves the Akatsuki traitor, Orochimaru. He recently left the organization to pursue his own plans. In addition to your continued services spying in Konoha, I want you to spy on Orochimaru as well. First, become his subordinate, and then gain his trust. Wouldn't it be easier to kill him? Isn't that the punishment for betraying you? Asked Kabuto, who was all too eager to repay his master. He will pay for the inconvenience and the loss of time that he caused me in the recruitment of another member. He knows too much about our organization and our plans. His betrayal will be dealt with, but, no, not yet. He'll still serve my purpose. You want him to attack Konoha? Yes, looks like I've raised you well, replied Madara with a hearty laugh. I want you to hide your true abilities and present yourself as someone he's looking for, a capable medic nin. As you wish, master. By the way, don't overdo it when you're sowing into him the idea of attacking Konoha. If anything, that snake hates to be manipulated. So you must do so while letting him believe that it was his idea all along. Take your time. However, I expect you to have him attack Konoha in exactly 4 years' time. Why 4 years, Madara-sama? Asked Kabuto as he shifted his specs higher on the bridge of his nose. Does it have anything to do with your plans for Sasuke-kun? Well, you turned out to be a smart one, didn't you? Said Madara while thinking, maybe a little too smart for your own good. Pausing, through the lone eye-hole of his orange mask, he pierced sternly at the young man that came under his care as a 5-year-old child. He continued, make sure that you are smart enough to remain loyal to me. I would hate to have to destroy a sculpture that I've been carving for 10 years. Yes, master, I could never forget the kindness you've shown in raising me. Good. Dismissed. In the monastery of ancient manuscripts, the 3 junior abbots each gathered their own 5 apprentices, as they had been accustomed to doing for the past 4 years. Junior Abbot Feng gathered his students in the center courtyard, seated in lotus position. First apprentice, have your fellow apprentice brothers mastered the lessons of Qi as learned through the flight of an eagle? The tallest of the 5 bowed and replied, yes, Abbot Feng. They have recently mastered them, and we are now working on incorporating those lessons into their Zodiac Kung Fu. The Zodiac Kung Fu was the most comprehensive hand-to-hand combat technique to ever grace the mortal realm. It consisted of stances patterned after the movements of the 12 animals in the Chinese zodiac, including the movements of the mythical dragon. To be able to amplify one's strength with the flow of Qi while executing the zodiac was no small feat. A few words of commendation were in order. Excellent. Since you've learned how to channel Qi properly, you've probably noticed how your Kung Fu skills have suddenly progressed in leaps and bounds. However, You still need many more years of meditation and practice before you achieve a complete oneness of your kung fu with the flow of qi. But don't worry, that will come in time. Meanwhile, I want you to continue practicing against each other, perfecting your zodiac kung fu. Remember the Grand Master Abbot's warning from 4 years ago. We could be under attack from the masked shadow and his cohorts at any time. His 5 apprentices replied in unison, "Yes, Abbot Feng." "Good," said Feng as a proud smile accentuated his kind and serene face. Then he blinked his eyes, and his smile softened slightly while he channeled a warm but powerful qi that encased their gathering. His qi permeated into his apprentices and stirred the qi that was innate in them. The 5 teenagers immediately felt the effects of their teacher's qi infusion technique. Closing their own eyes, they quickly assembled into sitting lotus and shifted their inner energies to absorb Feng's gift to them. Once they were done, they opened their eyes and performed a Buddhist ceremonial obeisance to thank their teacher. Feng sagely raised his right hand to acknowledge their bow and said, "No need. Now, I need you to pay attention to what I am teaching you next. This could save your life one day." Immediately, he had every apprentice's attention. Have you noticed how the birds remain aware of their surroundings in their sleep? The first apprentice replied, "Birds keep a third of their brain awake in their sleep to monitor their surroundings through their visual and audio sensory." "Good," commended Feng with a small nod. His shaved bald head momentarily reflected sun glare onto the eyes of the 5 sitting before him. Though you can't make a human brain do the same, you can channel qi to your eyes and ears before you sleep, and it will monitor your surroundings and alert you to action when necessary. The 4th apprentice frowned as he asked, "That sounds great, but how do we continue to channel qi when we're asleep?" "By using a technique that Master Wu of Mount Wudang left as a parting gift 4 years ago before our Honorable Grand Master Abbot sent him off to search for the prophesied guardian of the 2 nines. "Excuse me, Abbot Feng," interrupted the youngest apprentice. "I was not aware that Master Wu had been here, much less that he had left for his search. All this time I thought he was too high-nosed to accept the Grand Master Abbot's invitation to our monastery. Actually, he came as quickly as he could after receiving our message. His art of levitation was quite advanced and made the long trip in 2 days, covering a distance that regular martial artists would need 2 weeks to do. I don't think the Grand Master Abbot himself could have covered that distance any faster." Master Wu left the very next day after he had finished discussing the prophecy with the Grand Master Abbot, replied Feng. With a sigh of relief, the boy continued, "Does that mean we don't have to worry about pranks?" Feng was puzzled at the oddity of the lack of pranks, then he remembered what happened. "Now that you've mentioned pranks, I do seem to recall hearing him mutter something about some dumb apprentice stepped into a trap he had intended for Master Wang." While everyone was guessing what that prank might have been and who the dumb apprentice was, the youngest apprentice volunteered with embarrassment, just realized that the accident he had experienced 4 years ago was actually Master Wu's prank. I think I might have accidentally stepped into the trap intended for our Grand Master Abbot. I bet it had something to do with food," suggested the boy seated closest to Feng, taking a small shot at the 5th apprentice's ferocious appetite. Some light, slightly muffled snickers could be heard. "Well, 5th apprentice brother, would you tell us what happened already?" urged the 2 older boys seated on both sides of him. "Wait. I know," said the eager boy seated behind the 5th apprentice. "Were you the one that fell into the pit while trying to get the red bean buns sacrificed to Buddha? And didn't the accident set off a domino fall of the Buddha statues?" asked another boy. "I was trying to get the buns for the Grand Master Abbot," defended the 5th apprentice. "They're his favorite." "Sure you were," came the unison cries from his apprentice brothers as they snickered at his misfortune. "Abbot Feng, can we please continue with our lesson?" pleaded the desperate boy, as the humiliating prank played over and over in his mind. Feng smiled kindly at him and gave a small nod as he called his apprentices back to the subject at hand. He enjoyed jokes and teasing as much as anyone, though his students rarely saw it, but there were far more important matters for them to discuss than one poor boy's voracious appetite and propensity for making a fool of himself. Amino Iruka was not happy at the moment. He had been staring at the student profiles for quite a long time. It was now way past midnight, and yet he was still having a difficult time deciding what to do about this graduating class. Ever since the Sandaime reformed the academy 4 years ago after the defect of Uchiha Itachi, Iruka's job had been a living hell at the end of every school year. No longer was he able to simply graduate the students based on their exam scores and pass them off to be tested for teamwork by their Junin senseis. After the loss of a whole platoon of elite ninjas to the Uchiha massacre, the academy adopted the enhanced and more rigorous curriculum designed to quickly replenish Konoha of capable ninjas. Added to the mix, there had been a steady increase in the need for more security, especially when the Hokage kept hinting a possible attack from an unknown enemy, someone known by the name of Masked Shadow. Gone were the days of Junin senseis handholding the genin grads on how to work together as a team. Their time was more valuable spent elsewhere. Fittingly, the Reformation called for the academy teachers, instead of the Junin senseis, to determine who were cut out to be ninjas. It was a logical way to conclude the year. Determining whom to promote to genin was not what made Iruka's job difficult this year.
His frustration lay in the process of team selection. He started by grouping together the obvious choices. Ino Cho Shika was easy for him to bundle together as a team. Naruto and Sasuke, the co-rookies of the year, would have to be grouped together, per the Hokage's directive. However, what to do with the remaining 4 genin grads, Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and Haruno Sakura, was what kept Iruka late at the academy.
Logic told Iruka to form a tracker team with Kiba, Shino, and Hinata, but Kiba's mom had made a personal request of him to keep Kiba and Sasuke together, if at all possible. It would have been so much easier if I can separate the 2 rookies of the year, and make it a Kiba-Sasuke Sakura team, Iruka sighed. As it is now, I can't put Kiba and Sasuke together, along with Naruto. It would leave the leftover team too unbalanced to survive their first real mission. On his desk, he fished out 2 sheets of proposals from the randomly scattered leaflets on his desk. With a sweep of a hand, he dumped the rest his scribbles into the wastebasket and plopped his head onto the desk while thinking to himself, I'll present these 2 options to Hokage-sama in the morning. Naruto woke up to the melody of birds chirping outside his window. Today would be the day he found out who his 3rd teammate would be. As excited as he should be for such news, it was not why he was so eager to get out of bed this morning. For the past 4 years, he had been working off and on with his adoptive father on the kung fu learnt from the guardian monks. Surprisingly, Asuma turned out to be quite knowledgeable in hand-to-hand combat and had learned enough from the monks during his 2-year training mission to satiate the boy's ferocious appetite for anything kung fu. However, one thing that continued to frustrate Naruto these past 4 years was how Asuma kept delaying teaching him how to channel chi. Today would be different. Asuma had lost a bet to Naruto and was now honor-bound to teach him. This time there would be no wiggling out of it, no last-minute missions that seemed to mysteriously crop up whenever Naruto's arguments for why he should learn it were particularly sound, and no important dates with Anko that had to be kept. Naruto rubbed his eyes to rid them of their sleep residue and made a shadow clone. He quickly dispatched it to the academy while his original self got dressed and went to look for his adopted father on their private training ground. Asuma could be found leaning against a tree, smoking his usual minty cigarette. He too sent a clone to the academy. While most Junin senseis sparred with their students to gauge their skills, he had always taken it easy on the first day, focusing on getting to know the students' personalities in lieu of seeing what jutsus they could perform. A clone could easily fulfill such a light duty, and when it dissipated, its knowledge would return to the original. His inner musing was soon interrupted by the sound of a metallic projectile cutting through air as his left hand caught a kunai aimed at his right shoulders. Just when he was going to chide his protege about how foolish it was to announce his location with a flying kunai, he felt another, Naruto, landed a straight open palm thrust on his sternum. As Naruto witnessed his adoptive father doubling over from the hit, he felt a piece of sharp, cold steel pressed against his throat. "Hey, I'm not done yet, Dad," he said before he dissipated along with the Asuma clone that he hit, leaving the kunai holding Asuma by himself, on alert, looking left and right. Naruto took to Kage Bunshin like fish to water. After Yugo taught it to him, he had used it at every opportunity until it became second nature. He had been pretty good at it even before all of the practice, having always been inclined towards ninjutsu abilities and usually very quick to figure them out. Of course, having an abundant amount of chakra so as not to feel the drain of the jutsu did not hurt either. Due to Naruto using it so much during their sparring matches, Asuma got quite proficient with Kage Bunshin as well. Before Naruto started using it, he rarely incorporated that jutsu into his combat repertoire, but now it was practically an old habit. After what seemed like a long time of nothingness, Asuma saw a boy's shadow emerged from the woods located to his far left, blocking him from the blindingly bright morning sun. The boy walked slowly towards him. In his right hand was his sword, unsheathed, and in his left, its sheath. Naruto, do you want to learn how to channel chi, or not? Asuma shouted across the field. His eyes never left the approaching shadow. You know how long it usually takes us to finish. Before he voiced the rest of his complaint, he ducked a sword swing and drew forth his knuckle knives charged with his wind chakra to swing behind him, where he perceived a Naruto clone had attacked from. In a distance, the shadow boy looked on with amusement on his face as his clone sparred with Asuma, only for his smile to turn into a frown. Naruto spun to his left, swinging his sheath with his spun, aiming it for the eyes of his mentor, whose real self was standing behind him. Asuma brought his left hand in attempt to block Naruto's swing, but the anticipated swing never came. He turned his head to stare inquisitively at Naruto and saw him sheathing his sword. Just when he was about to ask his adopted son why, he felt it too and spoke up. You know it's not nice to spy on fellow leaf nins. Plus, what business do you have on our private training ground? Asuma's emphasis on the word private carried a warning tone to the one spying on them. Out came a girl wearing a Chinese-style pink vest. Her brunette hair was rolled into two hair buns, one on each side of her head. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to spy on you. Naruto's clone, who had been keeping an eye on her while she watched the sparring match, walked up behind her and interrupted her attempt to explain herself. Actually, you did, said his clone before dispersing itself. The brunette turned around to the source of that voice, but only found a smoky remnant typical of a dispelled clone. She was completely shocked that someone a year younger had been able to sneak up on her from behind. Even more impressive was the fact that he'd done it with a shadow clone. To have such mastery over a Junin-level technique at his age was incredible. He's good, in fact, too good to be fresh out of the academy. While young Kunoichi was looking for the clone behind her, the real Naruto walked up to her to introduce himself. When she turned back to Asuma and Naruto to get a better look at the boy whose sword art captured her attention a moment ago, she came face to face with the real Naruto. He was actually standing so close to her that their noses were nearly touching. Her brown eyes widened and she rocked back on her heels in surprise, but didn't step away from him despite the invasion of her personal space. In fact, she couldn't step away from him. She was completely mesmerized by his cerulean blue eyes, his untamable spiky blonde hair, and his ferial birthmark whiskers. Naruto was unsure of what to make of the intruder. She was the first girl he met that looked and carried herself like a kunoichi, at least from what his clone had observed when it discovered her spying. Though he knew that Hinata took her training seriously, his blue-haired classmate lacked the assertiveness of the brunette before him. Asuma raised his eyebrows, amused at the scene before him, and noted how his clueless adopted son was embarrassing the girl. He then saw the blush on the girl's cheeks deepened as she stumbled to formulate words to explain why she was there in the first place. Well, her mind drew a blank. Those two words were actually the closest she was coming to an intelligent response to Naruto's accusation. He just kept staring at her with those eyes, and the longer it went on, the more difficult it seemed for her to form any coherent thoughts. Tenten was not the fangirl type and was by far one of the most promising kunoichis to come out of the academy since Anko and Yugo. However, she could not help but behave this way at the moment because this was the first time she had been this close to a boy. Her being a budding 13-year-old with raging hormones did not help the matter either. Asuma decided to spare the poor girl from further embarrassment for the moment and asked, "Does that scroll in your pouch have anything to do with why you're here?" She let out the breath she'd been holding and said, "Oh yeah." Though she was breathing once more and had regained some control over her brain, she remained mesmerized by the boy's eyes. Somehow she managed to say, "The Hokage gave my team a D-rank mission to locate you, Yugo, and Anko. I thought you would be at the academy or spending time with your genin team, but the Hokage told me to come here instead." "Me?" asked a puzzled Naruto, pointing his finger to himself. The brunette-haired girl, who had been unaware that she was still staring into the eyes of the blonde in front of her while answering Asuma's question, covered her mouth and shook her head. She was beyond feeling embarrassed at the moment, so much so that she lost all confidence in what to say or do. Never before had she acted so unprofessionally, falling so short of her own standard of what a kunoichi should be, while she was on duty. Learning that the girl was not a threat or a spy from Danzo cast her in a favored light with the blonde. Now he looked at her again, this time appreciating her plain, but attractive attire, her keen, trained, but gentle brown eyes, and her tiny, adorable pink lips. There was one thing that puzzled Naruto, though. Why is her face red like Hinata's? No, Asuma came to her rescue again. I think it's me that the Hokage wants. By the way, Naruto, this girl is Tenten. She is Maeda Gai's student and graduated from the academy last year. Tenten, this is Naruto, my adopted son. Tenten, knowing Gai, he probably had his students split up to see who can find us three first. If we hurry, we may beat your teammates, though with one of them a Hyuga, I doubt you'll claim first. But Dad, we're supposed to. Naruto left that sentence unfinished. He knew better than to give away more information about himself to a stranger than he already had. He filed away the information about Tenten's Hyuga teammate for later. Not missing a beat, Asuma quickly added, I know, I'll leave a clone with you. But I want the real you. Naruto began to whine. Stop whining. You sound like Konohamaru when you do that. You're a genin of Konoha now, and, in the eyes of many, an adult. When your team or mine receives missions that take us outside of the village, we'll be seeing each other even less. I know that Dad, said the slightly downhearted blonde, that's what makes our time together now much more precious. Yes, Naruto, these moments are indeed getting more and more precious. Asuma reflected on how fast the Chunin exam was approaching. If Naruto became a Chunin, and there was little reason to believe that he would not, he would be told about his real parents, and all the cards would be on the table. Will you still treasure our time together once you learn of your true heritage? All right, Naruto, my clone will go with Tenten, but before they leave, you should tell her what you think of her. Tenten, who had been listening attentively to their interchange and observing the deep fondness between the boy and his adoptive father, was caught off guard by Asuma's last remark. What do you mean what he thinks of me? Asked Tenten with an even more crimson blush, trying to hide both her nervousness and excitement to hear Naruto's answer. She was more than intrigued by the boy in front of her. Before meeting him in person, she had already heard more than she cared to from the girls in the village about this young, good-looking blonde who graduated the top of his class. Rumors from most shinobi adults and girls around her age were quite favorable, but the ones from some of the civilian populace were, to put it mildly, quite derogatory in nature, calling him names such as demon bastard and Yondaime killer. Asuma's comment was not innocent in nature. He intentionally wanted to further Tenten's embarrassment. It served her right for spying on them. However, he knew that his naive son would wrongly assume that he was being asked, do you think trust her? If so, tell her it's okay to join our training sometime. Ha, that'll teach you, thought Asuma to himself while he said to Naruto, well, son, what are you, shy? Tell her what you think of her. Naruto, unsure of what just happened during the little exchange between Asuma and Tenten, tilted his head and gave them a slightly puzzled look. After a moment, he gave a small shrug and said, oh, I think you're okay, Tenten. Come train with us anytime. But don't sneak in next time. We don't take kindly to unannounced visitors. Now Tenten was even more flabbergasted. She was expecting, she looks like a serious kunoichi to me. Or, if he was somewhat bold, I like her cute hairstyle. She certainly was not expecting Naruto to outright ask her out on what could be considered a date. She looked at the boy and found no pretense on his face, then looked at Asuma, trying to decipher his facial expression. Don't worry, Tenten, Asuma said with the best straight face he could muster. My clone will explain on the way. After Tenten left with his clone, Asuma said, I didn't think it's possible that a person's face can turn so red. Yeah, about that. Do you know why girls do that? Asked Naruto. 3 girls in my class do that all the time. Hinata Haim sometimes looks like a tomato in a blue wig. I've even seen a couple of girls in the village get that way when I try to talk to them. It's weird. Asuma did his best not to smile too smugly. It would not do to spoil the fun just yet. Well, since it's about girls, I think you should get an answer from one, he suggested as innocently as he could muster. You mean, like Anko? Asked Naruto, horrified at the thought of asking her. He had never considered her the type he would go to for advice on relationships. No, I meant your other female sensei, Yugo, replied Asuma. Inwardly he mused to himself. Naruto and Yugo would make a good couple, if only they're closer together in age. Nevertheless, Naruto needs someone older to guide him through his emotions and give him advice about girls. It's just unfortunate that Anko, whom Naruto relates well to, is not the type for this sort of thing. Maybe later, but let's get to our chi training. You'll teach me this time, right, Dad?
Of course, I lost our bet, didn't I? As Asuma said that, he motioned Naruto to follow him. They leapt out of the Sarutobi compound to a secluded forest nearby. One thing about Konoha was that there was always a forest nearby. The one that they went to had a lake and a waterfall. I think you've let me win on that one, Naruto deduced out loud. I mean, it was my first time playing poker, so how could I possibly have beaten you? You probably just wanted to teach me chi as much as I want to learn it by then. Or you were tired of hearing me asking for it every single day.
Asuma had been avoiding this particular subject not because he lacked the desire to teach Naruto or felt that it was too difficult for the boy to learn, but rather, it was because he himself was never able to channel chi. He had only learned the theory of how it worked, but knowing how to do it was quite different than being able to do it. Well, that was true to some extent, but trust me when I say that you won that hand of poker all on your own. Some people just have all the luck. Just like your mother. Part of what made Konoha the most powerful of the hidden villages was her near impenetrable defense. The first layer, and the one that most intruders neglected to look for, was an invisible, spectral spherical barrier protecting the hidden village from invasion of all sides, including from above. Any intruders would be immediately detected. The few who were able to go through the barrier undetected had to have been very good or very familiar with the barrier. Kabuto, whom Orochimaru had taught how to do so, fell into the latter category. Madara the Masked Shadow, who had been with Konoha since her founding, was with the former category. The stranger standing on top of the Hokage monument, namely on top of the Shodem's head, also belonged to the former. Looking below from where he stood, he saw a bustling village, one with the latest of conveniences, fashion and things that money could purchase. He felt a little out of place. The scene before him was definitely different than the modest Taoist temples or Buddhist monasteries that he was used to seeing. With his right hand, he held his trusty sword up to shield part of the sun as he looked into the sky. It's almost noon, he concluded. Taking a deep whiff of the appetizing aroma coming from the restaurants below hustling to prepare for the lunch hour rush, he decided on visiting the small ramen bar to start. All that traveling, and a few days of living in the wilderness since he left the last village he stopped at, the swordsman had worked up quite a healthy appetite for civilized food. There seems to be a good place to listen in to the town happenings, he said to himself as he pointed his sword towards the nearby lantern with the Ichiraku kanji. After this, I'll visit Old Man Flying Monkey. He had always found it amusing to translate the Japanese names into his own language. With a single leap off the Shodem's head, he launched into sky, his legs moving as if they were treading in air, and landed in front of his destination. Even though his aerial display was slightly ostentatious, he remained careful not to be detected. He was not a master of stealth for nothing. Iruka arrived late to class and was greeted by a rowdier than usual crowd. He did not blame the students, though. After all, they had been waiting an hour for him to arrive with their grades and team assignments. The slightly out-of-breath Chunin came as soon as he was done meeting with the Hokage. In addition to discussing his proposed team assignments for the Sandame's approval, he was also learning about the betrayal of his co-instructor, Mizuki, who got caught trying to steal the scroll of forbidden techniques the previous night. Refocusing his mind to the tasks at hand, Iruka hushed the restless 12-year-olds and prepared himself to address them one last time as their academy instructor. Please be seated. First, I must congratulate you for your earnest efforts throughout your years in Ninja Academy. You all should be proud of your achievements, regardless of whether you've made genin today. I know I am of you. He took in a deep solemn breath, like he had often done when delivering the next part, and said, as you already know, finishing the school curriculum does not guarantee you a genin placement. Genin, like all shinobi ranks, is earned and only granted to those who are qualified for it. Unfortunately, not everyone is. Iruka paused and noticed that his students were hanging on his every word, eagerly longing for each syllable that was uttered from his mouth. With the exceptions of the emotionless Aburame and the sleepy Nara. He sighed, if only I could get them to pay attention like this during my history lectures. Some of the girls shot what they hoped was not their last look at Sasuke and Naruto. In this case, his clone, and wondered if they would continue with their ninja career and hopefully be placed in one of their teams. Among those girls were Sakura and Ino, who had been daydreaming about doing their victory dance when they were placed on either Sasuke or Naruto's team. This year only 9 of you have met those qualifications. The ones that I called are to remain in class and wait for their Junin senseis. Those whose names I did not call, please be dismissed. You may go to the admissions office if you wish to get another chance by enrolling to repeat your final year.
The class reacted to his announcement with a few frantic look-arounds and light whispers. The children echoed the phrase, "Only 9, with shock.
Iruka continued. Team 10 consists of Nara Shikamaru, Yamaka Ino, and Akamichi Choji. Your Junin sensei is Sarutobi Asuma. No, shouted Ino, interrupting Iruka's announcement. She promptly stood and pointed her finger at the boy whose spiky ponytail gave his hair a distinct pineapple shape to it, though it was hard to tell with his head still slumped on his desk, and a spiky-haired brunette who just finished his 10th bag of potato chips. Why'd I get stuck with both a lazy bum and an eating machine on my team? I should be on either Naruto or Sasuke's team. Sasuke gave Ino, who was standing next to him, a deadly cold stare. She felt his eyes on her, turned to look at him, and instantly fell silent. It was the first time she almost wished she had not beaten Sakura to take the seat next to Sasuke. The raven-haired boy then kept his stare on the platinum blonde until she sat back down. Once she did, Sasuke resumed patting shame and turned his head towards the front, waiting for his own team to be announced. The Naruto clone, who had turned its head toward Ino's cry, witnessed the disturbing scene and mentally filed it away to discuss with his adoptive grandfather later. Team 8 consists of Aburame Shino. She is like a river that flows freely into the sea that is never full. To the place from which she comes, to there and from there, it, like the river, returns again. Asuma's words echoed in Naruto's mind. In his boxers he sat on a rock underneath a small waterfall. The waters hammered the 12-year-old's head and cascaded over his body as he continued his meditation.
To learn chi, you must clear your mind of all things. All that defines you, your existence, must be deadened. Your everything, your laughter, your sorrow, your happiness, your sadness, your triumph, your failure, your love, your hatred, your peace, your anger, your thoughts, must become nothing. Only then can you feel and harness chi, or the natural energy that has always been around you, inside you, constantly going in and out of you.
While Naruto trained under the waterfall, Asuma stood on the shore, looking on and remembering how difficult it was for him when he tried it with the guardian monks. They had told him that it would have been easier if he had started younger. He certainly hoped so, for Naruto's sake. The last thing Asuma had told his adopted son before he went under the waterfall was for him to imagine the water washing everything off of him. Once Naruto could no longer feel the cold pounding water or hear the thunderous splashes, he would have completed this first part of the chi training.
It took Naruto a long time to transcend his mind over being under the heavy pounding, hearing the roaring waterfall, and feeling the freezing coldness. Once he entered into the meditative state, he systematically sorted through his emotions and memories and temporarily removed everything that defined his existence from his consciousness. The firsts of the emotions that went were the pain and suffering he had experienced in his earlier years. He had never wanted to hold on to those memories anyway. Slowly, other emotions and memories washed off of him.
Though I'm sure there are things you wish to erase from you forever, once you've stopped this exercise, everything will come into existence again. A couple of hours later, Naruto was successful in emptying everything out of him. Everything that was his to empty, he emptied. Only one thing remained on the blonde's mind, and it was not his to remove, Kyuubi.
Naruto now stood in a vast space of emptiness. It was not white or black, it was simply nothingness, void of anything, except the tailed beast sealed inside him.
An odd image of his prisoner held inside a gigantic cage in the middle of a vast emptiness appeared before Naruto.
This was not the first time Naruto had come to his mindscape on his own accord. He appeared before the transformed humanoid as he had often done since that life-changing night at his first Sarutobi dinner.
Kyuubi-sensei. The student sought out the teacher as much as she did him. They often engaged in hours of conversation, discussing the scrolls he had read from the Sarutobi library or the manuscripts on the 9 stanzas and the 9 yangs. Naruto, I've sensed your arrival. Are you here to bask in my abundant knowledge of the 9 yangs again? Asked the proudest of all tailed beasts. She had transformed into her elegant, beautiful form as a habit since she had often done so to access either of the two ancient manuals that were currently in her safekeeping. After 4 years of spending time with his prisoner, Naruto had gotten quite accustomed to Kyuubi's personalities, and at times, found them amusing. Now, however, he knew that the humanoid was delaying for what was to happen next. He replied, "Since you already know that this training requires me to clear my mind of all things, including you, I'm here to inquire how I can do so. Please tell me what needs to be done."
With a deep sigh, Kyuubi said, "You're correct, young one, I was delaying this. For you to advance in your training, you must understand the consequences of doing so." "Consequences?" asked her vessel with a puzzled face.
"Yes, consequences," confirmed the humanoid. "Once you do this, you cannot turn back."
Naruto became slightly nervous and said, "But Asuma said that I'll get everything back once I stop my meditation." He did not really want to lose everything that defined him human.
"You'll indeed get all that you humans value back, your emotions, dreams, and memories. Once you've either quit this child's play of an exercise or moved on to the second stage of your training. But what I'm talking about now is more involved than an effortless mind-clearing exercise that you humans do." "Effortless?" repeated Naruto, incredulous that someone could call something that took him hours to get to where he was at and that his adoptive father was unable to accomplish as effortless. Ignoring Naruto's pointless comments as she had often done in their past encounters, Kyuubi continued explaining from where she had left off. "I'm sure that you remembered when that old prune grandfather of yours explained to you the workings of the blasted seals that the damnable Yondaime used to seal me into you." The 12-year-old rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Of course I remember, and stop calling Gigi that." There was no anger or even real irritation in his voice. He had already gotten used to hearing her calling Sarutobi that a while ago. His reactions now were merely out of habit. Kyuubi snickered and continued, "Now, what would happen if you were to peel that seal off the cage?" "Nice try, but I'm not going to remove the seal," said Naruto. "Don't overthink this," chided Kyuubi. "Just answer the question. We don't know for sure, but theoretically your powers would be completely merged into me, and if my mind or body can't withstand the merge, you could take over me completely or I could cease to exist." "Good," commended Kyuubi. "And what would happen if no one tampers with the seal and you were to die?" "Then you would die with me, and if I was to be forcefully extracted from you?" "Gigi doesn't think anyone knows how or has enough chakra to do so, though according to the seal theories I've been studying, it is certainly possible," replied Naruto. "If you were extracted from me, then I would die. And if I was still sealed in you, no one tampered with the seal, and I was to die first?" "Again, no one knows for sure," responded the Jinchuriki, "but Gigi thinks I would survive, and the seal would disappear." "Well then," said Kyuubi, her patience waning. "If you had 1 ounce of intelligence, you should have realized that the only possible way for you to be rid of me is to kill me." "Kill you?" asked Naruto while tilting his head, looking puzzled. "Why? There must be another way." "Perhaps, perhaps not," replied Kyuubi, sounding unsure herself while remaining ambiguous. "But that's the wrong question though." "Wrong question?" shouted Naruto, his impatience notably heard. "This is no time for your jokes or philosophical debates." "Why, you little brat?" she yelled back. "I was going to tell you what to do, but I guess we'll just have to do it the hard way." Once the humanoid finished expressing her displeasure, she sent a blast of killer intent towards Naruto. Of all their 12 years of coexistence, this was the first time she deliberately made Naruto feel that he was in danger. So this is what Kyuubi's killer intent feels like, thought Naruto as he struggled to remain standing. He wanted to look down and check his pants, but his neck muscles did not comply. He reasoned that they must still be dry, considering that normal bodily functions did not apply to his form, which was only a figment of his imagination in his mindscape.
"Ha," Kyuubi mocked, "you're forgetting that I can hear your thoughts in here. Don't worry, they're still dry. Are you coming in, or are you giving up?"
Naruto molded as much of his own chakra as he could muster to counter the 9-tailed fox's killer intent. He had never had the need to access the large reservoir that was his own chakra. Asuma, Yugo, and Anko had all been training him in speed and physical agility and rarely had asked him to mold chakra during training. Even when Naruto was sparring against them, they curbed him from using any of the more destructive and chakra-consuming ninjutsus and limited the sparring to mostly taijutsu and kenjutsu. Thus, Naruto had no clue of what he was capable of doing if he was to go all out with his chakra. Right now, he was pleasantly surprised by the result. He found himself slowly regaining control over his own body. Once he was able to move his neck, he looked over himself and examined the blue haze that engulfed him. Then, he sharply glared at Kyuubi with anger in his eyes. "So you want to play rough?" asked Naruto, clearly pissed by his jailer's actions, joking or not. Slowly he walked closer to the cage that held the most powerful of all bijus and passed his small body in between the cage bars. Once he was inside, he sprinted towards his prisoner in attempt to punch her in the face. The humanoid Kyuubi decided to humor Naruto. She let him try his attacks first and waited until the very last millisecond before she dodged each one of them, frustrating Naruto to no end.
"Hold still," shouted her exasperated jailer. Though Naruto had been speeding up his attacks, he had not been able to land a single one on the humanoid. A part of him worried that if he was to let up on his attacks, Kyuubi would have the opening to transform back to her 9-story self and easily devour him.
Of course, Kyuubi had already picked up on the reason behind her charge's anxiety and mused to herself, so the plan is working.
Suddenly she stopped dodging and with one arm, she grabbed Naruto by the throat and lifted him off his feet.
She shouted into his face, "You imbecile, haven't I taught you anything? Instead of remaining calm to calculate your moves, you barged in here without a plan of attack. What did you hope to accomplish other than getting yourself killed? Is this how you want to die?" Naruto could feel his life force slowly being choked out of him. He did the only thing he knew to do, though he had no hopes of succeeding. He molded even more chakra, giving it his all.
Unlike the previous time when he molded chakra outside the cage, Naruto found himself enclosed in a purple-hued chakra. An unfathomable amount of power surged through his body. And unlike before, part of this power felt unnatural and foreign.
With eyes widened at the possible implications of his actions, he struggled even harder under Kyuubi's choking grip and managed to whimper, "What have I done?" When Tenten arrived at the Hokage Tower with the Asuma clone, they found Anko and Yugo already there waiting for them. "Suma-chan, what took so long?" asked Anko in between chews as she finished the last of her dango. "Yeah, Asuma, what gives?" asked an equally annoyed Yugo, who was the first to arrive and had been waiting an hour for this meeting to start. Well, Asuma was interrupted by his father's raised hand. He heard his father dismissing his escort. "That'll be all, Tenten." Once she left, a stranger holding an ancient-looking sword entered from a side door. Since he had been told their names, he greeted them while trying to contain his own laughter. "Hello, Moonflower, Red Bean Paste, and Young Flying Monkey." The three Junins turned towards the stranger. Though Anko and Yugo were both fuming at the stranger for poking fun at their names, they held themselves back so as not to breach any peace agreements Konoha made with the nation of this foreign dignitary or to damage the possibility of one in the process of being negotiated. They turned their attention back to the Hokage for his explanation while Asuma remained staring at the new arrival, trying to remember where he had met this man before and how this stranger had used a nickname he received while he was with the guardian monks. Once it hit him, the cigarette he had in his mouth fell to the ground. "Master Wu?" asked Asuma. To be continued. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.